As a child, he selected the famed ancestral blade. His natural ability stirred envy among his siblings. Brothers sought every opportunity to disgrace Jin. However, they soon realized he was no longer the gentle boy they remembered. Expecting fear from him, they attempted to rough him up when he showed none. Jin retaliated fiercely and utterly overpowered them. He had become a completely different person. In truth, in his previous life, Jin had been timid. As a boy, he had chosen the patriarch's blade. Growing older, everyone believed he would become a legend of unmatched skill. But fate did not follow that expectation. Jin Runkendel turned out to lack any real gift. Because of this, his elder brothers tormented him endlessly. Without strength or talent, survival within this household was impossible. Ultimately, Jin was expelled. What appeared to be a disaster instead became his salvation. Since swordplay was beyond him, he turned to sorcery and advanced at remarkable speed. That decision reshaped his destiny. He called forth the shadow deity, who proposed a pact. A concealed potential had always rested within Jin. Tragically, he had been cursed in childhood. The affliction known as blade illusion destroyed his prospects. Solderit, a god intrigued by change, wished to see how Jin might alter the world if freed from that restraint. Through his agreement with Solderit, Jin became resistant to curses. Sealed sword aptitude finally awakened. Even so, raw talent alone could not secure his survival, and the years he had squandered were gone forever. Perhaps the divine shows greater mercy than we imagine. Jin was reborn in his own body 2 decades earlier. It was the very day he had once selected the patriarch's blade. Granted a second opportunity, he resolved to pursue true strength properly this time. Sword in hand, the boy now receives admiration from his relatives. This time, the decision of weapon was entirely his own. 6 years after taking up the Balisada, the young child still struggled to reach the highest shelf. He had spent years confined within Storm Castle and must endure 3 more before gaining freedom. The place felt like a prison. Suddenly, a maid gasped in shock upon discovering a lifeless bird inside his chamber. Jin assessed the scene, aware that only 2 individuals would dare such cruelty. They were his smirking brothers, indifferent to the creature's death. Diatona was merely 9 years old. The white-haired Haitona was the same age. While they laughed at the corpse, sorrow welled within Jin. In his former life, those 2 had become killers. For now, they were only children. Still, they had slain a tiny bird simply to ridicule him. He knew no limits and sought to provoke him, jeering that he failed to carry the Balisada. Jin opened his mouth to respond when Haitona suddenly lunged to strike. His fist was intercepted mid-swing. Even Haitona stared in disbelief. Jin's expression hardened as he drove a heavy blow into his brother's face. He pummeled Haitona mercilessly. Though he barely tapped into his strength, Jin still triumphed with ease. In the end, he cautioned his reckless siblings to keep their distance. Khan arrived, astonished to see both boys defeated by Jin. Jin casually claimed they had injured each other during their scuffle. Naturally, that explanation was false. Even so, Khan suggested medical attention, but Jin declined firmly. Instead, he dragged them outside and abandoned them beneath a raging storm. It appeared harsh, yet he believed they needed to face consequences. Khan lacked the authority to challenge the young master's order. Strangely, he sensed a shadowy aura emanating from Jin. He questioned whether mana had been used and concluded Jin caused the injuries. Khan resolved to inform the clan patriarch. Within Storm Castle, Jin noticed Khan taking action. As their appointed guardian, Khan reported all matters directly to the patriarch. Jin assumed Khan had detected the dark energy, the source granted by his pact with the god of shadows. It's confirmed that in his second life, the hidden darkness remained active, shielding him from the curse that once plagued him. Liberated from that curse, Jin had altered destiny and would not be labeled the clan's worst swordsman again. Relief filled him, yet he still had to confront his father, the patriarch. Following Khan's report, the patriarch commanded the guardian knight to assemble the flag bearers. He decided it was time to speak with his son. 200 Runkendel knights stood prepared. The clan leader made his return to Storm Castle. Mary was confused by the abrupt summons. Her fellow flag-bearer Dyphus was equally perplexed, as they had been engaged in a major battle. Dyphus suspected Jin was involved, though they could not grasp why the patriarch required his presence. Luna cut them off, instructing both to remain silent. Still, Mary questioned why Jin's particular skill carried such weight. Back in Storm Castle, a maid informed Jin of his father's arrival. He wondered what details the guardian knight had shared. Likely, his father wished to investigate the strange force he used. Neither mana nor aura. The audience would determine whether Jin's ability could benefit the clan. The patriarch entered alongside his knights, his elegant blade resting at his side. He summoned Haitona and Diatona before him. Once present, he demanded an explanation for their misconduct. Attempting deception, they claimed innocence and accused Jin of striking them with an odd power. He compared it to magic, hoping to frame their brother. The patriarch remained unconvinced and delivered a stern reprimand. Such frail resolve, they would never endure within the clan. He branded them cowards and ordered Jin to appear. Jin stood before Kirin Runkendel, the clan head and mightiest warrior, revered as a divine star knight and near demigod. Having reached such heights, Kieran's emotions had dulled, leaving only concern for the clan's power and legacy. In his former life, Jin had been insignificant and offered his father nothing of value. Now he stepped forward with steady confidence, certain no one would belittle him again. Under the flag-bearer's gaze, he approached and knelt before his father. Kieran questioned why his son addressed him as patriarch rather than father. Jin answered that proper respect felt appropriate. Divine Knight then posed to him the identical inquiry he had asked the other two. Jin clenches his fists in anger and declares that their sole mistake was seeking revenge. He argues that the Runkendel clan's law demands retaliation regardless of blood ties. Upon hearing this, Kieran commands the knights and flag-bearers to leave the chamber. The crowd is astonished that Jin successfully passed the patriarch's trial. Mary feels impressed that her younger brother earned a private audience with their father. The door shuts with a heavy thud as Kieran finally brings up the topic of magic. He cautions Jin that practicing magic weakens a swordsman's prowess. The patriarch bluntly demands to know the source of Jin's abilities. He warns that punishment awaits if the power is derived from mana. Weighing his options, Jin realizes confessing that his strength comes from the god of darkness would bring severe consequences. Jin answers that he himself cannot fully explain his strange power. He then briefly demonstrates a fragment of it to his father. It becomes clear that this force once belonged to the clan's founding patriarch. Kieran immediately senses the shadow energy and is astonished that his son can wield both the Balasada and shadow force, leading him to wonder if Jin is destined to inherit leadership. Kieran is already familiar with the existence of the god of shadows. He explains that Solderit once made a pact with Temer, the first patriarch, enabling the clan's rise. However, after Temer's passing, the deity never granted that power to another Runkendel until Jin came into the world and awakened the shadow force. Curious, Jin asks whether the god of shadows might surpass Kieran in strength. Kieran reflects on the question for a moment. He admits he cannot say, as he has never battled a god. Still, his tone carries unwavering confidence, the kind only the strongest man alive could possess. Pleased by the bold inquiry, Kieran pats his son approvingly. Pride flickers in his eyes as he asks how Jin intends to use such power. Jin responds that he plans to devote it to the clan's prosperity. Kieran chuckles, seeing through the insincere role. He understands that his son has a ruthless streak. After all, Jin had beaten his brothers and abandoned them in a storm. Realizing the flaw in his answer, Jin corrects himself and speaks honestly. He declares he will wield the shadow force for his own ambitions. Rather than anger, Kieran shows approval and even praises the honesty. He resolves to observe Jin's growth closely. With that, their conversation comes to an end. Jin leaves feeling exhausted, yet content with the outcome. He no longer has to conceal his abilities, which marks real progress. Memories surface of how insignificant he once felt in his previous life. Now, however, his new life is clearly turning for the better. That evening, his elder sister Mary presents him with an unusual gift. She prepares a lavish meal for him as a parting gesture. Jin cannot remember her ever showing such warmth before. When he lifts the lid of the box, he discovers the blazing heart of a phoenix inside. It is a strange present for a 7-year-old, yet Mary is famous for her eccentric ways. She holds the position of flag-bearer and ranks as a 6-star knight. Among her many titles, the most feared is the Madwoman of the South, appearing ordinary yet possessing terrifying strength. The gift serves as her challenge, urging her brother to grow powerful enough to face her one day. Consuming a phoenix heart grants immense benefits, including fire immunity and accelerated growth. Jin wonders if he might one day become strong enough to summon a phoenix on his own. His maid Jilly brings him the soup she carefully prepared. Just as he is about to begin eating, his troublesome brothers eye the food with obvious greed. They crave a taste, but refuse to ask openly out of pride. Jin offers them some in exchange for completing a favor, one that is rather bothersome. Hitona and Diatona must dig up something buried, and they eagerly agree despite the effort. Beneath the soil lies a concealed incubation chamber. Inside rests the body of a mysterious dark entity. After exhausting labor, the brothers finally finish the digging. They return filthy and worn out, expecting their promised soup. Yet Jin has already consumed nearly all of it, leaving only a single spoonful behind. He behaves shamelessly, while his brothers rage at being deceived. Jin heads to the excavation site they prepared. Impressed by their effort, he decides a simple spell will break through the remainder. He is pleased that he can now freely channel his mana. With a burst of power, he shatters the hollow barrier. Beyond it lies the hidden library of the Runkendel clan. This secret chamber had remained unknown to him in his past life. Entry requires a specific code phrase. Confidently, Jin recites the words to access Murakin's console. The sealed door responds and slowly opens. After conquering the world, the clan stored relics of defeated foes here, and only chosen members may enter. In his former life, Diffus revealed the phrase to him, which now proves unexpectedly useful. Even so, Jin cannot hide his surprise when he notices a shadowy figure suspended within a capsule. Creature's scaled skin catches his attention. He questions whether the being before him is truly human. Suddenly it dawns on him that this is Murakin, the dark dragon. Legends say the first patriarch defeated the dragon, leaving it in eternal slumber. Now Jin stands face to face with that ancient legend. He begins searching for the old tomes. After locating them, he attempts to study the secrets of the Kunjin clan, though the complex text challenges him. He considers taking a book but fears discovery. Instead, he prepares tools to copy the contents by hand. Each day, he studies diligently in his quarters and within the library until one day complications arise. Someone else appears in the library at an unusual hour, and it is no ordinary visitor. Dark Dragon Murakin has abruptly awakened. Jin forces himself to remain composed, remembering the dragon is allied with the clan. He respectfully addresses the being as dragon in an attempt at courtesy. The title only irritates the dragon further, who bellows angrily at the young boy. Murakin fumes over being reduced to a guardian of the Runkendels. He grumbles bitterly about his fate. He reveals he awakened after sensing something unusual from Jin. Shocked, Murakin detects shadow energy within the boy and declares it must belong to Solderit's contractor. Jin decides to confirm it by unleashing a glimpse of his power. Dragon falters and collapses in disbelief, disheartened that the new contractor is merely a small child. With resignation, Murakin admits he pledged himself to the god of darkness, making Jin his partner. He states that he will provide a fuller explanation later. Finally, he chooses to introduce himself properly, as he reveals his true form to the boy. Murakin serves the god of shadows and stands as the final survivor of the shadow lineage. Ages ago, he swore a binding oath. The colossal dragon vowed to join forces with the boy, recognizing him as Solderit's contractor. Jin introduces himself as the youngest Runkendel and respectfully greets the dragon. The mountain where Storm Castle stands was named after the dragon who ruled those lands for millennia, until he was defeated by the first Runkendel patriarch. It was evident that they had not truly been mortal enemies. Every contractor of a god is granted a guardian dragon. That is why many question the dark dragon's disappearance, unaware he had merely fallen into deep slumber. Jin begins to think he may have gained his own guardian now that the dragon has awakened. In his human guise, Murakin can converse freely, allowing Jin to seek answers. For months after the awakening, Jin frequently visits the library, tries to uncover why Temur and Murakin once clashed, though the dragon cannot recall the true cause. Instead, Murakin grows oddly fixated on strawberry pies. Jin explains that he has been copying the ancient volumes stored in the library. Unfortunately, much of their meaning escapes him. Even so, Murakin admires his perseverance, knowing most children would abandon such effort. Jin modestly claims he is merely average among the Runkendels. He has many older siblings and accomplished parents. Still, his ambition burns bright as he aims to surpass them all. He wonders how much Temur understood at his age, given the legend of his unmatched strength. Jin is eager to measure himself against that historical giant. Murakin assures him that even Temur lacked such knowledge in youth and did not rely on books to gain power. The dragon emphasizes that Jin's talent rivals that of the founding patriarch. Jin asks whether he might one day wield flames equal to Temur's. Murakin advises steady training, claiming Jin could eventually rival or surpass the founder. To entertain him, the dragon reveals Solderit's alternate name. Shadow God is also called Solderit the Infinite, because his strength knows no boundaries, which suggests Jin's potential is equally vast. To inspire him further, Murakin decides to teach him a new technique. The move is called Shadow Force Release, a core skill for shadow wielders that carries danger if mishandled. So Murakin warns him to master it carefully. Murakin instructs him to project his mana outward, leaving Jin puzzled. Clarifies that Shadow Force Release depends on two fundamentals, mana release and mana transfer, both typically requiring at least 3 years to perfect. Such a long training period feels excessive to Jin. Murakin refuses to proceed with advanced teaching without solid basics. To his astonishment, Jin performs a flawless mana release resembling a swirling sphere and even demonstrates mana transfer effortlessly. The dragon is left speechless at discovering such a gifted child. With the prerequisites complete, he begins instructing Jin in Shadow Force Release. All shadows ultimately stem from Solderit's essence, making the deity their absolute master, and Jin his sole contractor. Darkness floods the library as Murakin demonstrates the depth of power Jin may command. Jin watches in awe at the overwhelming might of the shadows. The story shifts to Luna, a flag-bearer nearing the end of her mission. With 4 months remaining, she stands amid slain monsters, pondering what gift would please her younger brother. Half a year after Murakin's awakening, Haitona and Diatona depart the castle upon reaching adulthood. For his 9th birthday, Jilly presents the young master with a celebratory cake. He wishes to share the treat with everyone. Suddenly, Khan the informant makes an appearance, offering apologies for the abrupt intrusion. Luna, his elder sister, arrives seeking a private audience. As the clan's top flag bearer and eldest sibling, Luna Runkendall stands as the most formidable. Like others, she holds no desire to claim the patriarchal seat. Luna keeps her distance from her siblings. In his former life, she treated Jin like a stranger, so her visit now feels unusual. Jin wonders whether turmoil has arisen within the clan. Worries she may have discovered his secret trips to the hidden library. Instead, Luna gently pats him and shows unexpected affection, even expressing concern for his well-being. Jin admits he feels uneasy about her sudden warmth. Luna suspects he views her as a rival seeking the throne. The thought frustrates her deeply. She reassures her younger brother tenderly. Luna offers him a sincere apology. She even kneels to request a private conversation. Jin is taken aback by her humility and smiles as he agrees, and once alone she explains she rushed back for an urgent reason. Since his rapid rise, their siblings have begun observing him closely, posing danger once he leaves Storm Castle. Once distant sister fears family rivalries may steal his happiness. She confesses her dislike for the clan's harsh traditions. Her honesty reveals why she abandoned any ambition to become patriarch. Jin recalls she never shared such words before and wonders if he lacked worth in his previous life. Her concern now stems from fear that his siblings may soon target him. Jin responds firmly, declaring he will not retreat from confronting his brothers. Luna insists her advice is genuine, and Jin reveals he once survived an assassination attempt. Enraged by the revelation, Luna unleashes her terrifying aura. Furious someone dared attack him within Storm Castle. He demands to know the culprit's identity. Jin admits he has no name, but assures her he is safe for now. He feels relieved to gain understanding from at least one sibling. Luna embraces him and apologizes for the burdens their clan's customs impose. Held in her arms, Jin realizes how gentle she truly is. Not wishing to spoil his birthday, Luna presents him with a fitting gift. It is a sapphire blue pendant. She asks him to turn around. The necklace will shatter to summon Luna, once in times of peril. She urges him to use it if he ever faces grave danger. Luna smiles warmly in celebration of his birthday, and they share a heartfelt party. Eventually, she must return to duty and bids him farewell. Later, Jin brings the pendant to the library. Murakin is astonished, recognizing it as a priceless artifact. The item once belonged to the demon beast king, and countless warriors fought over it. Shields the wearer from lesser magic and amplifies their own spells. Jin explains that his eldest sister entrusted it to him. He realizes Luna likely sensed Murakin's presence, but keeps silent to protect him. Meanwhile, Luna suspects secrets between Jin and Murakin, yet chooses to trust and support her brother regardless of what lies ahead. Jin once expected his early years at the castle to drag on monotonously, yet he has learned much in a short span. He has gained strength and meaningful gifts through his growing bonds. Meeting kind allies who shaped his path these were. They were the very desires his former self once longed for. The long-awaited day arrived when he turned 10, and he sparred with Khan while preparing to depart the castle. His remarkable power at such a young age left the guardian knight astonished. Khan finally understood why the patriarch paid special attention to the youngest. Jin observed Khan like an instructor, as if evaluating whether he deserved to teach him. Once their daily session concluded, Khan bowed respectfully to the child. He could guide Jin only until his departure from Storm Castle, and Jin felt ready to pursue his ambitions. At times, Jin sensed complete immunity to fire thanks to the phoenix heart Mary gifted him. He was pleased that portions of his dormant abilities had awakened. Before long, he would fully assimilate the phoenix's strength. The next day marked his farewell to Storm Castle. Jilly noticed his stack of books and was instructed to pack them for his studies. As usual, he requested strawberry pie for a snack. He took a stroll at an unusual hour. Jin reached the hidden library to see Murakin, who had anticipated this moment. He asked how they would remain connected after he left. Dragon dismissed the concern as trivial. Though weakened, Murakin explained he would regain power as Jin grew stronger since he was bound as a guardian dragon. Murakin expressed hope that Jin would become another Temur, prompting Jin to question the clan's history. Older once mentioned the Runkendall clan had originally been spellswords, led by the greatest spellsword in history, though that legacy is now treated as legend. Today the clan values only pure swordsmanship and rejects magic because of an ancient pact forged a millennium ago. Murakin was once revered as their guardian. He would likely face resentment now. It was unfortunate, as returning him in the past would have brought great reward, yet given the clan's nature perhaps not. Murakin vowed to accompany Jin wherever his path led, intended to leave behind a fabricated image within his capsule. The illusion would be convincing enough to deceive observers, though it could not endure long due to his fading strength. Still, he planned to maintain it until Jin matured. Jin even presented Murakin with a special celebratory gift. Dark Dragon eagerly accepted the chance to drink and celebrate. He was willing to meet Jilly as well if it meant enjoying more strawberry pies. Jin prepared to return to the clan's main estate. He was warned his life would grow hectic, and though Jilly could not always cook for him, she would serve whenever needed. Guardian Knights Jerome and Holtz arrived to escort him. Their journey began near the close of the 18th century. Jin departed Storm Castle, bound for the Garden of Swords. Heavy snowstorms battered them along the road. The harsh weather prevented the use of portals. Without warning, the carriage halted, and Jerome and Holtz urged Jin to remain inside. They were under assault, though Jilly trusted the famed 7-star knights to defend them. Unfortunately, the attackers outnumbered them 20 to 1. Realizing something was amiss, Jin quickly told Jilly they must flee. The supposed Guardian Knights had betrayed them, likely allied with traitors, and the carriage itself was compromised. Furious, Jilly unleashed her full strength to shield Jin for the clan's sake. The carriage exploded just as they escaped. Jilly tried to accept responsibility, but Jin insisted the matter was far more complex. Attackers might even be allies rather than true enemies. Jin found it suspicious that they allowed his escape, casting doubt on their motives. Utah clan, Middle sorcerers, and a black mercenary unit had gathered to ensure the boy's safety. Vice Captain Merca declared his mission was to protect Jin. Meanwhile, Jerome and Holtz struggled under the overwhelming assault. It became clear they were imposters and not true 7-star knights. Surrounded by the opposing force, one deceitful man sneered that he would not address a Runkendel servant, and coldly ordered the execution of one, so the other would speak. Jilly struck with lightning speed. She felled one opponent with decisive slashes. After defeating him, she severed both arms of the second imposter with precision, leaving him screaming. Victorious, she dragged the armless captive before Jin. Had gravely underestimated her devotion and strength. Despite her role as maid, she was a loyal 7-star martial artist. Whoever plotted Jin's death should have dispatched far stronger warriors. The mutilated man warned that the Runkendel's era was nearing its end. To his shock, Jin agreed calmly. He dismissed the fool as arrogant, valuing reputation over the clan's true welfare. The captive confessed allegiance to Zyphil's, powerful sorcerer clan dominating vast territories, longtime rivals of the Runkendels, who devoted themselves solely to magic. After Temer's death, the Zyphils forced a pact banning magic and sealing the clan's powers, becoming sworn enemies for over 1,000 years. The imposter was merely one of their expendable agents. Finding him useless, Jin permitted Jilly to end his life. The man pleaded for death, yet Jin remained unmoved. He pondered the motive behind the ambush and concluded it was likely the work of an extremist rather than the clan itself. Jilly had been deceived by their disguises, proving others orchestrated the scheme. Jin thanked Vice Captain Merca for the rescue and vowed to report his deeds so proper rewards would follow. Merca was startled that a 10-year-old spoke with such maturity. Reflecting on Jin's words, he wondered if the boy truly aspired to become the greatest. Instructed his men to treat Jin with respect as they resumed their journey. Asked about the corpse, Jin said it should serve as a warning to their allies. Sadly, they had to walk 2 hours to the nearest village. Jin refused to let blame fall on Jilly, since even 9-star Knight Khan had been fooled. Still troubled, Jilly apologized repeatedly to her young master. Within the Runkendel clan, a nanny bears full responsibility for a child's upbringing. Jilly had fulfilled that role in his previous life as well, yet she had been treated leniently for raising a boy deemed talentless. Her kindness never wavered, and she was expelled alongside him without complaint. Even then, she apologized for failing him, remaining the only truly devoted soul in his life. Determined to prepare her for the future, Jin grew frustrated at her constant self-blame. He declared she was the only knight he trusted to guard him. Later, Jilly reflected on his words, realizing he sought to ease her burden and resolving to prove herself. Upon reaching the village inn, Jin suspected a transfigurator's involvement. Balbar Gaston possessed a dragon technique known as transformation. His unmatched shape-shifting had enabled countless crimes across the world. If Balbar was involved, Jin knew matters could grow complicated. He recalled that Balbar's chaotic reign ended with arrest in his previous life. Now Jin considered recruiting him instead, even though one of Balbar's schemes had nearly cost him his life. Exhausted, Jin finally collapsed onto his bed. Jilly helped him settle, and upon waking, he realized relentless training was draining his body. A troublesome cat lingered outside his window. He suddenly recognized that the cat was Murakin in disguise. Murakin transformed into a cat, so he could trail Jin across the world unnoticed. The dragon bristled in irritation and let out an angry hiss. Jin allowed the feline inside his room. Even so, Murakin's annoyance did not fade. He shifted into his human form to scold Jin loudly. In his clumsiness, he stumbled and crashed into the desk. Hearing the noise, Jilly hurried in to check on Jin and immediately spotted the unexpected intruder. She moved to eliminate the stranger before Jin could intervene. Murakin suddenly remembered that Jilly was the one who baked his beloved strawberry pies. Realizing this fortunate detail, Murakin calmed while Jin worried about how to explain everything. He decided to be truthful and introduced Murakin as the clan's guardian dragon. Shocked, Jilly quickly apologized for attacking him. She also wondered why she was suddenly being called strawberry pie. Jilly discovered that Jin had secretly requested pies for Muraken all along. After hearing the full explanation, she was stunned to learn Jin could wield magic and had formed a pact with the god of darkness. Yet she accepted it, which is why he trusted her with the truth. Jin emphasized that his connection to Muraken and the origin of his abilities must remain confidential. Though she initially believed in the guardian dragon, his clumsy behavior made her question relying on him. They eventually reached the portal, where Mirka's escort duty concluded. Expressed curiosity about what kind of man Jin would grow into. Mirka asked why a warrior of Jilly's caliber had left her former group to join the Runkendals. She declined to elaborate and departed with Jin. The Meadle portal, officials realized they were escorting high-ranking Runkendal members. Were granted first-class access for immediate teleportation. Jilly felt uneasy about Jin's magic, knowing there was no safe reason to reveal it to the clan. Jin intended to conceal the true source of his strength. He suddenly noticed a noble mage from the Zyphil faction, also seated in first class. The noble displayed open hostility, his disdain obvious. But his attention was oddly drawn to the cat. Muraken boldly slashed the arrogant noble, delivering instant retribution. Zyphil aristocrat was left stunned. Jin remained composed despite the provocation. Eredin introduced himself politely and offered a handshake. Jin recognized him as a gifted sorcerer and leading candidate for future leadership, far superior in magic compared to himself. Jin warned that Veredin's men nearly drew blades and would have paid with their lives. He returned the teasing in a light-hearted tone, yet he clarified that his words carried real meaning. Eredin felt an unsettling chill from the boy's presence. Still, he advised avoiding conflict between their powerful families, and responded that their fathers would never wage war over a childish dispute. Veredin found himself impressed. However, Jin spoke sternly and told him to remain quiet for the rest of the trip. Veredin was nearly captivated and considered befriending Jin. Knowing it would complicate relations, he instead declared Jin his future rival. Jin was surprised by Veredin's calm reaction, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of the Zyphils. The teleportation process began. Before parting, Veredin said he looked forward to meeting Jin again. Jin silently hoped that reunion would never occur. Upon arrival, a second-class butler named Petrov greeted him, formally welcomed Jin to the Garden of Swords and the Runkendal family estate. The Garden of Swords housed legendary weapons belonging to the clan's most honored warriors. Having one's blade displayed, there was the highest prestige for a Runkendal. Jin once yearned for that honor, though his past weakness had made him foolish. Now armed with experience and cunning, he believed life here would be smoother. Soon after, he reunited with his mother, Rosa Runkendal. Rosa was surprised by the cat Jin brought home. His proud claim of ownership drew attention. Jin named the animal Kitty Runkendal. His brothers scoffed, offended that such a creature bore their noble surname. Kieran asked him why he chose that name. Jin replied that he intended to take responsibility for the cat. He claimed it as his own and would bear the weight of the Runkendal name alongside it. Anyone who harmed the cat would face his retaliation. Patriarch noted how easily Jin attracted hostility, much like his siblings. Jin declared he would never shy away from confronting enemies. His father approved of such resolve. He hoped the older children would remain vigilant and not underestimate him. 4 years later, Jin stood at 14 as a 2-star knight. His training under Garen had concluded. His next mentor would be Luna. Jin avoided family lunches, preferring to dine with the cats. Philip delivered his meal, a commoner soon to leave the clan. Philip remained calm and often praised Jin's growing strength. Jin urged him to abandon excessive humility, since others already looked down on him. He reminded Philip to take pride as a Runkendal cadet. Philip struggled with low grades and poor swordplay, yet earning cadet status was still an achievement beyond most. Jin reflected on how such a quiet boy could become dangerous later, recalling his tragic end by suicide. He feared Velop might face a similar fate and wanted to prevent it. This time, Jin resolved to keep Velop within the clan. Later, Jin evaluated his own progress. He expected to reach 3-star swordsmanship in a few years. For now, he trained under Luna, who demanded a new approach compared to the day before. Luna instructed him to use his mind's eye to visualize every movement. Mastery of the mind's eye is a swordsman's greatest asset. It resembles a profound meditative state. Normally, only 7-star knights achieve it, leaving Jin puzzled why he was learning it so early. Luna forbade the use of aura during practice, deepening his confusion. Trusting her guidance, he concentrated fully on mastering the technique. Eventually, the training session concluded. Luna observed that Jin's focus far exceeded expectations for his level. She believed greater power would soon awaken within him. Focus shifted to a major sparring event for Jin. If he defeated 10 cadets, he would advance to the intermediate class. Though Jin felt confident, Velop trembled with anxiety. The instructor ordered 3 rounds of matches with rotating opponents. Top 10 performers would challenge Jin. The trials began. each cadet demonstrating refined sword technique. Once the 10 finalists were selected, the remaining students took their seats. Jin readies himself to confront them, having previously achieved his best streak by defeating 8 opponents consecutively. His greatest worry is Mesa Milcano, the top cadet fighter, because the outcome of this duel will determine everything. He charges forward to strike at Jin, while he calmly raises his guard to defend. She believes she has grown much stronger compared to their previous encounter. The real challenge is that 8 additional enemies still await him after dealing with Mesa. He's taken aback when he relies on basic techniques instead of flashy, complicated maneuvers. In that instant, Mesa realizes Jin is treating her as if she is beneath him. Offended by his attitude, she lashes out fiercely, drawing on even more power. Mesa is determined to bring down the young master at any cost. She throws herself forward, aiming to end the fight with one decisive blow. Instead, Jin smashes her sword apart and claims victory. Mesa can hardly believe he struck the exact same point again, causing her weapon to crack and snap. Although their power and endurance are nearly equal, Jin's superior accuracy ultimately secures his win. Mesa vows to train harder so she can impress him when they face each other again. Even with 10 cadets opposing him, Jin feels satisfied after defeating Mesa, leaving the others discouraged. He swiftly overpowers the final cadet, successfully finishing the entire trial. As a reward, he earns a place in next year's intermediate class, where he will receive proper guidance from a true Runkandle. Though the session has concluded, Jin insists on challenging one more cadet. He loudly calls out Velop and demands a duel. The timid and anxious cadet hesitates and tries to decline at first. Jin warns him that pretending to be weak will not help him survive long in the clan, adding that he intends to crush Velop in this match. Trembling, Velop steps onto the field, barely manages to grip his weapon, convinced this confrontation is Jin's way of punishing him. Jin remarks that this bout should be simple for Velop, since he is exhausted after battling 10 opponents. Even so, Jin remains confident he can dominate someone so frail. Without hesitation, Jin charges forward with a fierce assault. Velop struggles just to defend against the incoming strikes. Jin finds himself impressed by the way Velop manages to block. Velop attempts to endure, but Jin continues attacking relentlessly. He pours raw strength into each heavy blow. Jin remarks that his previous strike could easily have taken Velop's life. Granted another opportunity, Velop rises again, yet something about him has changed. A radiant golden aura envelops him as he prepares to unleash a perilous move. Mesa warns Garen that Jin could be in serious danger. Young Master commands everyone to keep the events of this duel confidential. He wants Velop to draw upon aura to enhance his abilities. Believing Jin is weakened, Velop attacks with everything he has, convinced he can win. Jin manages to defend against the powerful strike. However, the force of the clash causes Jin's sword to break apart. Jin was aware of Velop's potential, but he never expected him to wield aura. Despite losing his weapon, Jin counters forcefully and locks Velop in a tight headlock. Afterward, he releases him, choosing to show mercy. Jin sincerely admits to his friend that he never wanted their fight to unfold like this. Although they are not close, Jin hopes Velop will grow stronger while keeping his compassion, because kindness alone cannot ensure survival in their clan. Gently, the young master encourages Velop to build strength, connect with others, and defend his convictions. Lunchtime arrives. Jin decides to bring the food himself since Velop usually handles it. Kieran is astonished after hearing Khan's report about Jin's recent acts of kindness. Father feels proud that Jin looks after those weaker than himself. Delighted by his son's growth, he prepares to assign him his very first mission. In January of 1795, Jin celebrated his 15th birthday. He advanced to the rank of 3-star knight and was granted a short respite from training. The intermediate class trained with real blades rather than wooden practice swords. Each cadet would receive a specially crafted weapon, though some had to wait for theirs to be completed. Jin too required a proper sword. Luna was even more thrilled about the occasion, as she had asked to personally select his weapon. Her brother has faith in her judgment and believes she will choose something perfect for him. That confidence wavers when she presents an enormous greatsword. Jin is left speechless at the sight. Luna explains that she wielded the same type of blade at his age. She even created the design herself, making it a prototype of her primary weapon. Still, Jin is not fond of her selection. He declines the sword, unintentionally hurting Luna's feelings. Noticing his reaction, Luna promptly chooses another option. She selects a weapon better suited to his combat style, having spent considerable time searching for the right one. Since he had chosen the balisada as a baby, She believed Bradamante would suit him perfectly. This treasured blade once belonged to the first patriarch, making it both meaningful and highly valuable. Though Jin had planned to obtain it in the future, he happily accepts Luna's generous offer to give it to him. Both blades are especially effective for warriors who harness shadow force. Due to rivalry among siblings, Jin would have struggled to secure the weapon on his own. Receiving it so effortlessly makes Luna's gift all the more precious. Luna assures him he owes her nothing, understanding that he remains cautious around her. Feeling emotional, she asks her brother to close his eyes before beginning another round of training. She reminds him that while Rungkandal's siblings often compete fiercely, she loves him completely and will always stand by his side. Luna confesses she once felt deeply isolated before Jin arrived, and she wishes for her little brother never to experience such loneliness. With that, they resume their training together. Once practice ends, Jin proudly shows his new sword to Murakin. Murakin comments that the weapon exceeds Jin's current abilities, explaining that he must refine his shadow force to unlock Bradamante's true potential. Jin admits he is not yet strong enough, but hopes to reach 3 stars in shadow force soon. Annoyed by the boy's confidence, Murakin warns him that wielding the Patriarch's sacred blade requires utmost caution. Rather than aiming for 3 stars, Murakin insists he should strive for 5. Impatient and headstrong, Jin hates delaying his ambitions and plans to achieve his goal by next year. His bold declaration only irritates Murakin further. To tease him, Jin snatches Murakin's book and threatens to tear it apart. Fortunately, Jilly interrupts to inform him that Garen wishes to see him regarding his upcoming assignment. Jin is taken aback to learn his first mission will commence immediately after the break, and although excited, he questions the timing. Jilly understands that such missions can be grueling, even for intermediate cadets. Furious, Jin decides to speak directly with Garen about it. Entering the room, he discovers he will undertake the mission alongside 10 beginner cadets. They are to split into pairs and survey the border region of the Giant Kingdom. That territory is typically considered too perilous for novices. Jin anticipates difficulty, particularly because his assigned teammates lack strength. He suspects his father may be responsible for imposing such strict conditions. He wonders whether Velop has any connection to this. Yet he is determined to demonstrate his abilities to the Divine Star Knight and prove his unwavering resolve. 4 days later, they embarked on a mission to rescue Sember Bill of the Bill family, establishing a camp near the border and planning to rotate daily teams to report back to base. As leader, Jin instructs his comrades to address him accordingly and orders anyone injured to rest frequently to ensure success. Jin confirms that no werewolves are present in the region. He admires Velop's sharp insight, while the latter manages their gathered information. The team's captain presses on with the search through Area 13. Still, an uneasy feeling about the mission lingers in his mind. Though his father played a role in approving the mission, everything has unfolded without any major issues so far. Jin begins to question whether his earlier sense of unease about the assignment was misplaced. Beyond Area 13 lies the land of Halfmen, a perilous region far too dangerous for rookies, and Jin would prefer a swift victory rather than draining his strength there. Out of nowhere, Velop arrives carrying urgent information. Jin is alarmed to learn that Group 2 has been ambushed by hostile forces. He quickly prepares to move out, as Velop reports that 3 human attackers were responsible. There is a strong possibility that additional enemies are lurking nearby. Jin orders the rest of his squad to fall back to the main camp. Taking charge, he advances to intercept the attackers and disrupt their scheme. Though many uncertainties weigh on his mind, Jin is determined to retaliate. The sight of blood on the ground unnerves Velop. He worries that Mesa's team may have been completely annihilated. Jin remains optimistic, noting that no bodies or severed limbs are in sight. He considers the chance that a single enemy may be carrying out hit-and-run attacks. Spotting a blood-soaked bandage, Jin examines it carefully. From this clue, he deduces that Group 2 altered their route after detecting another threat nearby. He instructs Sierra to accompany Eddington and David. Meanwhile, Jin decides to track down Group 2 alongside Velop. They soon locate the team locked in combat, but Mesa is nowhere to be found. Jin commands Velop to target the opponent positioned on the left. Channeling shadow force into his weapon, Jin enhances its cutting power. He hurls his blade with deadly accuracy, instantly killing one attacker. Velop moves in to engage the remaining foe. Jin swiftly appears behind the man and strikes him down. In the end, both enemies are eliminated. Jin then discovers that Mesa has been taken captive, presents the captured assailant with 2 grim choices that both end in death, revealing a ruthless side as he threatens to slaughter everyone the man cares about. Terrified for his family's safety, the man breaks. He confesses his ties to the Gonzalo faction. This organization is a terrorist group that assassinated the Giant Kingdom's king in the original timeline. While they masquerade as reformists, Their true ambition is global domination. When questioned about their strategy, the low-ranking member admits ignorance about the main headquarters, but reveals another base staffed by 20 fighters and mages. Jin presses further about Mesa's abduction and learns the female cadets were seized under political orders. After extracting every detail, Jin executes him without hesitation. An hour has already passed since Mesa was taken. Jin instructs his team to treat their injuries and then send for reinforcements. He declares his intention to confront all 20 enemies alone, though his companions object and insist on supporting him. Firmly, Jin states that protecting clan members is his responsibility and refuses to entertain dissent. He appoints Velop as acting leader in his absence. With that, he dashes off alone, determined to rescue Mesa before time runs out. Ahead of him stand formidable adversaries who pose a real challenge. While powerful, Jin knows he cannot defeat them all head-on, so his goal is extraction rather than total victory. Combining detection spells with wind sensing, Jin pinpoints the enemy's location more precisely. He advances steadily toward their hideout. Suddenly, several foes ambush him at once. The young Runkendel astonishes them by unleashing unexpected magical prowess. He defeats one opponent, but a mage manages to restrain his hand. Jin swiftly counters by slashing the attacker from behind. Thanks to his natural resistance, flames fail to harm him. The mage shifts tactics and casts ice magic. Even that proves ineffective against Jin's overwhelming strength. Sorcerer ultimately falls lifeless. Jin wonders if the attackers underestimated his squad because they are newcomers. Familiar with Gonzalo's hierarchy, he believes Mesa will remain alive until delivered to a superior officer, making this his narrow window to act. To divert attention, Jin sets ablaze using fire magic. The distraction draws their focus to the flames while he prepares his next step. He slips into their base, waiting patiently for an opening. Inside, he spots their leader, who has realized the fire was deliberate. Seizing the moment when the guards are absent, Jin swiftly eliminates him. Taking the keys, he forces open the prison chamber. Within the room, he notices a hidden trapdoor. Beyond it, he finds Mesa, who is stunned to see him in such a perilous location. After freeing her, the entire structure suddenly begins to tremble. Mesa suggests she stay behind if escape becomes impossible. Jin disregards her suggestion and concentrates solely on getting her out safely. Once outside, he senses something is terribly wrong. Halfman has slaughtered numerous enemies in the vicinity. The terrifying creature reveals itself as a white werewolf. Jin knocks Mesa unconscious to prevent her from interfering recklessly. Werewolf questions whether Jin was responsible for the fire. Declaring himself the patriarch's son, Jin prepares to confront the beast. Creature is visibly startled to encounter a Runkendel heir. Days earlier, Jin had been striving to master his blade. Murakin constantly scolded him for acting foolishly. He warned Jin not to overuse the sword prematurely and risk injuring himself. Frustrated, Jin had temporarily abandoned his attempts. Now he stands before the most dangerous opponent he has ever faced. Quazid Atruka, a warrior of the White Werewolf clan, belongs to a race born with an instinct to slaughter their foes. These beings are strong enough to overpower 6-star knights and despise the Runkendels because Tamer once slew their deity. Jin realizes escape is impossible while protecting Mesa, leaving combat as his only choice. The monster taunts him, asking whether he will stand and fight or flee like a coward. Jin responds calmly that he will meet him in honorable battle. With that answer, Quazid Atruka charges forward. He swings a massive hammer toward Jin with crushing force. Jin narrowly evades the devastating blow. Even so, he is briefly overwhelmed by the creature's terrifying speed and strength. Struggling to hold his ground, he senses an opportunity if he can unlock his hidden potential. He refuses to rely on Luna's pendant. Determined to triumph through his own ability, he knows weak spells will not pierce a werewolf's defenses. Revealing his concealed powers could also expose dangerous secrets. Thus, he turns to the Shadow Force. Unless he awakens his sword's true power, defeat is certain. The beast admires the blade's resilience, though Jin remains largely defensive. Gripping the sword firmly, he urges it to respond. Suddenly, a radiant beam erupts as the blade ascends. The intense light blinds the werewolf. A powerful slash tears through the air. The monster collapses to its knees, grievously wounded across the abdomen. Jin declares victory, standing tall over his fallen foe. The sword's backlash begins draining his strength, just as Murakin had cautioned. Painful memories and whispering voices begin flooding his mind, nearly crushing his will. Murakin appears before him, warning once more about the price of wielding the sword prematurely. Wrapped in darkness, Murakin urges him to resist or risk losing his consciousness entirely. Jin struggles to unleash the shadow force within him, yet the attempt feels futile as dark power completely consumes his body. Forcing himself to steady his breathing, Jin gradually suppresses the agony coursing through him. Fortunately, he bears no physical injuries, though the shadow force still surges violently inside him. Gathering what little energy remains, he pushes himself upright, determined to save Mesa. Suddenly, he senses another presence nearby. Stranger quickly insists he has no ties to Gonzalo. He reveals himself to be Sember Bill, the very man they had been sent to rescue. Jin explains that he came under orders from the Runkendall family to bring him back safely. Sember's face lights up with relief upon hearing that. After freeing Mesa, Jin questions Sember about how he fell into Kinzalo's hands. Sember recounts meeting a woman he deeply loved. Though she died 2 years prior, he later encountered someone identical who deceived him, ultimately leading to his capture. Jin instantly recognizes this as the handiwork of the Transfigurator. He concludes that Sember's kidnapping resulted from a joint operation between Baobar and Gonzalo. Jin resolves to confront the mastermind soon and uncover his true motives. Grateful beyond words, Sember promises to repay Jin's kindness in the future. At last, the mission comes to an end. Upon returning, Jilly warmly congratulates Jin. However, the mischievous little cat responds by biting his hand. Annoyed, Jin promptly tosses the feline out the window. Murakin scolds him harshly for awakening the sword before he was ready. He criticizes Solderit's former contractor for recklessly endangering himself. Even when Jilly attempts to intervene, Murakin silences her. Jin argues that he refused to rely on his pendant, especially with even stronger foes ahead. He also wonders how Murakin sensed the sword's awakening, realizing it was due to his rapidly surging shadow force. A shadow force overload is notoriously difficult to control. 9 out of 11 previous users succumbed to it and collapsed. Only Murakin and Jin managed to endure it. Even so, Jin dreads experiencing such excruciating pain again. Meanwhile, the Dark Dragon casually requests strawberry pie. He sulks when his request is denied. Rumors of Jin defeating the White Werewolf spark doubt, since his strength is rated around 3 stars, making such a victory seem impossible. Anna speculates that the beast he fought must have been weaker than expected. Mew, however, refuses to accept that reasoning. Both seek clarification from the Tona twins. They question whether Jin truly overcame a foe far superior to him. Now that he has entered the intermediate class, Hitona and Diatona may face serious trouble. Mew and Anna find humor in the unfolding situation. Anna shoots them a sharp glare, warning them not to fabricate stories. Twins reluctantly admit their fear of Jin. Anna offers to support them by deploying their subordinates. In the intermediate class, only the fittest survive, as cadets between 3 and 5 stars compete fiercely. Anna and Mew have already gathered several of these cadets under their influence. They plan to use them through Hitona and Diatona to challenge Jin. Shifting focus back to Jin, he has advanced to 4 stars in Shadow Force after the mission. Fully unleashing his power carries risks, so he intends to reach 6-star mastery in swordsmanship within a few years. He aims to become an exceptional swordsman before attaining rank 7, though true masters are 8-star knights or above, and only about 100 exist among 2 billion people, with an even higher realm beyond that. Beyond 10 stars lies the Divine Star tier, embodied by Patriarch Tyron, whose might rivals that of a demigod. Lofty height is the destination Jin seeks. His ultimate ambition is to surpass his father as a Divine Star Knight, but for now, he must conquer the intermediate class. Tona twins, along with other siblings, will undoubtedly obstruct his path. The beginner class had been manageable and supportive due to their inexperience. The intermediate level, however, operates under far harsher conditions. Here, strength and skill alone determine worth, and Jin intends to dominate the class to prove himself. He is summoned by his mother, who commends him for completing his first assignment. Her butler also informs her that Jin declined to move into the newly prepared chamber. The room, reserved for future patriarchs, stands vacant, and she wishes him to claim it. Jin respectfully refuses the generous offer. He remarks that a room is merely a space, and he has no preference for grandeur. What he currently possesses is more than sufficient. Accepting his answer, she dismisses him. Rosa remains puzzled, unsure whether Jin lacks ambition or hides immense aspirations. Accepting the room would have granted him strong backing, yet it would also paint a target on his back among his siblings. The proposal had been a test, and Jin passed according to his mother's expectations. Later, Jin briefs the novice cadets about the factional politics within the intermediate class. As members of his faction, they will likely endure scrutiny and harassment. Jin assures them he will not remain passive and intends to seize control swiftly. He advises them to stay vigilant and never travel alone. The next day, Jed Runkendall, an experienced 8-star knight and the Patriarch's younger brother, addresses the promoted cadets. He delivers a speech to those entering the intermediate class. Jed clarifies that he will not interfere in major matters, serving only as an evaluator of their swordsmanship. His booming voice reinforces the clan's harsh creed. Only strength holds value. The weak will be cast aside without hesitation. Jin senses this display is meant to intimidate the newcomers. He notices the Tona twins among the crowd. Beside them stands an unfamiliar warrior, leading Jin to suspect Anna and Mew are orchestrating intimidation from behind the scenes. Asa watches as Jin strides directly toward the twins. He draws his sword in a swift motion, then strikes the man standing beside them. Gasps echo through the gathering. The man's arm is severed, as Jin asserts dominance through decisive action, making it clear that he dictates the rules, not his rivals. When questioned, the injured cadet identifies himself as Kazan Romero. The Tona twins attempt to intervene. Jin silences them with a sharp warning glance. In his anger, one twin inadvertently reveals Kazan's allegiance to their faction. This is precisely what Jin saw, and he further taunts them by claiming his attack was for a trivial reason. The internal war among the Runkendall siblings has now begun openly. Jed recognizes that the twins' scheme has backfired. As Kazan belongs to their faction, Jin's strike is no longer viewed as reckless aggression. Instead, it is interpreted as part of the clan's traditional war of ranks. Jin loudly proclaims his name, warning the intermediate class that he will cut down anyone who opposes him. Such boldness, however, draws the attention of the 8-star knight. Uncle Jed bristles with anger at Jin's audacity. Jin boldly declares that he challenges Jed's authority and decisions. Insulted by Jin's words, the 8-star knight summons his weapon and declares he will kill the boy if his justification proves meaningless. Jin answers calmly that Jed holds responsibility as the leader of the intermediate class. From that role alone, he should have recognized who truly initiated the attack. At this accusation, the seasoned knight presses his blade against Jin's face. The edge lightly cuts his skin as a deliberate warning. Jin insists he takes no offense, admitting he avoided a direct duel because he knew he would lose. Jed reminds him that he would not hesitate to strike him down, even if he is the patriarch's son. Jin responds boldly, saying that even against someone stronger, a Runkendall never retreats when honor is at stake. Jed laughs at the declaration, secretly finding the spirit behind it admirable. He acknowledges Jin's rightful place within the Runkendall clan. Then he tells the cadets that Jin embodies the true essence of their lineage. With that, the gathering is dismissed. As he leaves, Jed offers a final warning to the Tona twins. He tells them a day will come when they fear Jin more than their elder siblings. Later, back in his room with Murakin, Jin explains the concept of the War of Ranks to Jilly. He believes Miyu and Anne are secretly orchestrating the rivalry from the shadows. The cadet he slashed had once belonged to Anne's faction before switching allegiance to the twins. It would be impossible for them to house 5-star knights, since leaders cannot afford to appear weaker. Jilly struggles to grasp Anne and Miyu's true motives. Jin, however, welcomes being labeled a rival, knowing they can only manipulate mission difficulty, but little else. In solo operations, he is confident he can handle their schemes. In fact, he expects tougher missions and intends to use them to his advantage. By stacking victories, he plans to steadily grow stronger. For additional security, he can always bring Murakin along. Yet Jin has another purpose in mind for Murakin. The next day, Jin and the Tona twins meet their uncle and learn about exclusive training privileges granted to pureblood Runkendall heirs. Their clan's combat style differs from conventional swordsmanship, with secret techniques reserved for chosen heirs. Because their methods are unconventional, they stand apart from other sword clans. Jin suspects this stems from the Runkendall's unique physical traits. Their bloodline carries an innate gift for sword mastery, as if talent flows naturally through their veins. Compared to that legacy, their immediate training focuses on simplicity. Their assignment is to hold a solid steel sphere. Jin senses something unusual hidden within it. These spheres, known as singing stones, emit distinct tones when struck. Jed demonstrates by slashing one with his blade. The impact produces a harsh metallic ring that echoes painfully. On the second strike, however, something different occurs. A clear and beautiful melody resonates instead. Sound depends entirely on precision and force, and the goal is to strike perfectly each time. Jin realizes this method perfectly suits Runkendall training. Even so, its simplicity makes it seem unimpressive at first glance. Jed attempts a third strike, drawing Jin's curiosity. The sword connects with the stone once more when he suddenly understands the danger involved. Jin shoves his brothers aside as the steel sphere detonates violently. Tona twins stare in disbelief. Jed praises Jin's sharp instincts, explaining that excessive force always causes the stones to explode. This means their training literally places their lives at risk. Jed notes that their older siblings endured the same explosive trial. Jin asks how Luna managed to avoid injury. Jed replies that she never dodged at all and simply endured the blast. Her defensive strength was so immense that the explosion barely harmed her. Jin and his brothers are left speechless at the overwhelming power of their elder sister. Jed orders them to continue until they can consistently produce the melodic tone. Meanwhile, Luna hears rumors of an attempt on Jin's life. He knows Mew and Anne enjoy schemes, yet doubts they would dare strike within Storm Castle. If exposed, their lives would be in grave danger under the Patriarch's wrath. Luna wonders whether Jin once lied to her sister about the matter. Though he was young at the time, no evidence of an assassination has surfaced in 5 years. She recalls his wary attitude toward her, yet remembers the sincerity in his expression. Luna orders her maid to monitor Mew and Anne closely. She grows curious about Jin's progress, especially remembering her own struggle with the singing stones. The following day, Jin can barely hold his stance. It proves to be the most grueling training he has ever endured. Jed personally oversees their practice. Jin soon realizes this exercise is not about physical strength, but about amplifying one's aura. To compensate for his limitations, he must elevate his aura further. He focuses on maintaining inner calm. Since the Tona twins succeeded in his past life, he knows it is achievable. Jed watches each sibling struggle under pressure. Among them, Jin shows the most significant improvement. He may even surpass Luna's previous record with the singing stones. By the end, the twins collapse from exhaustion, though Jed respects their perseverance. As for Jin, his uncle is almost irritated that the youngest shows such rare potential. Gradually becomes Jin's greatest supporter. A month later, the intermediate class receives its first official assignments. One task involves guarding recruits from the Minch Blacksmith Guild. Each faction is called forward in turn until Jin's group is summoned. His 10 cadets are ordered to eliminate 25 orcs, vastly outnumbering them. It is a harsh first mission for newly promoted intermediates. Many will likely fail to survive their debut assignment. As expected, rival factions mock Jin's team. Asa intervenes before her allies can retaliate. She demands they uphold their dignity as rung candles. Missions are not theirs to choose, and success is their only option. Mesa vows to silence critics through victory. Ayatona strikes a singing stone with excessive force. It detonates directly against him, narrowly avoids the blast's impact. He grows frustrated training alongside such reckless companions. Tona twins continue causing explosions with careless strikes. For Jin, however, something unusual occurs. His perception sharpens dramatically, as if sensing danger from afar. He becomes confident he can dodge any fragments from future detonations. Jin suspects this training connects to the mind's eye lessons Luna once taught him. To test the theory, he prepares another attempt. Before he can continue, Jed interrupts with news of new assignments. Tona twins fume at receiving a ceremonial duty with the Vimanth Empire, a draining yet non-lethal mission. Jed stresses that every mission must be treated with utmost seriousness, as it is a gathering where powerful warriors, including the rung candles, come together. He wants the Tona twins to observe and carefully assess the influential figures present. Jin's assignment differs entirely, as he receives a target mission to eliminate Talaris' beloved companion. The secret palace refers to the towering stronghold governed by the realm's rulers. Its current ruler, Talaris Endorma, is a ruthless woman known for showing no mercy to anyone who harms her lovers. Jin is briefed on the full scale of danger surrounding this operation. His objective is a man named Alcaro, heavily protected by agents of the secret palace. Such missions are typically entrusted to guardian knights, prompting visible reactions from Haitona and Diatona. Jin finds the request intriguing and questions whether the Chandra family truly seeks to eliminate one of their own. It explains that repeated attempts to retrieve Alcaro and safeguard family secrets fail, leaving assassination as their final resort. Jin accepts the assignment without hesitation. Jed is stunned, knowing the task surpasses Jin's current capabilities. Still, Jed chooses to entertain the bold response. He gives them 3 days to prepare before departure. Even the Tona twins grow concerned, fully aware of how perilous the mission is. They suggest Jin reveal his identity as a rung candle, believing it might offer protection. Surprised by their advice, Jin slices the steel sphere flawlessly, producing a soft melodic tone. Having mastered the exercise, he believes the twins will have no choice but to align with him upon his return. Even Jed thinks siding with Jin would be wise, as their survival may depend on it. Mission day arrives, assigning Jin to the dangerous Mamet lawless region. Slightly disguised to conceal his identity, Jin joins his group to hunt monsters, unaware they must face 25 orcs. His companions are so disheartened that they have nearly accepted death as inevitable. Jin assures them he will return alive regardless of the odds. Billy finds their anxious loyalty rather endearing. Murakin boasts about his identity as the mighty dark dragon, completely ignoring that he currently exists as nothing more than a small cat. Jin encourages Jilly to relax and enjoy herself during his absence. She confesses her fears, knowing Mamet's deadly reputation. Jin promises he will come back safely before setting off. The Mamet region is infamous for harboring the worst criminals imaginable. Its inhabitants thrive on cruelty and corruption. Jin arrives ready to confront them head-on. The locals have never seen him before. He behaves boldly, as if the territory belongs to him. One thug even wonders whether he might secretly be a 9-star knight. Attempting to lecture him about hierarchy, the crook receives no patience from Jin and swiftly drives his blade through the man's skull. A chilling silence spreads among the criminals. They feel no grief for their fallen comrade, revealing their twisted nature. Following his teacher's advice, Jin ensures they understand he is not someone to challenge lightly. He silently appreciates his mentor's guidance. Jin accepts a drink without fear of poison, tosses payment onto the counter, and calmly eats his meal. The bartender asks whether he is searching for someone specific. Jin confirms and inquires about a person named Heister. Unfortunately, no such individual resides in the town. Jin then requests information about lodging. The bartender suggests the luxurious Moonlight Well. It is a high-end inn reserved for Mamet's elite rulers. Caro, being wealthy, has never faced trivial hardships. He is merely a foolish man, driven by indulgent desires. Remaining in hopes of regaining Talaris' affection, he stays under heavy guard, though her interest has long faded. Jin chooses a seat in the lobby to observe the surroundings carefully. He quickly spots Alcaro arguing heatedly with his guards. The guards insist on constant protection, but Alcaro ignores their warnings, even threatens their lives in his frustration. Fed up, one guard knocks him unconscious with a brutal punch. They are exhausted from protecting such an insufferable fool. Each of Alcaro's guards possesses strength exceeding 6-star rank. While killing him is simple, escaping safely afterward proves nearly impossible due to the vigilant guards. Jin realizes he faces a complicated dilemma. Then he conceives a brilliant solution. Next day, Cirrus Endorma, the ruler's daughter, learns that 6 elite guards protect Alcaro. Ironically, she herself wishes him dead, tired of his foolish antics. As they approach the inn, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down, obliterating part of the structure. Cirrus becomes intrigued, sensing hidden depths to the situation. Jin's strategy involves amplifying a lightning spell with layered shadow force. The combined energy creates a spell equivalent to 6-star magic, convincing all that a powerful mage attack. By ensuring the lightning strikes from outside, Jin avoids suspicion, especially with Prodigy Veridin Zyphel recently reaching 6 stars. Drawing on his shadow force control, he releases the charged spell. As lightning surges forward, the devastating bolt hits before anyone can react. Instantly, they assume a skilled sorcerer is responsible. Cirrus evaluates the crisis, prioritizing her guards' safety over Alcaro's life. As they attempt to advance, another lightning strike hurls them backward. They speculate whether Zyphel sorcerers seek revenge against the secret palace. A third thunderbolt slams into the inn. Cirrus doubts a 4th strike will follow. She hopes casualties remain minimal. However, Jin himself suffers severe backlash from enduring his own magic. Though the guards survive, Alcaro is nowhere to be seen. Jin prepares to confirm the kill while he still has the chance. Unfortunately, Cirrus notices him and rushes to assist. She shows little concern for Alcaro, preferring his demise. At the same time, she orders the capture of the mysterious sorcerer. Jin feels relieved that Cirrus' forces handle the aftermath. Still, danger looms if she recognizes him as a Runkcandle heir. Soon, guards confirm Alcaro's death from the devastating spell. As Talaris' daughter, Cirrus claims authority over Moonlight Well. Criminals protest her declaration, challenging her dominance. Cirrus swiftly silences them, cutting them down with her icy blade. She promises compensation if the attack targeted the secret palace. Yet she warns of ruthless retaliation if criminals were the intended victims. Taking command of the inn, she shifts focus to identifying the spellcaster among the survivors. Frustrated by Jin's slow movements, she calls him timid. She treats his injured leg, an act most commoners would cherish for a lifetime. Knowing he cannot repay her, she leaves him with a lasting impression. Jin simply waves farewell as she departs. Yet the guy becomes intensely focused once she's gone. He manages to accomplish his mission while erasing any trace of involvement. The narrative shifts abruptly to their clash with the orcs. Mesa and her team have just slain an orc, and the easy win fills them with overconfidence that they can clear the rest without losing anyone. Mesa stays sharp, however. With 7 enemies still standing, she refuses to let her squad grow careless. What troubles her is the orcs' strange conduct. They normally move in packs, yet now each one is isolated. Mesa assumes Jin's blessing is the reason their operation is going so smoothly. As they concentrate on wrapping up their assignment, Murakan feels relieved, believing this task will finally earn him his freedom. The explanation for the orcs' odd tactics is actually quite simple. Murakin had warned them he would slaughter them if they grouped up. Terrified by his threat, the orcs avoided gathering together ever again. Sadly, the cat dragon suspects more bothersome errands await him down the road. In return for his help, Murakin demands comic books as payment. He's relieved to see everyone safe and unharmed. Suddenly, even Murakin detects a massive surge of dark energy he hadn't foreseen. A monstrous being is marching straight toward Mesa's party. Murakin quietly casts a formidable shadow barrier that no one notices, all but Vela, and in that instant he reveals his true form to wipe out the creature daring to unleash power without his consent. Tomb giants had supposedly vanished from existence nearly 2,000 years ago. Murakin cannot fathom why such a creature would appear here now. He gathers energy for a lethal blast, and he erases the monster with a towering surge of darkness. After the victory, Murakin's body remains tense. He hasn't exerted this level of strength in ages, yet he suspects the Exifils are behind the tomb giant's reappearance. Puzzling chain of events nags at him, but he decides not to inform Jin. Murakin knows Jin will eventually confront the Zifil clan. The focus moves to the Transfigurator, stunned that his tomb giant was obliterated in an instant and seething with frustration. Ishkal, however, worries about a far more urgent issue. Shadow Dragon personally destroyed the giant, almost as if issuing a warning. Bishkal resolves to meet the Exifils without delay. It swells with pride after witnessing Jin's triumphant return. It deals a humiliating blow to the flag bearers who entrusted him with that crucial task. The intermediate class is then dismissed. Jin reconnects with his companions and discovers they also completed their missions successfully. Many intermediate knights resent that a pureblood run candle seems blessed with divine fortune, while they remain stuck at their current ranks. They mock Jin, seeing him as nothing more than a 4-star knight. They speak arrogantly. They cannot truly challenge him due to his pureblood status. They await further instructions from Miyu and Anne. Expectedly, Jin approaches them head-on, casually remarking that he heard everything they said. He provokes Kazan, who admits to badmouthing him, and Jin calmly states he does not claim superiority in rank. Kazan sneers, irritated that Jin succeeded by what he calls mere luck. Jin clarifies that as a 4-star knight, he may rank below a 5-star like Kazan. Rather than argue, Jin demands Kazan challenge him to a duel. He permits the full use of aura. Kazan believes this will be an effortless win. He charges forward to strike. Jin senses the anger behind each blow, yet having fought far stronger foes, he refuses to feel inferior. Kazan pushes to end it quickly, bragging about being the superior fighter. Jin deflects the incoming strike. Still, the aura's force manages to hit him. Soon he adapts and matches the rhythm of Kazan's attacks. He anticipates every sword combination possible. Jin reads each incoming strike with sharp awareness. Fortunately, his opponent's rage clouds his judgment. After their blades collide again, Jin resolves to finish the duel decisively. He mocks Kazan's predictability and lack of a real chance to win. Kazan unleashes 3 decisive techniques in succession. Jin counters them all and lines up the final strike. He releases a devastating aura slash. The blow overwhelms Kazan, snatching victory from him at the last second. Jin feels assured in his growth, having effectively stepped into 5-star territory. He had intentionally downplayed his ability to lure Kazan into exposing openings. The Tona twins arrive and stand there in disbelief. Jin barely spares the duel a thought and strolls away as if it were trivial. When Kazan informs his faction leaders, they initially laugh it off. Shock sets in when they realize the boy has already attained 5-star strength at such a young age. Miyu and Anne both recognize Jin's act as a direct challenge to the clan. They intend to impose harsh measures to eliminate him during his next assignment. Clan buzzes about Jin's rapid rise, noting that only top elites achieved such prowess at his age. Even Jin is surprised by his advancement, as he did little sword refinement beyond special training. Progress in one discipline boosts the others, and by strengthening his shadow force, he enhanced his aura and mana as well, becoming the only clan member to master all 3. Jin notices unfamiliar flowers placed in his room. He ignores them, assuming they pose no threat. Regarding his new status, Jin knows his siblings will grow even more desperate to remove him. Joshua, next in line after Luna relinquished her claim to lead the clan, is among them. With their mother's backing, Joshua works to strengthen his political footing. Jin once intended to hide his abilities, but now he accepts that his achievements will inevitably become public. Rather than brag, he hopes his father will acknowledge him. Kieran is not entirely pleased with Joshua occupying the heir's seat. I had preferred Luna, yet she lacked the drive and stepped aside despite her brilliance. After Luna withdrew, Joshua became the primary candidate. This succession dynamic was in place long before Jin proved his own worthiness. Jin expects his father to challenge him with a formidable trial. He also suspects his father might secretly guard him from assassination before that test. Thanks to Kieran's schemes, Jin is likely to survive his siblings' hostility. A banquet will be held when his father returns, and Jin anticipates significant developments. Days later, invitations from clans worldwide flood in. For now, the flag-bearers avoid provoking him, while he enjoys public attention. Any move against him could damage the Run-Candle family's prestige. Petrov bursts in carrying urgent news about Jin's latest assignment. Their mother erupts in fury, appalled that her children dared send Jin on a mission in Ziffel territory, practically condemning him to die. Jin arrives abruptly, interrupting the gathering. Lunsha, Ran, and Vugo turn their eyes to their youngest sibling. Their mother immediately revokes the mission, ruining Anne and Miyu's scheme and lashing out at them for plotting fratricide. Miyu and Anne respond with concealed hostility, realizing they have pushed matters too far. Rivalry was fostered in their upbringing, and all endured hardship during their intermediate years. Rosa acknowledges the value of competition and supports that view. Neither Anne nor Miyu achieved 5-star rank at such a young age. Jin stands out as fundamentally extraordinary. Simply put, their mother refuses to let such rare talent be squandered by their schemes. On top of everything, Lunsha, Ran, and Viwigo are also facing consequences for their part in the scheme. Their punishment involves surrendering valuable swords back to the clan treasury. Rosa even warns that she will seize every blade they own if they refuse to comply. Amid the uproar, Rosa turns her attention to Jin and waits for his answer. She wonders whether he will humbly accept discipline or twist the situation for his own benefit. More than anything, she intends to gauge the boy's determination. Jin speaks up firmly, declaring that he will accept the mission. Rosa is taken aback that he seems oblivious to the risks tied to such an assignment. The Ziffel domain is known to be a dreadful and perilous place. Even so, Jin believes he will prevail. He willingly embraces the task handed to him by his dear sisters. In fact, he even defends them, claiming they chose a mission within his ability, prompting Rosa to mock his brave front. The 15-year-old argues that altering the mission abruptly would damage the clan's honor. Rosa crushes that reasoning, aware he is being used as a pawn, though Jin prefers this indirect clash since he cannot confront them head-on. Acknowledging he cannot yet overpower his sisters, he plans to make a statement by succeeding spectacularly. Rosa remains wary and reiterates how deadly the mission could be. Jin agrees to proceed on the condition that his brother's confiscated swords are returned after he comes back. Viwigo and Ran even attempt to stop him by offering a sword immediately to deter him from such danger. Jin refuses their gesture, thinking that if they truly supported him, they would have stopped Miyu and Anne earlier. Rosa ultimately consents to his terms. She quietly fears he might follow the same path Luna once did. For now, however, she feels proud of her son's recent growth. As the meeting adjourns, Anne mocks his so-called streak of luck. He even hints at dispatching her own subordinates to ensure his demise. Jin ignores their provocations, determined to return triumphant and silence them. The intermediate knights assigned from their faction are the same troublemakers who ridiculed him from day one. Aizen counts among the trio, though he shows no suspicion outwardly. Jin knows they are waiting for a chance to betray him. Their objective is to infiltrate and seize relics, 4 artifacts hidden within historic Kalan. Once prosperous, the land was overtaken by the Gaefels, who slaughtered the natives without mercy. They pretend to honor Kalan's people, yet in truth those survivors remain oppressed by sorcerers. Though the Zyphels claim rationality, they are ruthless, and Jin remembers from his previous life that even sorcerers hunted a unique relic there, a mirror regarded as an ultra-confidential treasure. Journalist once exposed details about it through interviews with Kalan's descendants. The enchanted Well of Mana holds extraordinary power. It can elevate mana to 7 stars, enabling the Zyphels to forge a dominant army. In this era, that artifact has not yet surfaced. Jin intends to prevent history from repeating itself. The relic lies within the 3rd warehouse under Ziffel guard, protected by vigilant spell formations. Kazan loudly pledges unwavering assistance. Jin sees through the insincerity immediately. Kazan's subordinates suggest maintaining a streamlined strategy during travel. Jin disagrees and, unwilling to toy around, secretly laces their meal with a sedative. One by one, they collapse onto the floor. To him, their murderous intent had been obvious from the start. He proceeds alone to complete the mission. Without hesitation, he engages in swift combat. He nimbly evades the incoming strikes. 2 low-tier opponents quickly fall. Jin studies the plane looking locked before him. He breaks it open with ease. Beneath it lies a magic circle etched into the floor. Legends say only certain bloodlines can activate such teleportation circles. Yet that rule supposedly applies only to demons and humans. Jin cuts into a fallen guard's hand, extracts blood for the ritual, avoiding use of his own to conceal involvement. The circle flares to life once touched by blood. Suddenly, however, it reacts violently. This occurs despite using the guard's blood. Jin realizes the figures he defeated were monsters disguised as men. He retreats and unleashes wind magic upon them. Though he hoped to mask his mana, he has no choice but to cast spells. He drives his blade forward in a fierce strike at the demon. Even so, the creature forces him back. Jin draws the holy sword. Its presence terrifies the grotesque pair. They regenerate at an astonishing pace. Jin concludes they are no ordinary demons, since they were human moments earlier. Ziffel territory teems with sorcerers. Now horrific creatures of unknown origin have emerged as well. The conclusion is obvious. They are artificially engineered bio-golems. That means the Zyphels are using Colin's people as experimental subjects. Fortunately, their power matches that of a typical 4-star knight. Jin focuses on destroying the core, the golem's fatal weakness. He pierces straight through one creature's skull, yet it survives and grows even more frenzied, and skewers its abdomen, still failing to end it. The last vulnerable point is its heart. Jin finally destroys the golem, mourning the human turned into such a monster. He dispatches the second, using the same method. Both abominations are ultimately eliminated. The remaining shred of humanity within one begs for release. Jin grants mercy with a final strike. He understands an external evil is converting innocents into savage beasts. Anger surges within him as he wonders if his sisters were aware of this atrocity. Even so, his resolve to finish the mission only intensifies. He lacks leverage against the Zyphels, even if he exposes their vile acts. Creating biological golems is forbidden, and exposure would severely damage their standing. Jin carefully preserves the evidence for future retaliation. The absence of reinforcements suggests this warehouse operates normally. He surveys the secured relics, knowing he must dismantle their protective spells. At first, he considers neutralizing each enchantment carefully, but after uncovering the bio-golems, recklessly fuses shadow force with flame magic. The entire site is reduced to ruin as a warning to the Zyphels. Back at Runcandle Castle, Luna physically disciplines Anne and Mew. He is furious that they dispatched him on such a lethal task. Luna demands to know if they intend to wage war on their youngest brother, who is not even a flag bearer. He urges them to reflect on their disgraceful conduct. Anne retorts sharply, saying Luna has no right to lecture them when she abandoned ambition for rank. Luna cheerfully delivers the update that Jin has completed his mission without a hitch. He successfully retrieved the relics and formally reported the outcome to their mother. That is precisely why Luna berates them, since their scheme only made Jin appear far more competent than his current rank suggests. Before dismissing them, Luna warns her sisters that Jin is the type who repays grudges with interest. She genuinely fears they may suffer dearly if he decides to retaliate. After unleashing a fierce scolding, Luna retreats to her chambers. Her maid voices similar worries, noting that Jin is not one to forgive easily, and that his rapid growth may one day eclipse and even endanger his sisters. Luna then requests information about who orchestrated the attempt on Jin's life. It becomes evident that neither Anne nor Mew directly arranged such a plot. Tona twins also seem unlikely culprits. Luna confesses her suspicion that Joshua may be involved. Ifis and others of similar standing cannot be investigated freely due to their rank. She advises patience, trusting that Jin's accelerating growth offers him protection. Jin finally makes his way back home. Lily greets him with tears in her eyes, terrified she might have lost him. Affection runs so deep that she would sacrifice herself for his sake. Jin submits his report, implying that external assistance played a role once again. More significantly, he presents the golem's heart as proof of what he encountered. Murakin remarks that Jin's survival bordered on sheer luck. Even the Dark Dragon is shaken upon learning the enemies were bio-engineered golems. Murakin suspects the Zyphels are behind their creation and anticipates trouble. Insists on accompanying Jin to the Kulin territory, driven by an uneasy premonition. Though Jin dreads returning, he feels safer with Murakin standing guard. He also contemplates finding a pretext to revisit Zyphel lands. 3 troublemakers he drugged eventually returned, but were expelled from the Run-Candle clan soon after. Jin resumes rigorous training and gains mastery over the Singing Stones. Jed advises him to stop sparring with cadets, since he has an audience with the Patriarch scheduled. The Tona twins are astonished, considering he may soon be appointed a reserve flag-bearer to preserve the clan's prestige. Jin smiles at the thought of operating independently, seeing it as a path to greater strength. Kieran leads his forces back to the Garden of Swords, returns frequently now, motivated by Jin's remarkable advancement. Khan admits that while the boy was once talented, He has now risen to an entirely different level. Jin carries himself with fierce ambition and an unyielding will to battle. Kieran recalls the day Jin boldly provoked his siblings upon arriving at the Garden of Swords. Despite numerous attempts to suppress him, Jin survived Kyolan territory, proving he can endure even his siblings' deadliest schemes. He even defeated a white werewolf alone, without relying on anyone's aid. Kieran feels pride in his son's determination to honor his vows. He believes Jin truly conquered the werewolf solo, and plans to ask about the details personally. Last, Kieran steps into the Garden of Swords. Rosa greets him warmly, having prepared extensively for his arrival. Joshua has been managing many duties discreetly. Kieran still views him as lacking. The patriarch reminds them that while foes fear him, they do not yet fear his heirs. As he passes Jin, Kieran notices the elegant swords at his side. He wonders whether Ran and Vugo willingly gifted those blades. Upon hearing Jin earned them through mission success, Kieran bursts into hearty laughter. The boy continues to astonish him at every turn. Kieran later summons Jin privately, noting he has never attended a family banquet before. In his former life, he was too insignificant to stand among them. Now he stands beside his father as guest of honor, having reclaimed his worth through rebirth. Kieran reveals the banquet celebrates Jin's exceptional accomplishment. Jin estimates the guest list may reach 1,000 attendees. Kieran confirms it surpasses even the grand banquet held 7 years prior. The Run Candles' influence has grown so vast that every guest holds significance. While Kieran sharpened his abilities slaying monsters in the Dark Sea, his legend expanded. His demigod status elevates the clan's prestige, yet he worries that without him, today's allies might become tomorrow's enemies. Though the Run Candles rival the Ziffels in power, Kieran's absence could tip the world in the Ziffels' favor. Jin then surprises his father with a bold declaration. He states he will leave the clan if it falls under weak leadership after defeat by the Ziffels, refusing to serve incompetence. By returning Vugo's sword, Jin secured access to confidential contracts known only to flag bearers. He discovered numerous clans owe debts to the Run Candles, some long unpaid. These secrets provide leverage for negotiation or blackmail, tools he plans to use after his father's passing. The emergence of another Divine Star Knight seems unlikely. Therefore, Jin intends to master diplomacy and strategy to reshape a bleak future. Kieran notes the Ziffels might attempt similar tactics, yet Jin believes they lack the same influence. He remains resolute that if the next patriarch proves inept, he will depart and dismantle the Ziffels alone. Kieran admires this foresight, unlike his other children who rarely speak boldly before him. Jin stands apart with careful and logical thinking. Kieran senses in him the combined strengths of Luna, Mary, and Dyphus. The patriarch knows his time in power is limited. He wonders if Jin can rise high enough before that moment arrives. Kieran plans to discuss another matter once the banquet concludes. Jin suspects it concerns his potential appointment as reserve flag bearer. The prospect fills him with anticipation. Suddenly, a servant rushes in to announce unexpected distinguished visitors. Kieran immediately deduces they are Ziffels, 5 of them accompanied by their minor patriarch. He permits the others entry, but denies Andre himself. Jin is startled by his father's open slight toward the Ziffel minor patriarch, yet he understands its necessity. The command is clever, forcing Andre to obey or risk severe consequences. Andre has little choice but to comply unless he wishes to provoke fatal retaliation. Kieran formally greets the assembly as head of the Runkendall clan. Credits Jin's rapid advancement as the banquet's cause, drawing praise from the guests. Kieran outlines 2 simple rules, beginning with allowing drunken duels in the arena. The defeated party will face no grudge if they concede, since this is a celebration. Surrounded by countless rivals, all must abide by the Runkendall banquet's regulations. Within the arena, however, they may settle disputes as fiercely as they wish. It serves as a stage for rivalry and record-breaking feats. Even Jin recognizes the clan's obsession with combat. Cherion advises him to relish challenges from worthy opponents. He is cautioned to seek strong adversaries rather than prey on the weak. Kieran warns that a single defeat would cost him his privileges. The stakes are daunting and leave little room for error. In his previous life, Jin never enjoyed private conversations with his father. Now their bond feels closer than ever. Still, Jin's ambition is not familial harmony, but surpassing his father. He steps into the banquet hall as the Tona twins eagerly accompany him. They update him on their improvements with the singing stones. Jin realizes they mainly seek to share in his spotlight. The first flag bearer of the Ken clan offers congratulations to the Runkendall prodigy. The Tona twins eventually withdraw. Jin speaks admiringly of Ken's achievements, regarding him as a figure of respect. Out of nowhere, a conceited fool barges into their discussion. Yuger openly insults Jin, who remains composed despite the jab, and absurdly accuses Jin of being disrespectful instead. Jin calmly replies that Uyghur's behavior could have led to serious consequences. The Ken clan's flag bearers and others had treated Jin with the utmost courtesy. Yet this insignificant man suddenly spoke, as though he ruled the hall. Uyghur quickly senses he is drawing dangerous attention and hurriedly apologizes for overstepping. Jin accepts the apology without hesitation. Meanwhile, the elegant Luna remarks that Jin has a talent for collecting rivals. She advises him to relax and wonders what he would have done if Uyghur had demanded a duel. Jin shrugs it off, trusting that the Tuco patriarch would have intervened before things escalated. Luna admires his foresight, while Jin admits he must learn countless lessons to survive as the youngest in such a ruthless family. Even within the safety of their castle, this gifted boy had been targeted. Luna asks again about the identity of the assassin who sought his life. He confesses she dislikes grand banquets and wishes to depart. She declines his offer to dance, teasing him for his height. Before stepping away, Luna hugs her brother warmly. That public display only makes others hesitate to approach Jin, fearing the clan's legendary white whale even more. A few guests burn with envy at the sight. Bubear, an obsessive admirer of Luna, stares shamelessly while Bishkul looks utterly disappointed in him. Margiela, on the other hand, indulges Bubear's infatuation. Jin grows weary of playing host at the banquet. His thoughts drift to the Zephyl infiltrators. Then, without warning, notices the cold and composed Cirrus in Dorma. She greets him with a familiarity that suggests prior acquaintance. Jin pretends this is their first encounter. Cirrus praises him for reaching 5 stars at such a young age. Jin returns the compliment, acknowledging her strength as heir of the secret palace, and she jokes about his abundance of siblings. Rather than bristle, Jin agrees, convinced she already knows about his mammoth infiltration. The perceptive woman shifts the topic to his injured leg. Jin responds only with a faint smile. He subtly confirms he remembers their previous meeting. Cirrus presses him about the sorcerer who led the attack, as suspicions quietly circle around Jin. He invokes the Run Candle reputation, implying he could not possibly wield magic. Cirrus counters that he might have hired an outside mage instead. Growing impatient, she insists on answers, mistakenly believing he targeted her guards rather than Alcaro. Jin steadfastly denies any wrongdoing. Cirrus had anticipated such denial. She proposes a duel to publicly shame him. Biting wit, Jin claims he avoids fighting weaker opponents, but accepts her challenge regardless. Preparations begin, and Jin requests 2 swords while the arena is sealed. He prefers not to embarrass her before the crowd, while Cirrus plans to extract the truth through victory. Jin sets a condition that if he wins, she must never mention Mammoth again. The duel opens with Jin charging forward, yet he is caught off guard by her special technique. It is the unique power of the Endorma bloodline. Cirrus unleashes her full strength from the outset. Jin regrets being unable to access his clan's secret arts as the youngest member. Cirrus presses him with relentless assaults. Still, she cannot hide her surprise as he counters each strike skillfully. Confident in her sword of ice, she believes victory is assured. While Jin relies on offense and endurance, she prepares a decisive counter. Recognizing her talent, Jin discerns the setup for her hidden technique. He readies a concealed move of his own in response. Drawing from knowledge gained in the ancient library, Jin reveals a weapon he kept secret. Cirrus unleashes the 3rd form of the Sword of Sea Ice. A freezing avalanche surges toward him in a burst of aura. He embodies the cruelty of a winter storm. Yet Jin laughs boldly at the spectacle. His blade cleaves through the avalanche. Strike nearly grazes her face, leaving her stunned. The near miss triggers a powerful explosion. Jin anxiously hopes she survived, as he did not expect such destructive force. He finds her kneeling, shattered in spirit and stripped of confidence. She had stared death in the face. Jin offers comfort and apologizes for going too far. She had only managed to dodge because he warned her at the last instant. Her pride lies wounded, and Jin understands her turmoil. Instead of lashing out in anger, Cirrus gently treats the cut on his face. She feels humiliated that he saved her life. Accepting defeat, she departs while honoring their agreement. The next day, attendance drops noticeably. Attention centers on Jin, who is eager to confront the Zephyls. Curious about their prodigies, he wonders how he compares. Balances thoughts of becoming a flag bearer, with plans to investigate Callan alongside Murakin. With Murakin's help, he could even locate the Well of Mana and cripple Zephyl ambitions. Meanwhile, Murakin lounges contentedly as Cirrus pets him. She chuckles upon learning Jin gave the cat a name. Suddenly, an unfamiliar guest approaches. It is Veridin of the Zephyl clan. Jin barely recalls this awkward individual. Veridin, however, has not forgotten him for a single day. Even after hints, Jin feigns ignorance. Veridin jokingly accuses him of memory loss. Jin finally admits he was teasing him. He marvels that this same man will one day become a 9-star sorcerer and clan patriarch. Yet now he cannot even locate Jin in a hall. Jin is unimpressed by his lack of direction. Veridin congratulates him, but boasts about reaching 6 stars in magic. Jin feels no admiration, only mild disappointment. At this pace, he believes he will surpass Veridin before turning 18. He is confident he will become the world's greatest sorcerer. Jin asks why the Ziffles appeared unexpectedly. Veridin explains he pleaded for permission to attend simply to see Jin. The chaos stemmed from one teenager wanting to meet another. Veridin assures him he will be safe at the Ziffle banquet. He even shrugs off the possibility of Jin attacking their territory. Jin finds such openness reckless toward a rival. Noticing Baobar secretly listening nearby, Jin openly calls him out. Baobar shamelessly begs for Luna to be brought back, acting like a lovesick fool. He had apparently spent the entire night composing romantic verses dedicated to her. The man imagines himself a tragic lover, yet a glance at his own reflection would shatter that fantasy. Even Veridin nearly chokes as he spits out his drink in disbelief. Jin's fury flares so intensely that he crushes the gift in his hand. He considers Baobar's proposal deeply insulting. Jin orders that the offender be dragged to the arena for his audacity. Baobar protests, claiming he merely sought the affection of the Runkendel clan's radiant beauty. He loudly voices his grievances to anyone who will listen. Jin, however, is so enraged he is ready to thrash the man personally. The Transfigurator appears clueless about how his actions warranted such harsh punishment. Ishkul and his sister stare in shock at the sudden turn of events. Cirrus feels irritated that she cannot take Baobar's place in the duel against Jin. Veridin attempts to flatter her, but is swiftly dismissed. Unlike the previous day, this confrontation unfolds before the entire audience. While Jin's reputation is widely known, Baobar remains an unknown figure. He pleads for the opportunity to introduce himself, yet before he can even say his name, Jin's fist crashes into his face without mercy. Baobar retaliates by summoning his aura with surprising confidence. In truth, Jin is up against someone technically stronger in rank. Baobar even manages to land a solid punch on Jin's cheek. His arrogance quickly swells, and that pride becomes his fatal flaw. Jin hurls the overweight challenger violently to the ground. He then rains down a relentless barrage of punches across his entire body. Although the battle should have concluded, Margiela still cannot grasp why the Runkendel acted the way they did. Ishkul reassures her sister, explaining that Baobar is far more capable than he appears. She urges Bishkal to step forward and challenge Jin in a direct duel. He agrees, determined to fulfill his sister's wish. Bishkal strides into the arena, radiating confidence from the very start. As a 7-star knight, he far surpasses Jin, who intends to use the clash to gather insight about his clan. Jin is stunned by Margiela's willingness to risk her own brother to achieve her ambitions. Jin praises Bishkal's devotion to his beloved sister, admitting he feels the same about his own siblings and hoping Bishkal keeps his subordinates disciplined. 7-star knight eventually reveals Bubar's name. This revelation shocks Jin, who realizes he had just fought the Transfigurator firsthand. Memories flood Jin's mind as he connects Bubar closely to Bishkal's clan. Though distracted by these thoughts, Jin forces himself to concentrate on the skilled knight before him. The duel opens with Bishkal unleashing a barrage of fierce, aggressive attacks. Jin struggles to believe he is facing what is supposedly an ordinary 7-star knight. The man's natural ability rivals even that of Jin's uncle. Bishkal's relentless strikes drive Jin backward, barely allowing him to block the knight's threatening blade work. Meanwhile, Veridin maintains that the Runkendels excel most when they are pressured. He likens them to a charging rhinoceros that never halts until its enemy is crushed. Jin is steadily pushed back, sensing that his opponent is holding back much of his strength. As a 5-star swordsman, he is clearly outmatched by a knight beyond 7 stars. Jin finds himself trapped and on the verge of defeat. In that critical instant, he recalls the same sensation he experienced while battling Kazan. Bishkal lunges forward to deliver the finishing strike. Jin calmly waits for the incoming slash, entering a meditative state. His blade shatters from the sheer force of the collision. Bishkal halts his sword just beside Jin's throat. Jin collapses, and Bishkal is declared the winner. Still, he narrowly survived what could have been a lethal cut to the neck. Bishkal reflects on the match and realizes Jin awakened the blade of the heart technique during their clash. Had Jin moved even a fraction of a second faster, the 7-star knight might have fallen. A single duel proves how dangerous Jin could become to rival clans. He later awakens in his room, irritated that he was unconscious for 2 days. The banquet concluded while he slept, preventing him from bidding his guests farewell. Billy informs him that guests excitedly discussed the fight during his absence. They were astonished to witness such an extraordinary technique from a mere 5-star knight. The blade of the heart proved invaluable, rooted in Luna's childhood teachings, which he once struggled to understand but now recognizes as life-saving. Displayed the prowess of an 8-star knight and feels satisfied with his progress. The banquet also brought him several important revelations. He gained insight into Veridin's power and political reach. He also secured Cirrus's friendship. Additionally, he uncovered Bubari's ties to the Aveliano clan. Jin decides to carefully investigate these matters further. Before departing, Cirrus left behind a bouquet of beautiful flowers for him. Jilly teases that Cirrus may harbor feelings, but Jin interprets the flowers as a sign known as the unending fight. To him, it signals her wish to cross blades again someday, though Morricone still considers earning her notice an accomplishment. Jilly suddenly reminds Jin that his father is waiting to see him. Jin realizes the moment for his exile mission has arrived. He sets out to find his father immediately. Kieran awaits him quietly within the shadows. Jin declares himself ready to depart from the clan. His answer appears to satisfy his father. They stand within the crypt, a sacred resting place for the clan's most honored heroes. These are warriors who saved their people countless times over centuries. Kieran explains that the first patriarch lies elsewhere, and the power Jin now wields prevented them from ever reclaiming his remains. After his death, the Xiphals forced them into a pact forbidding the use of magic. They inflicted a severe curse on the Runkandals, halting mana generation in their bodies from birth. Kieran recalls asking Jin how he obtained such extraordinary power. Jin lied at the time, but repeating that answer now could endanger him. Kieran discovers that Saul Durrett formed a contract with his son. Intrigued, his father wonders whether Jin could now dominate the clan with this newfound strength. Jin replies that if he finds nothing more precious than his clan, he will return to claim leadership. Kieran smiles, recognizing that his son's motives for leaving differ entirely from his own. Jin is granted 5 years to reach his decision. Drawing his blade, Jin vows to face his father again once that time has passed. After their talk, Jin wishes to leave at once. However, Jilly is restrained from using her powers, as the Runkandals refuse to let Jin rely on outside assistance, though Jilly's true nature remains more complex. Nevertheless, he is confident in handling whatever challenges arise during this period. He feels guilty that Jilly must endure harsh restrictions because of him, yet she is delighted by his promotion to reserve flag bearer. Jin casts one final glance at the Runkandal estate. He understands that his real adventure begins now. The focus shifts to Kieran's thoughts, acknowledging that he may be the era's strongest warrior, even though he could not nullify the pact with the Xiphals. Still, his son carries the power of the god of darkness, and Kieran eagerly wonders if Jin will ultimately break the clan's ancient curse. That evening, Jin departed quietly without bidding farewell to his junior cadets or Luna. He assumes she will not mind, as he is merely leaving for training. Jilly asks where their journey should lead next. Typically, reserve flag bearers roam places like Maymet Lawless to build reputations by capturing criminals, a necessary step before earning true recognition. Mary, for instance, defeated formidable opponents young and became known as the Madwoman of the South. Most siblings usually return home within 2 years. However, Kieran advised Jin to remain away longer to explore more of the world. It seems Kieran wants him to completely master his abilities before coming back. Jin chooses the Arkan Kingdom within dangerous Xiphal territory, having heard that mercenaries there prey on civilians. Jilly brims with excitement, unaware that Jin knows this from memories of his previous life. A syndicate named Tessing operates a secret auction dealing in mysterious and hidden goods. Jin intends to claim those valuable items for himself. Without access to a portal for instant travel, reaching the kingdom poses a challenge. Jin must conceal his identity and avoid using his clan's status, reassuring Jilly they can relax until they reach the giant kingdom. He seeks Murakin's protection as a personal escort. Ignoring potential dangers, Murakin transforms into a stunning dark dragon. Back at the castle, Luna suddenly feels a sharp pang in her chest. She is shocked that Jin would choose such reckless travel methods, especially so soon after leaving the clan. Though slightly hurt he skipped saying goodbye, she still wishes him success. Upon arriving in the giant kingdom, Jilly feels nauseous from their high-speed journey. Murakin, despite being a mysterious dark dragon, shows deep concern for her well-being. Jin steps out to earn some money. Meanwhile, Murakin stays behind to look after her. He recalls Sember Bill, the man he rescued on his first mission, who felt disappointed about missing the Runkandel banquet. Luckily for him, Jin has now arrived. He slips in quietly enough to unsettle the man, then immediately asks for his assistance. Jin shocks Sember by requesting that he secure a substantial sum of money for them. Unofficial flag bearers are strictly forbidden from exposing their real identities. Their assignment requires them to survive on their own strength, rather than relying on the Runkandel family's reputation. This restriction makes earning money far more complicated for them. They spend the first several months scraping together travel funds, enduring a genuinely poor lifestyle. In doing so, they learn firsthand what it means to live as ordinary citizens. For Jin, this kind of hardship was entirely new. Thanks to the funds Sember promised, they gain an early advantage, and Jin repays the favor sincerely. As they get ready to teleport, Jin secretly hopes the dragon doesn't embarrass himself by vomiting again. They avoid flying to the Arkan Kingdom because the Ziphals command many dragons, and such a flight would be seen as open provocation. Murakin fumes at the thought that those irritating sorcerers have claimed dominion over the skies as well. The opposing clan commands mighty dragons, and even the gods behind them, whereas the Runkandals secretly rely on a single dragon, unknown to most of their own members. Without Jin's father, the Ziphals might have achieved an effortless triumph. Lost in thought, Jin realizes it would be impossible to bind so many contractors within one generation. His reflection ends as they arrive at the entrance. Jin disguises himself with a new identity suited for travel. They stand by, waiting for the teleportation device to activate. Jilly admires their clan's forged papers, which allow them to slip past security without difficulty. Teleportation begins, leaving Murakin visibly terrified. Jin notes it has been 15 years since he last stepped into the Arkan Kingdom, and now they have finally returned. He once spent his final year in this very capital, and little seems different. The townspeople still appear as lifeless as before. Even Jilly senses the oppressive mood created by Tessing, so Jin decides they should secure lodging before pursuing targets. They arrive at a rather plain-looking house. Murakin grumbles that Jin picked a shabby place instead of a comfortable apartment. Jin responds that conserving money is wiser for now. Skeptical, Murakin eventually goes along with it. They step inside the building. The shabby innkeeper looks stunned to receive any customers at all. He offers them drinks with a forced smile, but there is a hidden catch. The beverage is drugged, and Murakin detects it instantly. He smashes the glass into the man's face for attempting such a cheap trick. The dragon follows up with a brutal kick for daring to target their group. Murakin continues beating him mercilessly, without restraint. Jedu, the so-called information broker, had once been close to Jin in the past. He even helped Jin find shelter after he was expelled from the Runkendal clan. Yet in truth, Jedu later betrayed him in his previous life. Jin was deceived and lost everything, a memory that still infuriates him. That is why he remains indifferent while Murakin thrashes Jedu. He intends to wring every bit of useful information from him. Jedu protests angrily, claiming he is a 5-star fighter. Murakin could not care less about that boast, keeps pummeling him without any intention of stopping. Jin finally steps in when Jedu is on the verge of death and begging desperately. Jin begins interrogating him, warning that a wrong answer will cost him his life. Jedu confesses everything, including his vile involvement in human trafficking. He pleads for mercy, admitting he planned to sell them off while they were unconscious. Jin crushes his hand underfoot, snapping his fingers. In his panic, Jedu exposes his ties to the underground auction. After extracting testimony about Tessing, Jin decides to use the merchant instead of killing him. To his companion's surprise, Jin orders that Jedu be treated. He explains that dismantling both the syndicate and the auction house would be an ideal way to gain recognition. They require a guide familiar with the underworld, and Jedu fits the role, so Jin personally seeks a healer for him. Outside, Jin feels burdened by the secrets he hides from Jilly and Murakin about his reincarnation. Once healed, the merchant feels irritated and wonders what kind of person Jin truly is. Ultimately, Jedu chooses not to disappoint Jin again. Jin then orders him to guide them to the auction house. They arrive before an elegant and imposing estate. Guards are visibly surprised. They recognize Jedu and his supposed guests. His name grants them smooth entry without trouble. Inside, Jin finds musicians playing while waiters serve at an extravagant gathering. At a glance, it hardly resembles a criminal den. Jedu explains that Salka is merely a public figurehead, while the real mastermind operates behind the scenes. The true leader is Spider Hand Alu, who disguises his corruption with luxury, wields immense underworld influence, and surpasses Jin in martial strength. Jedu also hints that the Runkandals may have connections with him. Jilly and Murakin dismiss the claim as nonsense. Jin, however, suspects a Runkandal could indeed be involved, possibly the one who cursed him at birth. The 9-star curse that stripped his talent may finally have a lead, the first clue he has uncovered in 15 years. Determined, he plans to investigate Alu and topple his entire operation in a single decisive strike. Jilly warns that they face skilled enemies and a host of sorcerers on hostile ground. Even so, Jin remains committed to executing his strategy. The scheme sounds outrageous to Murakin and questionable to Jilly, especially given Jin's identity as a Runkandal. Still, Jin promises to abandon it if things spiral out of control. Jedu escorts them down to the underground auction hall. The current sale involves trafficking human beings. Seeing this confirms Jedu's earlier intentions, though Jin is relieved no children are present. Murakin grows tense, while Jin patiently waits for the right moment. He is searching for a specific valuable item to appear. The target is a ring artifact. Week passes with them attending daily, yet making no purchases. Jedu warns that failing to buy anything may arouse suspicion from Tessing. Jin tells him to handle that concern himself. Though he agrees outwardly, Jedu fears Tessing's wrath for their inactivity. Eventually, a magical tome is presented for auction. It is claimed to have once belonged to a world-ruling sorcerer. Jin instantly recognizes it as a fake, knowing the Zephyls would never permit a real treasure to surface. Most items here are counterfeit, yet gullible buyers continue bidding. However, Chenmi's artifact seems different. Even Murakin senses its value and urges Jin to buy it. Jin offers 150 gold, a bid no one can surpass. Follows up by purchasing another relic immediately after. Murakin questions the extravagant spending, and Jin pretends not to know better. In truth, the item belongs to the Hister clan and carries memories of his former master. He hopes to return it to her as a gift should they meet again. Afterward, Murakin examines the book's authenticity. Satisfied with the first tome, he remains puzzled by the second, written in a rare language few can decipher. Jin then declares it is time for the next phase. He demands an immediate audience with the syndicate's leader. Jedu admits that arranging such a meeting is far beyond his authority. Jin devises a ruthless scheme, forcing the merchant to invoke Veridin Zephel's name to lure Alu into meeting him under false pretenses. Jedu panics, convinced that the real Veridin has appeared in person. Overjoyed, he rushes into Alu's residence to announce that Veridin demands an audience. Alu dispatches his men to escort the supposed Veridin. Rather than follow them peacefully, Jin drops one with a heavy punch. He follows up by unleashing a blazing fireball. The unfortunate guard attempts to explain the misunderstanding. Jin answers with another blast, punishing him for perceived disrespect. He orders that Alu present himself outside and kneel before him. The syndicate leader begrudgingly complies with Jin's demand. He offers an apology for his earlier discourtesy. Jedu believes he has struck gold by associating himself with someone he thinks is Veridin Zephyl. The spell Jin displayed appears far too advanced for someone his age to cast. A week earlier, Jin had revealed his intention to impersonate Veridin. The risky strategy aimed to deceive Alu, who feared the Zephyls too much to question Veridin's identity. Li's true concern, however, is their own clan discovering Jin's bold deception. Jin commands Alu to raise his head. He then displays the secret magical tomes. Alu apologizes for trading those items without proper authorization. Jin expresses outrage that such valuable Zephyl relics were sold to common buyers. Claiming ignorance as a martial artist unfamiliar with ancient artifacts, Alu promises to retrieve the sold treasures. Jin, still furious, demands access to the client registry. He threatens that his clan will conduct a private investigation. Alu realizes he has no escape from this predicament. He fears the life he built in Arkan will crumble if the Zephyls truly grow angry. The entire syndicate would be destroyed if they incur the Zephyls' wrath. Alu quickly provides all the requested information, even offers to fetch confidential documents from his estate. Jin calls out the excuse, accusing him of planning something during that time. His scheme exposed, Alu struggles to speak. He turns away and orders his men to stall them while he steps out. Frustration mounts as Alu desperately searches for a solution. Jilly and Murakin begin examining the information logs. Murakin speaks to Jin through telepathic communication. Alu may soon uncover Jin's identity. Jin remains unconcerned. At last, Jin locates the ring he has been seeking. Jilly worries about the reckless approach Jin continues to take. Meanwhile, Jedu hands over a list of the slaves Jin had inquired about. Jin forcefully pushes past Alu's guard, knocks the man unconscious with a single strike. Jedu cannot grasp Jin's intentions, yet his involvement has placed him in serious danger. He even suggests Jin flee to the Vimanth Empire if he wishes to survive. Jedu begs to accompany Jin, pleads to remain beside the man he believes to be Veridin, hoping to share in the glory. Jin reveals that he is not Veridin at all. Revelation shatters the informant's ambitions. 2 hours later, Alu confirms that the true Veridin has silver hair, realizing they were deceived by imposters. He discovers they escaped after copying the slave records. Enraged, Alu slams one of his own men into a wall, killing him instantly. He commands his forces to hunt down the frauds and avenge the humiliation. Murakin worries that the syndicate leader will track them down. Jin insists on verifying rumors of Runkandle involvement, as they already possess the relics they needed. Murakin prepares to question how Jin obtained the ancient ring. Before he can ask, a new battle interrupts them. Alu arrives, armed and intent on killing Jin and his companions. Calmly, Jin informs him that the client list has been exposed, effectively ending his future. With words exchanged, the fight begins. Jin chooses to face Alu alone, leaving Murakin to deal with the rest. Offended, Alu believes they are underestimating him. orders his sorcerers to attack immediately. Murakin stands still, waiting for them to strike first. He effortlessly withstands their assaults without shifting from his position. Acting like an army unto himself, Murakin wipes out the remaining henchmen. Alu commands his men to bombard Jin and Jilly with magic. Spells pale in comparison to Jin's abilities. With the stone Luna once gave him, Jin blocks every attack. Irritated by their numbers, Murakin unleashes his true strength. Driven mad with fury, Alu begins slaughtering his own subordinates. Now the stage is set for Jin to fight alone, as Murakin has cleared the lesser threats. The enraged leader demands to know who orchestrated this scheme. He charges at Jin with remarkable speed. Alu declares he refuses to die in this place. Murakin reminds Jin that Alu is a genuine 7-star fighter, unlike Bishkul who held back. Alu mocks Jin for daring to challenge him. Jin unsheathes his sword. Their blades collide in the first exchange. Alu is startled to realize he faces a swordsman, not merely a sorcerer. Forces Jin into a defensive stance. He follows with a barrage of crushing strikes. Jin attempts a counterattack. He quickly understands the gap between their abilities. Alu, however, wonders why Murakin stays out despite being stronger. Murakin calmly observes Jin's struggle, while Jilly worries. Dragon insists this hardship is necessary for growth and hints at the possibility of a miracle. Alu overwhelms the 5-star Runkandle, confident of victory. Runkandles are accustomed to battling stronger foes. Jin casts a powerful spell that blasts Alu backward. Alu is stunned to face a magic-wielding swordsman. Jin channels lightning magic into his blade. Alu slices through the attack, believing Jin is wasting effort. Darkness gathers as Jin chants the words "Awaken Helm." The martial artist watches in disbelief at the transformation. Shadow-cloaked swordsman emerges before him. Jin uses this empowered state to bridge the skill gap. After several swift strikes, the battle concludes. Murakin explains that Jin activated the Myolta rune artifact. This ring shields its wearer from all attacks below 7 stars. The long-sought ring, meant to surface years later, now rests in Jin's possession, showcasing its true might. Alu's lifeless body lies sprawled across the ground. Jin presses him about his ties to the Runkandles, while Murakin questions why this connection matters so much. With his final breath, Alu realizes he has just fought the youngest pureblood of the Runkandel line. He hints that he knows about the assassination attempt on Jin during childhood. Before dying, Alu warns him to fear the individual he seeks. Murakin remains confused, but Jin senses the man's identity holds greater weight than expected. He is certain the mystery figure is somehow linked to their family. While Murakin questions his obsession, Jin insists tracking this person down is vital for the clan's safety and reflects on Alu's words. He suspects the culprit is one of his own siblings, though the exact one remains unclear. It must be someone who noticed his talent early and chose to remove him as a threat. Only one candidate fits that profile: Joshua Runkendel, the leading contender for Patriarch. Within days, the fall of Tessing becomes worldwide news. Much of the exposure is thanks to Jeddu's involvement. Though questioned by the Zyphals, Jin benefits the most from the entire ordeal. He secures rare books, the special ring, and even defeats a 7-star knight through his own strength. Jilly warns that he may still underestimate what a true 7-star knight is capable of. Jin admits he is likely weaker than Jilly even now, and with their tracks erased by the merchant, they prepare to head for the free city of Tikkun. Murakin looks puzzled, but Jilly quickly realizes Jin intends to pursue the 7-colored bird. It is not some literal rainbow bird, but a powerful intelligence agency with a formidable reputation. Jin views them as potential enemies and plans to investigate them. They travel by sea, as Jin struggles to justify the foresight gained from his previous life. His past knowledge guides him, yet he cannot explain it to Jilly or Murakin, and he must also probe several clans and factions. Troubled by lingering clues and forbidden magic from Callan, he chooses Tikkun as a neutral place to stay unnoticed. Murakin brings up Chen Mi's spell sealed within the relic. It is a light-based enchantment designed to resist the Zyphals. The Zyphals eradicated obstacles ruthlessly, including Chen Mi, and the same fate may await the Runkendels if Shadow Force falls into the wrong hands. Murakin urges Jin to master additional spells. He demonstrates by casting a shadow technique. Jin is confused, having expected a light spell instead. Suddenly, a brilliant flash fills the room. The glare blinds Jin, while Murakin laughs loudly. Blinding magic serves both offense and defense, one of Chen Mi's creations, making it a valuable discovery in Jin's eyes. Murakin turns his attention to the second relic from the Hister clan. The script is indecipherable to him, so he doubts it holds value. Jin insists on preserving it until they can unlock its secrets. After a week at sea, they reach Tikkun, a scenic city untouched by Runkendel or Zyphal control, and famed as a holiday haven. Jilly suggests they secure lodging first. Murakin hopes for a luxurious stay this time. Murakin's sudden transformation draws a young girl's attention. as she witnesses a cat become a man and eagerly wants to learn the trick. Jilly and Murakin are left speechless. They awkwardly try to convince the child she imagined it, claiming such transformations are impossible. Jin finds himself negotiating with the stubborn girl, who refuses to doubt her own eyes. Jilly suggests involving the guards, but rumors could spiral out of control. Murakin mouths off, only to receive a fierce glare for transforming openly in the city. The girl, Yulia, notices the approaching guards. She avoids them because they often trouble her mother. Jin briefly suspects her mother might be a criminal. A guard immediately recognizes Yulia. He summons the captain. He clarifies that she is the captain's daughter, not a delinquent. Mother appears stern enough to intimidate anyone. Yet upon seeing Yulia, her demeanor softens completely. Yulia rushes into her mother's embrace. Alyssa formally introduces herself as head of the defense guards. Jin politely returns the greeting and mentions he travels with companions. He asks her for recommendations on lodging. Before that, the child whispers something to her mother. Alyssa gladly provides a letter of recommendation to help them find quality accommodation. The group departs. Alyssa remains uneasy after hearing about Murakin's transformation. Transformations are typically exclusive to dragons, raising her suspicions. They settle into a fine in this time, enjoying far better treatment than before. Jilly suggests getting ice pops, making the trip feel more like leisure than duty. Murakin asks how Jin plans to confront the intelligence agency. Jin says his first step is locating a certain individual. The seven-colored bird is led by Kashmir, known as the Phantom Sword. Even the rung candles acknowledge his swordsmanship, though little else is known. A decade later, it will be revealed that Kashmir is the Empire's fallen prince. He later persuades major powers to establish Tikkun as an independent nation and crowns himself its first king. Beyond his blade, he is a brilliant strategist who waited years for the perfect moment, and Jin hopes to befriend him. Suddenly, Strawberry Pie bursts into the room. She announces that the inn has been completely evacuated. A shadowy hand reaches out and seizes her. It is Kashmir, who anticipated their move. Murakin is furious that Kashmir grabbed Jilly. He lunges forward, ready to kill. Jin urgently tells him to stop. Murakin releases a fraction of his terrifying aura as a warning. Jin did not expect Kashmir to appear so soon. Since they concealed their identities carefully, Jin cannot understand how they were discovered. He fears Murakin might slaughter everyone, ruining any chance of alliance. Jin uses Jilly's safety to calm the dragon. Murakin finally suppresses his power, pulls Jilly back possessively. He growls at Kashmir for acting overly familiar. The interrogation flips, with Murakin dominating the exchange. Jin steps in and asks Kashmir to lower his blade. Kashmir is surprised that the traveler recognizes him. Rather than hide behind an alias, Jin openly admits his Runkendel ties. Murakin and Jilly are stunned by this sudden revelation. Kashmir stands speechless as Jin suggests continuing somewhere private. After dismissing his subordinates, Kashmir sits across from them. Come to investigate rumors of a dragon's presence. Murakin bristles at the accusation, though Kashmir is certain from the aura he sensed. Only Jin's intervention prevented bloodshed. Kashmir also notices Jilly's lack of aura and questions her role. Confused, he directly confronts them about dragons. Cannot comprehend how a Runkendel could form a dragon contract, as that is supposedly exclusive to the Zifu clan. Jin notes that even his own clan remains unaware of this secret. Kashmir worries that he may have revealed too much of himself so quickly. Jin asks what prompted him to investigate rumors about a dragon. Kashmir readily explains that Yulia is his daughter, and after she witnessed Murakin's transformation, he felt compelled to look into it. Yulia holds a rare divine contract, making it impossible for her eyes to be deceived. Murakin is clearly displeased by this revelation. If the girl is truly a divine contractor, it is strange that her dragon is nowhere to be seen. Kashmir lowers his head and admits that Yulia's dragon has been missing for some time, possibly due to a Sifu clan plot, though nothing is certain. Even Murakin finds it absurd that a mighty dragon could vanish for an entire year. Worse still, without her guardian dragon, Yulia risks descending into madness. Kashmir is stunned and struggles to accept what he hears. Murakin explains that Yulia can glimpse the future, a gift so rare that even powerful dragons struggle to wield it. Her youth is the only reason she has not lost her mind yet, but another year without her dragon could shatter her sanity, prompting Jin to demand clarity. Murakin elaborates that her foresight follows strict causality, and defying what she sees invites devastating backlash upon the contractor. Simply put, Yulia perceives reality in a way others cannot. To stay stable, she needs her dragon by her side. The weight of this truth leaves Kashmir shaken, collapses to his knees, confessing that even the seven-colored bird could not locate a replacement dragon. Murakin suggests that Yulia sought them out intentionally, perhaps guided by the will of the god Ismail. Makes it clear he has no intention of intervening directly. Jin seizes the moment, offering hope by promising to search for the missing dragon and urging Kashmir to steady himself. They vow to personally track down Yulia's guardian. For Jin, this also creates a valuable bond with Kashmir. Still, the mission is anything but simple. Since Tikkun owes allegiance to no clan, Murakin requests a registry of dragons across Vimin. Jin realizes this may be their final chance to save Yulia. Elsewhere, the elegant dragon Quickentle speaks with her contractor, Enya. Enya admires tales of Jin Runkendel, but Quickentle dismisses him as insignificant. She considers Enya exceptional for being chosen by the god of time. Suddenly, a chill runs down her spine. She senses approaching danger and urges Enya to stay alert. Quickentle prepares to confront the ominous presence nearing their domain. Meanwhile, Murakin unleashes dark energy in dragon form, summoning nearby dragons. He orders Jin to remain concealed. Dark Dragon gathers his magic. Jin recalls that 4 known dragons inhabit this region. Facing them simultaneously could prove disastrous. Before departing, Kashmir expressed heartfelt gratitude and pleaded for his daughter's salvation. Murakin advises exhausting Yulia daily to drain excess energy until her dragon is found. Kashmir agrees to follow that guidance, though Jilly still longs for her missed ice pops. He had wanted them earlier but was interrupted. Murakin charms her with ice pops, earning her affection for comforting Kashmir. Jin admits the dragon is kinder than he lets on. Murakin warns him that dragons are approaching. Rabis and Untile close in rapidly. Jin dons armor to mask his identity. Murakin explains he once drove these dragons from his territory, creating lasting grudges. He begins an elaborate introduction. The Earth Dragons beg him to leave before their contractor notices. Murakin bristles at their demand. They confess that Quickentle is furious and intends to kill him. Jin learns she is Murakin's former lover. The Earth Dragons retreat, fearing collateral damage, but events escalate too quickly. Quickentle arrives with a thunderous roar and blazing breath. Murakin tells Jin to brace himself. He dodges her relentless strikes. Their clash churns the sea into a raging vortex. Every attack she unleashes carries 8 star power or greater. Jin is awed and alarmed by her strength. Quickentle roars angrily at his audacity to appear. Jin learns their relationship spanned 5 centuries. Murakin urges Jin to prepare Bradamante for a decisive strike if needed. Quickentle shifts into full dragon form. Her intent to kill Murakin is unmistakable. Murakin attempts to reason with her and settle matters peacefully. She responds with a devastating beam instead. She lunges at him savagely, but he evades her bite. He cannot understand her overwhelming fury. She fires another beam at close range. Murakin shields himself with Jin's support, realizing they must combine strength. He notes she is weaker than before, but consumed by rage. He shatters his shadow force as if it were trivial. The silver dragon lashes out, mocking his decline. Murakin pleads for her to stop. His words only inflame her anger further. Bites back, demanding to know why she remains so bitter. She answers with a crushing blow. That moment grants Jin the opportunity he needs. Quickentle never expected this counter. Now Jin must act decisively. He targets the same wound Murakin created. Shadows gather around his blade. Jin unleashes a devastating shadow force strike. The slash tears through her scales and severs one of her arms. Murakin quickly retrieves Jin as Quickentle crashes toward the sea. Jin collapses from exhaustion after expending every ounce of power. He briefly believes she is dead, but Quickentle is far from ordinary, especially as a dragon who governs time. Jin realizes the danger has only deepened. They sought Yulia's dragon, yet now their own survival is at risk. Quickentle restores her body through temporal reversal. Though it consumes immense energy, the magic spares her from death. She reappears in human form. Murakin believed their parting was amicable and cannot grasp her fury. She rages that he vanished without explanation. Murakin retorts that they were never meant to remain together. Jin is taken aback by their heated dispute. Quickentle recognizes Jin as the new contractor of the God of Shadows. Murakin claims their species faces extinction. She scoffs, doubting he truly cares about such matters. Murakin argues that he has slain countless dragons for her sake as well. He retreats, convinced she would be of no real use to their cause. He offers an apology and comes to understand Yulia's predicament. At last, the chaos around them settles down. Jin catches wind of rumors about Biorata the Wind Dragon. The creature serves as the guardian dragon of the Sifil clan's minor patriarch. There is little doubt they are responsible for abducting Litri, Yulia's dragon. Quickentle guides the group back to her residence. Her home is a secluded cabin, situated beyond the capital of the Viminth Empire. She discovers details about the youngest Runkendel and realizes his connection to Temer's abilities. Since the three once traveled side by side, she is well aware of the truth. Steering the discussion back, she explains that Biorata tricked Litri before taking her. The agreement had been to instruct Litri in dragon magic. Instead, it has endangered a young girl who survives without her guardian dragon. Silver Dragon had long doubted Bioritaz's motives. He even demanded to meet the dragon's contractor personally. Enia's public identity kept her protected. Yulia, however, became an easy target since few people knew about her bond with her dragon. Jin lays out his theory regarding the Seifel clan's intentions. He suspects they aim to eliminate contractors beyond their control. Another objective appears to be securing as many contracted gods as possible on their side. In a previous life, Jin noticed the god of time had a different contractor. That individual belonged to the Ziffel clan, suggesting Enia likely perished in that timeline. Yulia may have faced a similar fate, potentially losing her contract as well. Silver Dragon remains unconvinced by his reasoning. After all, the Ziffels already command numerous contractors. Jin counters firmly, arguing that human greed knows no bounds, and the Ziffels would naturally crave even greater power. He bluntly concludes that Quickental is willfully ignoring the truth because she fears confronting the sorcerers. Murakin senses the tension rising and worries she might explode in anger. Yet instead of lashing out, the Silver Dragon bursts into laughter. She has never witnessed Murakin behaving so carefully around her. She is determined to do whatever it takes to secure her contractor's safety. Furthermore, Quickental agrees to assist him in confronting Bioritaz and retrieving Lotri. Holding Jin by the shoulder, she drifts into memories of her time with Temer. She declares her intent to pledge allegiance to Temer's heir, remarking that his bold provocations resemble the first patriarch. As their conversation continues, Enia suddenly rushes in. She ignores Keegan Tell's warning to stay outside the house. Awkward and timid, she nonetheless harbors a huge crush on Jin Runkendall. Jin anxiously demands clarity about the chaos unfolding around him. Quickental sighs and admits she is his biggest admirer. Enia, hopelessly infatuated, can barely restrain her excitement when standing before her idol Jin. Surprisingly, she comes from common origins, leading Jin to assume she must excel remarkably in some other field. The Silver Dragon is irritated that Enia defied her order to remain still. Quickental struggles to maintain her calm demeanor. Jin suspects Enia endured harsh bullying at the academy due to her low status. He clarifies that his visit was meant to ensure Enia's protection. His gentle and cooperative tone is enough to make her heart flutter. She truly believes her knight in shining armor has arrived to save her from danger. Overjoyed, the purple-haired girl eagerly agrees to follow him without hesitation. Quickental knocks her out cold, fears Enia's fixation on Jin could drag her all the way to the Run Candle clan. Jin is astonished to learn that his own clan possesses dungeons and even dragons. Meanwhile, Murakin lies unconscious. Left alone with Jin, Kick and Tell explains she is assisting him solely because of her former lover, especially now that he has fallen far from the strength he once possessed. His current level, the Wind Dragon, would easily overpower him, so Quickental intends to intervene if necessary. Jin wonders about Beretta's dragon and questions just how formidable it truly is. Quickental states that had Murakin recovered his original strength, they would have been wiped out in their clash. Silver Dragon urges Jin to remain in the cabin until they pinpoint the Wind Dragon's whereabouts. Jin is taken aback by her hidden concern for them and assures her he can manage Murakin himself. Quickental notes that Enia will awaken soon, so he must deal with her more carefully this time. Jin is left speechless when he catches sight of her rear. She suddenly regains consciousness before him, acting like a mindless zombie obsessed with this man. After hearing the explanation, Enia realizes she could become a Ziffel target. Trusting Jin completely, she volunteers to depart the next day. Quickental tells her to begin packing and promises to handle the academy by reporting her absence as illness. Now the only remaining issue is dealing with the Wind Dragon. Out of nowhere, an unfamiliar man shouts from outside. Silver Dragon finds it suspicious that someone would wander this remote area asking for firewood. Jin instantly senses a setup. He is certain the stranger is no ordinary traveler but a spy who has been monitoring them. Upon hearing that, Quickental throws the door open. She hoists the man up by his neck, prepared to crush him if he refuses to speak. Suddenly, another presence steps out from inside the cabin. The true mastermind lurking in the dark threatens to call in the entire task force unless Quickental releases his subordinate. This only fuels her fury. She charges forward to pummel the man without hesitation. Her explosive punch unleashes a powerful shockwave, yet it fails to even faze him. He remains completely unmoved, absorbing her strike with ease. A dragon-empowered blow is effortlessly stopped, revealing he surpasses even the task force captain. He serves as the Emperor's right hand. Otz is a skilled swordsman respected by the Runkendall clan. His strength poses serious danger, and Jin is fortunate his armor conceals his identity. Lotz apologizes for the intrusion and reveals his intent. He came to investigate Jin and Murakin, who recently entered the Empire. Quickental refuses to forgive him so readily. Lotz counters with a swift warning, reminding her that her contractor stands exposed and defenseless, even if she kills him. Enia would not survive the aftermath. After delivering that threat, he quickly departs. The enraged silver dragon vows to repay Lots by stripping away everything he holds. That chilling promise hanging in the air, he leaves. He provoked the wrong dragon, yet his objective is complete. Beyond his mission, he orders his squad to avoid Quickental at all costs, for crossing her again would bring sheer disaster. Earlier punch alone was enough to draw blood from his face. He recognizes the danger and wisely chooses not to push further, unwilling to risk his squad against the silver dragon. Quickental fumes over her foolish choice to keep Enya within the Vymanth Empire's borders. Without Jin's warning, matters could have been worse. Fortunately, they still have time to correct their mistake and move her somewhere secure. The following morning, Jin reassures Quickental about Enya's protection. They have arranged safeguards, and Murakin will secretly watch over her should trouble arise. With her safety settled, their attention shifts to Beretta. They will wait for Murakin's return before acting. A week later, he finally comes back bearing a complaint. Quickental constructed this cabin to mirror their former home. He does not intend to return to her, yet those memories remain precious. They once shared peaceful days with the first patriarch. Remembering that joyful era now only gives the dark dragon an unrelenting headache. Quickental mocks him for being overly sentimental. He relays Beretta's reply to everyone. They are instructed to head to an uninhabited island promptly. Upon reaching the island, Jin and Murakin conceal themselves to observe. When planning their strategy, Quickental suggests confronting him directly and beating him down if he lies about Latry. Murakin likes the plan and proposes joining forces to overwhelm the Wind Dragon together. The Silver Dragon bristles at that suggestion, insisting it is a matter of draconic honor and that Beretta will not bring allies either. Quickental displays absolute confidence in her victory, which often signals impending trouble. Jin, however, suspects Beretta may arrive with reinforcements to defeat her. At last, the Wind Dragon appears. He is accompanied by Andre, the Seyfels minor patriarch. Quickental shouts at him, accusing him of cowardice and breaking his promise. Beretta explains that his contractor received the letter on his behalf, so he simply decided to follow through and see what this was about. Skips any pleasantries and demands she speak plainly without wasting time. Quickental immediately shifts the topic to Latry. The Wind Dragon erupts into loud laughter, clearly mocking what he sees as her naivety. Irritated further, Quickental stresses how grave the matter truly is. Yet the Wind Dragon refuses to provide any clear explanation. Each reply corners her further, as the Wind Dragon cautions her against defying the Seyfels. Jin and Murakin remain concealed, observing quietly. Beretta drops the axe and openly threatens her life, exactly the confrontation she had anticipated. The fierce battle erupts as the Wind Dragon summons raging cyclones to crush Quickental. Assuming her dragon form, Quickental coldly commands him to release Latry if he wishes to avoid unbearable consequences. The deranged Andre grows thrilled at witnessing her immense power. Unfortunately, she must contend not only with a dragon, but also with a formidable sorcerer. A 9-star mage at that. The very minor patriarch once denied entry to the banquet. Jin treats the unfolding battle as valuable experience for what lies ahead. Andre readies himself to deliver a decisive blow. Quickental tries to evade the incoming strike. Suddenly, she finds herself unable to remain airborne. As a servant of the god of wind, he possesses the rare ability to nullify any creature's flight at will. Forced to the ground, Quickental faces Beretta as he charges a devastating beam aimed at her. The silver dragon remains unfazed, overly confident she can endure the blast. Andre amplifies the assault by unleashing a violent lightning storm alongside the dragon's beam. Sheer force unsettles Jin, though Murakin chooses to trust in her strength. He realizes they had underestimated the depth of her true power. At the crucial instant, the silver dragon unveils her overwhelming control, bringing time itself to a complete halt. The deadly spell freezes just before striking her. Even Andre is impressed, yet she vows to tear him apart before the battle ends. Andre commands Beretta to launch another attack immediately. To his disbelief, the dragon remains immobilized. The silver dragon's mastery over time grants her dominance in the clash. She mercilessly pummels Beretta while he cannot move, dismembering him piece by piece. She taunts him to continue his earlier bravado. With brutal force, she rips one of Beretta's wings from his body. She is fully prepared to slaughter his prized dragon before the sorcerer's eyes. However, Quickental has drained too much divine energy and now requires assistance to handle the minor patriarch. Cornered, Andre threatens to unleash the Origin Stone, an ancient relic once believed destroyed. It seems impossible that the Seyfels could possess such a forbidden artifact. Abomination born from the stone releases its fury. Even the silver dragon is stunned by its overwhelming force. Ziffel's sorcerer proclaims the age of domination for his clan. The spirit tied to the Origin Stone tears a deep wound into Quickental's body. The Origin Stone was crafted by the gods as a safeguard against the world's destruction. Containing the combined power of all gods within a single object, it was destroyed out of fear it could instead bring ruin. Murakin is astonished that such a relic could resurface after its annihilation. Kentel is gravely wounded and no longer able to continue fighting. Furious, Murakin steps out of hiding to shield the silver dragon. With only 2 dark dragons existing, Andre instantly identifies Murakin as the Runkendel family's guardian dragon. He also quickly discerns Jin's true identity. Andre realizes he now faces a far greater prize. The Origin Stone corrupts the Wind Dragon, restoring Beretta's strength with dark power. Even Murakin is stunned to witness Biorata revive. 2 dragons clash head-on in a savage aerial duel. Biorata aims to obliterate Murakin. Murakin retaliates with a fierce punch. Biorata blocks it effortlessly, mocking him as a feeble opponent. Biorata revels in the chance to defeat the once mightiest dragon. As they battle, Andre moves toward the injured silver dragon with the stone's spirit. He is caught off guard. Jin seizes the opening and casts Chen Mi's light magic technique at him. The blinding spell robs the sorcerer of his sight. Jin follows up by slicing through his body with his blade. Biorata lunges toward Jin in retaliation, striking him brutally with his massive tail. The blow sends the young knight crashing away. He struggles but manages to steady himself, just as 2 more assaults surge toward him. In that instant, Jin feels compelled to activate Luna's stone. The legendary white whale of the Runkendel clan answers the call to overcome her brother's dire trial. Entering the fray, Jin had already calculated slim survival odds against Biorata and chose Andre as his main target. Even Andre is momentarily stunned by Luna's sudden arrival. Luna beams with excitement at being summoned into such a crucial battle. He admires her brother's resilience against such formidable foes. Jin expresses deep gratitude, knowing her arrival saved his life. Raged, Luna demands to know why Andre dared lay a hand on her younger brother. Facing both the Ziffel's minor patriarch and a wind dragon wielding a divine artifact, Jin had doubted their survival chances. Once Luna appears, victory feels inevitable, as she outclasses everyone present. Murakin retrieves Quekentel and advises keeping their distance from the clash. He remains awed by Luna's timely intervention that saved him. Andre takes satisfaction in witnessing the Runkendels violate their pact with the Seyfels and vows to report Jin's magic. Luna, brimming with confidence, remains unconcerned. She intends to ensure he never survives this encounter. Andre unleashes the cursed spirit toward Luna. It is instantly obliterated without effort. Having battled many Ziffals before, Luna has never found a sorcerer worthy of admiration. In a single motion, she cleaves through Biorata's dragon form. He relishes the ease of overpowering him. The damage forces him back into human form. Biorata prepares to continue the fight up close. His abilities surge under the influence of cursed demonic energy. Luna notes that the Origin Stone requires time to recharge and mocks the minor patriarch for relying on such a desperate measure. Biorata charges at her with spear in hand. The white whale evades with effortless speed and counters cheerfully without strain. She shatters Biorata's defenses completely, forcing him into retreat. Even the Wind Dragon cannot withstand her relentless, razor-sharp assault. Having toyed with them enough, Luna prepares to end it with the Runkendel clan's ultimate technique. He summons a devastating meteor shower. Echoing Jed's famous words, the Runkendel style embodies unstoppable destruction and the triumph over adversity. The Runkendel clan relies on only 2 signature techniques, known as their hidden arts and their ultimate finishing moves. Luna has just unleashed the clan's 3rd ultimate technique, a dazzling meteor shower that leaves her brother staring in awe. Beneath its stunning appearance, the strike carries terrifying destructive force. Andre trembles in fear as Beretta pours every ounce of his remaining strength into shielding him. Minor Patriarch shakes as defeat dawns on him, realizing that a mere human opponent is crushing him with an overwhelming gap in power. What's worse, Luna relies on no ancient relics or tricks. She is simply monstrous. Biorata clings to hope, believing the demon Godstone might still turn the tide, since it restores him each time he falls in battle. When her assault concludes, Luna looks slightly dissatisfied. Biorata has been blown apart completely, yet the damage still pales compared to the devastation her father once caused. She intends for this clash to serve as a valuable lesson for her younger brother. Luna firmly believes her brother will one day surpass even Kieran's overwhelming strength. However, her fight is far from over. A bizarre demon now stands before her, an unknown entity tied to the Ziffels. Murakin suspects the Zilfs forged a new Origin Stone through the power of their contractor. He urges retreat to avoid disaster, but Jin worries about Luna facing something as dangerous as the Origin Stone's incarnation. Murakin warns Jin that staying would only hinder Luna, insisting she handle the creature. The youngest Runkendel, reflects on how he became the shadow god's contractor. He possessed unmatched talent and countless blessings from the start. Still, Jin burns with frustration at being unable to resolve the crisis himself. Retreating without contributing feels humiliating. It mirrors the regret he carried from his previous life. His emotions boil down to one thing: fury. He vows never to remain powerless again. Murakin is pleased to see that relentless drive pushing him upward. As for Luna, she finds the demon laughably unimpressive for daring to challenge her. She soon realizes how formidable the demonized Andre has become when he fires a sinister beam of destructive energy. Luna raises her sword to block. The demon mocks her efforts. Luna coolly replies that her blade alone is enough to end him. She has no interest in flaunting raw power. Instead, she wishes to display pure sword mastery. As the first knight to wield a crimson aura, she stands unmatched. Andre, swollen with demonic pride, believes his divine strength grants him superiority. He gathers energy for a decisive strike, meant to finish the rung candle air. Luna remains perfectly composed. Soon the words Crimson Moon slip from her lips. A radiant red arc flashes forth and cleaves the monster cleanly in two. Yet the lingering force forms a swirling black void that pulls in everything near. Luna realizes she is momentarily trapped. Jin rushes forward, extending his hand sincerely to his sister. She remarks that they are now even for saving one another. Meanwhile, Lotz reports his findings to the Vimanth Emperor, describes the mysterious vortex and the appearance of the wind dragon Beretta. Evidence confirms the dragon did not survive. Lotz detected human mana at the scene, but could not determine the individual's identity. Vortex phenomenon continues to persist. Unfortunately, Andre has vanished without a trace. The Emperor grows increasingly irritated with Lotz's shortcomings, orders that these incidents be kept from public knowledge. He also commands Lotz to organize a unit to preserve diplomatic ties with the Zephyls. Before dismissing him, Amir warns that incomplete reports will not be tolerated. Chkul and Bubar learn of the Silver Dragon's clash with the Wind Dragon, which obliterated an entire island. The Origin Stone was reportedly destroyed as well. Bubar fumes over the loss of his prized creation, hinting at involvement in crafting the demonic stone. Chkul informs them that their leader is furious at how the Zephyls handled the matter. As a result, they may disregard orders for the time being. True Zephyl Patriarch acknowledges Andre's downfall, despite his overwhelming advantages. He speculates whether an external force, perhaps a dark dragon, intervened. Misha, the other dark dragon and Murakin's sister, is powerful enough to have easily shifted the outcome. Zephyl Patriarch instructs his guardian dragon Kadan to locate the shadow dragons. He shows no grief for Andre's death, having long expected his reckless brother's demise. After all, Andre had the audacity to attend Kieran's banquet uninvited. June suggests producing more demonic stones, as they remain the only weapon capable of rivaling the Runkandle clan. Eliak Zephyl harbors ambitions of world conquest and ascension as the new god. Back with our heroes, Jin and the others safely return to Jilly. He faints instantly upon seeing the legendary Luna involved in their mission. Jilly worries about Jin, noting he faces greater danger despite supposedly working alone. Luna smiles, pleased that someone genuinely cares for her brother. Kashmir arrives to greet the refined Luna Runkan. He is also introduced to the Silver Dragon Quickental, who currently radiates barely restrained fury. Kashmir shows deep respect, mindful not to repeat past mistakes. Quickental cuts the chatter short, focusing solely on Enia's well-being. Kashmir reports that Litri returned 3 hours earlier and is with Enia and Yulia, though something feels off. The dragon has no memory of the year he was missing. His recollection ends at the moment Beretta took him to teach spells. Murakin concludes the Zephyls erased his memory to hide their involvement. After a lengthy explanation, Kashmir and Jilly finally understand everything that transpired. Murakin believes the demonic stone exists to forge a god of their own. They are collecting divine powers to crush any opposition. That is Kiliak Sifil's ultimate objective. Kintel heads off with Kashmir to check on Enia. Jilly encounters Luna once more, only to faint again from sheer stress. Luna hears about Jin's feats over the past 3 months and laughs at how he discredited his own missions by misusing his powers. Billy feels relieved that Luna intends to keep matters discreet. Luna then drops a bombshell, revealing Kieran already knows everything. He is close to discovering Luna's involvement as well. Billy trembles at the thought. Jin calmly proposes meeting his father alongside Luna, claiming he has a solid explanation prepared. The idea sounds reckless to both women, who think he underestimates his father. Jin clarifies he only intends to warn him about the Zephyl plot against the Runkandel clan and inform him of the demon creation stones. Luna reminds him that returning home early would mean automatic failure of his test. Jin shrugs off the risk, hoping to negotiate something from his father. Once Luna speaks bluntly, genuinely afraid for his safety. Jin responds confidently that she would step in before anything fatal occurs. Hearing such bold confidence, Luna steps closer, her gaze sharp and intimidating. She tests his resolve, clearly angered. Luna also recognizes how deeply Jilly worries about him. In the end, she agrees to follow his plan. They decide to depart the following day. Perplexed, Jilly asks Luna why she agreed to assist her younger brother. The answer is straightforward. She despises the clan's brutal tradition of thriving on internal bloodshed. Luna wishes to stand as Jin's dependable elder sister and shield. She trusts he has a solid plan for this confrontation. Following morning, Luna and Jin make their way back to Stormcastle. Her arrival is greeted with suspicion and visible irritation. Jin's older sister clearly feels he owes her after everything she has done. Fuego and the other Runkendel flag bearers openly oppose Luna's choice. The readiness to confront them suggests Kieran already knows they have returned. Mary fumes, convinced Jin is sabotaging his growth by rushing toward death. Luna explains that Jin came back by his own will, though her judgment is criticized for failing to restrain him. She finds herself unable to counter Luncha's sharp reasoning. Luncha is stunned to hear that Jin intends to meet their father personally. His siblings warn him bluntly that this decision could cost him his life. After steadying herself, Luncha permits them to enter, yet she swiftly draws her blade toward Luna. Under Kieran's order, Luna must surrender her weapon as Jin is summoned alone. Luna reacts fiercely, refusing to accept the command. The other flag bearers surround her, ready to subdue her. Acting strictly under Kieran's directive, Jin reassures Luna that he only wishes to relay vital information to their father. Fearless, he walks forward without hesitation. As he proceeds deeper into the castle, Jin reflects that none of his siblings truly understand the patriarch. Believes that with composure and confidence, he can earn his father's trust. Jin inhales deeply and lightly taps on the door. Response is overwhelming. Kieran's aura alone shatters the door apart. For the first time, Kieran's fury toward his son is unmistakable. He forges a blade purely from aura to illustrate the heights Jin's swordsmanship could reach, making it a harsh lesson rather than a threat. Jin understands that cowering or apologizing would only worsen matters. Instead, he boldly admits that he missed his father, words none of the other children dared speak. Though touched, Kieran still criticizes him for his weakness. Jin reiterates his sincerity, yet it gains little ground. Kieran releases an oppressive killing intent that nearly crushes Jin where he stands. The patriarch knows his son would not return without purpose. Jin reports that the Ziffel Minor patriarch has fallen. He openly acknowledges Luna's involvement in the battle. Jin adds that there is far more to explain. Intrigued, Kieran allows him to continue. Jin recounts the numerous trials he faced as a reserve flag bearer. Kieran wonders if his visit was merely to boast about defeating the second strongest Ziffel. Jin counters that Andre was far from their strongest, as even Luna's might should not have ended them so easily. The patriarch confirms there exists someone surpassing even Kiliak, a figure stronger than the Ziffal leader, though Jin has yet to reveal the crucial detail. Finally mentions the demonic godstone used in battle, a replica of the god's original origin stone. Kieran casually brings up Murakhan, showing he was always aware of the dark dragon and Jin's mana control. His father had long known more than he let on. Then he laughs, admitting he had not known about Murakhan, and simply tricked Jin into revealing it, amused that a mighty dragon was reduced to a mere cat. Turning serious, Kieran says he must discuss the artifact further with Luna due to its dangerous nature. He questions whether the Dark Sea Kings understand its threat, and feels compelled to return there. Kieran forgives Jin's return, but senses the boy seeks compensation for his achievements. Jin states his demand clearly. No Runkundle is to enter Tikkun, the city where he plans to settle and carry out missions. Before agreeing, Kieran imposes a condition. Jin must win Kashmir's full cooperation. Only then will his wish be honored. Unbeknownst to Kieran, Jin has already secured that cooperation. He presents Kashmir before the patriarch like a nervous stray. Kashmir feels immense pressure standing before the world's strongest knight. Steeling himself, he bows respectfully to the Runkundle patriarch. Jin explains their established rapport, fulfilling his end of the bargain. Kashmir silently fears the Runkundles might seize control of Tikkun. Jin effectively passes the test with unexpected ease. Kashmir hears Jin's request to bar Runkundles from Tikkun. He is both astonished and relieved. With further matters to discuss, Kieran dismisses Jin. Kashmir remains tense and shaken in the patriarch's presence. Meanwhile, Jin wanders casually through the estate. The Tona twins stare in disbelief at his unharmed return. He asks them to watch over his cadets during his absence. After he leaves, they marvel at his courage in facing their intimidating father. Jin emerges safely, surprising his siblings. He tells Luna to meet Kieran next, teasing the others by withholding details. Kashmir eventually exits as well, looking utterly drained. Mew complains that an outsider stepped into the Garden of Swords unapproved. Luncha silences her, reminding everyone their task is done. Jin apologizes to his sister for the trouble and announces he will depart again to focus on training. He bids farewell to his siblings. A month later in the underground hall, Alyssa Badger trains him relentlessly. He has suffered 30 consecutive defeats at her hands. His fighting spirit remains unbroken as he prepares to endure the 31st loss. The Ziffel clan publicly announces the deaths of Andre and the Wind Dragon. They avoid discussing the cause, fueling rumors of assassination. Most accepted theory claims they fell to the Runkendels. Many begin to anticipate an impending war. Various factions send gifts and favors to the Runkendels seeking alliances. Kieran declines the gifts yet grants the requests, maneuvering strategically while cleaning up Jin's bold actions. He informs Khan of his plan to return to the Dark Sea and asks that messages be delivered despite looming battles. Back in training, Jin refines his swordsmanship tirelessly. Even after 10,000 swings, he feels far from ready to challenge Luna. Despite reaching 5 stars in sword and magic, he remains dissatisfied. He pushes himself relentlessly, aiming to surpass his siblings within 5 years. Kashmir worries that Jin's intense regimen may harm him, and he arrives unexpectedly to visit. He frets over his bruised and bleeding hands. Kashmir warns that impatience could injure him before stronger enemies ever. Jin admits his fault, but cannot restrain his drive to give everything. Kashmir insists he should take pride in his current progress. He proposes adding an exciting element to his routine, suggesting he spar with a formidable opponent. Jin assumes Kashmir is offering himself as the challenge. Though humble in demeanor, Kashmir's swordsmanship earns him the title Phantom Sword and recognition as a Runkendel instructor. Kashmir says they will duel when Jin is ready, but for now another opponent awaits. That opponent turns out to be his wife, Alyssa. Jin receives 6 months to defeat Alyssa, with permission to unleash all his abilities freely. Yulia trembles, unwilling to see her mother drawn into battle. Alyssa gladly accepted the challenge without hesitation. First, Jin's opinion of Alyssa did not extend beyond noticing her formidable build. That changed when Yulia bluntly called him ridiculously weak, a statement she was physically incapable of lying about. Alyssa had no issue sparring with Jin daily for 6 straight months and never viewed it as troublesome. After 2 days, Jin stood once more before the physical titan to test himself. She made it clear she never goes easy on anyone and hoped he would not lose spirit after his first defeat. It was then that he understood defeating her within 6 months might actually be possible. When the duel started, a single punch from Alyssa forced Jin to use everything he had just to defend. She was genuinely impressed that he managed to counter it all. Jin retaliated with a flash of light magic that briefly stole her vision. He charged in to capitalize on it, unknowingly exposing a fatal opening. In that instant, he realized his mistake. Alyssa's next punch carried such force that it hurled him across the arena. Still, she admired that he had attempted 2 offensive moves on day 1, especially since she had restrained herself in her initial strike. She had not expected the blinding enchantment he secretly placed on his blade before the match. Yet clever tricks could not overpower her sheer physical might. Even so, she recognized his tactical thinking, the same approach he used to topple stronger foes. Jin is not overwhelming by default. He excels at manufacturing openings where none seemed to exist. Though she was impressed, Jin felt defeated. He had revealed every card and still lost miserably. This was the level of beast he needed to conquer within half a year. The challenge thrilled both of them. 1 month later, attention shifts to Kieran battling creatures of the Dark Sea. Khan arrives bearing a crucial letter from Kashmir. The handwriting is so meticulous, it resembles a heartfelt confession. Kieran is irritated that Kashmir failed to provide timely updates on Jin as instructed. The letter rambles extensively, but eventually details Jin's training progress. Notes that although Jin keeps losing to Kashmir, he survives longer with each bout. He has endured 40 consecutive defeats. Yet one detail pleases Kieran greatly. Jin lasted over 120 exchanges in their latest duel, that he is relentlessly pushing beyond his former limits. Kieran is so proud he briefly considers keeping Jin close as a potential successor. He has never openly declared which child he favors. Even if Joshua leads publicly, he may not be Kieran's true preference. Khan argues Jin remains too young and lacks ruthless decisiveness, qualities Joshua possesses. Before dismissing him, Kieran questions why the letter took 10 days to arrive. Khan explains he was delayed battling sea monsters. In response, Kieran conjures a blade of mana and slices apart the terrain, clearing a safer route for faster future deliveries. Back at training, Jin has now sparred Alyssa more than 90 times. With each match, he grows harder to defeat, steadily inching closer to her level. Rather than relax, he dedicates every spare moment to honing his skills. Alyssa observes that his aura harmonizes perfectly with mana. Shadow Force accelerates his development, yet without tireless discipline, his gifts would be meaningless. He even begins to anticipate her eventual loss. The following day, they exchange blows evenly. Alyssa believes she maintains the advantage, till a vicious slash catches her off guard. The strike leaves a serious wound. She realizes she has not bled in quite some time. Jin calls for an yap, believing luck played a major role. Alyssa could have evaded, but chose to commit fully. He had carefully disguised his move with Shadow Force. Alyssa admits retirement has dulled her edge. Defeat arrives sooner than expected, yet Jin refuses to accept the win proudly, displaying a true competitor's mindset. Alyssa insists it still reflects his explosive growth. In 3 months, his progress has soared, and 6-star mastery will mark her true defeat. Winter descends upon them. Murakin happily eats ice pops despite the freezing air. He even plans to bring some to Jilly. Jin has a serious discussion to hold with Kashmir. He seeks intelligence on Pishkal, the top successor candidate of that clan. Kashmir reveals rumors that Pishkal collaborates with the Kinzalo group. He frequents an art studio run by Bubere, a high-ranking Kinzalo officer. Bubere appears senior within the organization, explaining why Bishkal fought in his place at the banquet. Jin worries about Kinzalo's deeper ties, recalling how powerful they were in his previous life. Meanwhile, Yulia relentlessly teases Murakin. Jin asks if Kashmir uncovered anything about Alu, the deceased auction house owner. Nothing concrete has surfaced about him. Jin suspects deliberate efforts to erase his traces and almost regrets eliminating him prematurely. Appreciates how much effort Kashmir invests in gathering intelligence, feeling deeply grateful for his support. Now Jin invites Kashmir to observe his next duel with Alyssa. In the arena, Alyssa is surprised her husband came to witness what she believes will be her loss. Jin declares he will always value her as a remarkable mentor and ally. Kashmir is astonished at how drastically Jin improved in just 3 months. The battle begins with Jin unveiling a new summoning ability. From his magic emerges a majestic shadow phoenix. Achieving 6-star sorcery grants, won the qualification to forge a pact with a phoenix. Such pacts are secret and chosen by the phoenix itself, making selection a rare honor among mages. Among all phoenixes, the rarest is the blue phoenix Tess. She has answered only the greatest sorcerers in history. Fully prepared, Jin and Alyssa clash once more. Alyssa charges, but Tess strikes first with a high-tier flame spell. The flames exert additional pressure that weakens Alyssa's abilities. She knows time is limited to end this quickly. Jin presses forward, forcing her into defense. He adds a wind spell to overwhelm her further. Having fought her countless times, he understands her aggressive dominant style. He seeks immediate control, which he deliberately exploits. He pressures her up close with refined swordsmanship, then reinforces it with fire magic to destabilize her. Trapped between Phoenix flames and his assault, Alyssa is cornered. She realizes evasion alone will not save her. Going on full strength, she catches his blade mid-swing and endures the flames. Alyssa prepares to deliver the finishing blow. Jin vanishes unexpectedly despite her sensing him moments ago. She then understands the pressure effect dulled her perception. Jin seizes the instant to strike decisively. This time he claims victory without hesitation. He comes to the conclusion that he clearly pushed himself too far. Jin urgently seeks Enia's assistance to restore Alyssa's health. Once the fight concludes, Murakin and Quickental are left in awe after hearing that Jin emerged victorious. Her shock wasn't due to Alyssa's defeat, but because Jin had actually summoned the Phoenix Tess itself. Quickental collapses to her knees the moment she learns the truth. After Alyssa regains her strength, Jin reveals he had devised his winning tactic from the time of their very first clash. Two of them genuinely relished the training match. Jin's feat of defeating a task force captain is extraordinary, especially considering he is not yet 16. Murakin and Quickental rush in breathlessly, pleading for a chance to speak with Tess. Jin complies with the given instructions without hesitation. Quickental descends to respectfully greet the sovereign of the Fire Realm. Murakin remains just as prideful as ever. For some unexplained reason, they appear to share a prior connection. Quickental trembles uncontrollably in sheer terror. After sending Tess back to its own dimension, Murakin clarifies why the being is so significant, revealing that its current appearance is not even its authentic form. It reigns over the Fire Realm, a domain where dragons and phoenixes flourish, a realm so vast and mysterious that even deities struggle to comprehend it. And once the gods dared to invade that world alongside their dragons, that intrusion enraged Tess beyond measure, prompting it to unleash overwhelming power that resulted in the slaughter of 5 gods and the crushing defeat of their dragons. Jin is astonished upon learning the creature's true might. yet he understands he cannot unleash its complete strength within the human world. Even if Jin were to reach the absolute pinnacle of power, it still would not be feasible. Crossing dimensions comes with restrictions, which explains why even the gods were rendered helpless against tests within the fire realm. Same limitations apply here, though even restrained, the Phoenix possesses enough power to reduce anything to cinders. Murakin stresses that dragons fear that entity immensely, yet he notes that Tess seems fond of Jin, who begins pondering the true extent of such an ally's potential. With that kind of power, he might one day stand a chance against the Ziffels. A month later, Patriarch Kirin Runkendel discovers that his son has been chosen by the Fire Realm's deity. Above all else, Jin's mastery of the sword is advancing at an astonishing rate compared to his other talents. Kirin shifts the discussion, mentioning Ron Heron's grandson and an assassination assignment tied to a competitive event. From Kashmir, Jin hears about the Arena of Cosmos, a battleground that could allow him to confront Dante Hirin, a pureblood heir of the formidable Hirin clan. In the past, that clan's patriarch rivaled Kirin's might, until Kirin surpassed all and ascended as a divine star knight. This revelation immediately captures Jin's curiosity. Even so, hesitation still flickers within him. Kashmir insists that this is his sole chance to clash with a gifted pureblood from the Hirin lineage. Persuaded by Kashmir's urging, Jin ultimately agrees to participate. He pieces together the situation and understands the purpose behind Kashmir's private meeting with his father. Runkendel Patriarch intends for Jin to prioritize swordsmanship above everything, and Kashmir is simply carrying out orders he cannot refuse. Arrangements for Jin's journey have already been made. It has been quite some time since Jin undertook a mission alone, not since Mammoth Lawless. Compared to that place, the Arena of Cosmos is far more ruthless. It is a savage battleground where participants may wield any weapon, and even murder rivals outside official matches without consequence. Jin is stunned that Dante Hirin, a celebrated pureblood, would enter such a depraved contest, yet he welcomes the chance to face him if it means growing stronger. On the topic of advancement, Veridin Zyphel is also competing here. When Jin arrives to register, he is bluntly told that enrollment has already closed and he should leave. The irritable clerk ignores formalities entirely and simply wants Jin gone. Jin decides to put the man in his place. He slams a pile of gold coins straight into the clerk's face. The impact knocks him flat, yet the eccentric man oddly admires Jin's ruthlessness and agrees to register him on the spot. The person Jin struck turns out to be the island's ruler and pirate king, Cosmos himself, and Jin is assigned to Group 13. The escort guiding Jin mentions that another contestant had also punched the captain squarely in the face. He adds that it would be entertaining if those two ended up clashing, and Jin is more than willing to meet the mystery fighter in the finals. He is not even provided with proper lodging. Instead, several men are crammed into a cell to provoke conflict, since fairness is never part of this game. One of the inmates approaches Jin, clearly looking for trouble. However, Jin's experience speaks for itself, and he warns them he will wipe them out within 3 seconds if they refuse to back off. Final second ticks away. Jin proceeds to utterly crush everyone confined in his. Having made his presence known, Jin moves on to challenge additional opponents. They recklessly charge at him, assuming the newcomer will be easy prey. In mere moments, Jin severs their limbs with effortless precision. The arena swarms with vile criminals, arguably even more depraved than those in Mammoth. Jin anticipates enjoying himself as he dismantles them over the coming days. When the guide finally returns to his cell, he is stunned to see that Jin has already eliminated all his rivals. Jin has no immediate desire to finish them off. The guide advises him to watch Groups 1 and 2 carefully, as he may soon face them. Upon entering the arena, Jin takes in the magnificent spectacle before him. The stands are packed with spectators, though none seem capable of recognizing him. Many are gossiping about a mysterious combatant who single-handedly wiped out his entire group. Oddly enough, rumors have spread that a Runkendel flag-bearer has infiltrated the tournament, information that should never have reached the public, leaving Jin puzzled. He quietly sits near some loud onlookers, speculating that the flag-bearer must be Jin Runkendel. Confused by how widely known he seems, Jin suspects perhaps one of the twins might also be present at the event. Cosmos steps onto the grand stage to roaring cheers, adored for promising challengers a path toward their ambitions. The tournament features 14 participants across 13 groups, bringing nearly 200 warriors together. The opening bout features a fighter known as Mantis. He faces an unusual young swordsman named Paul Mick, who appears almost too youthful for such a stage, and estimates the boy cannot be older than 13. He recalls the guide mentioning a young fighter who had struck down the captain. The duel starts and ends instantly, with a lightning-fast slash from Paul. Mantis collapses before anyone can comprehend what transpired, and notes the brutal precision of the strike that cleanly removed Mantis's head. Realizing there is only one explanation, the swordsman must be Dante Heron using an alias. and the thrilling display ignites excitement. Veridin, ever outspoken, confidently wagers his money on Paul. Jin is startled by Veridin's sudden appearance, unaware that he was competing. Veridin casually rallies the crowd while placing his bet, behaving far too relaxed for someone on assignment. The bothersome mage soon spots Jin Rungkandel among the spectators. Paul recalls encountering Veridin at a Zyphal banquet and is surprised by his enthusiastic reaction. While the two seem delighted, Jin can only feel irritation before the next match begins. Cosmos conducts a brief interview with Paul following his victory. Paul expresses satisfaction in having eliminated corrupt scum, presenting himself as a man of justice. Cosmos warns him that such bold remarks could easily turn every pirate in attendance against him. That exchange concluded, preparations commence for the upcoming bout. Jin watches the subsequent matches with little interest, convinced that Paul Mick is Dante Heron in disguise due to his extraordinary swordsmanship. He begins questioning whether he can surpass that level using sword skills alone. Though other abilities would secure victory, he is determined to rely solely on the blade. Jin's own fight is postponed until all other matches conclude. Meanwhile, he keeps himself occupied by subduing the pirates sharing his cell. Exhausted from enduring multiple grueling battles, Paul strolls past the row of cells. Prior to departing for the arena of Cosmos, Veridin had learned of the tournament from a Zyphal elder. He was briefed specifically about Dante's involvement. His assignment was to monitor the young swordsman's abilities firsthand. Veridin's purpose here is to gather intelligence while also profiting handsomely. Growing weary of the lackluster bouts, he wonders where the truly formidable contenders are hiding. That was the moment Veridin discovered that Jin Gray had entered the arena not as a spectator, but as a contender. After completing most of his matches, Jin feels completely drained. 35 martial artists have lost their lives so far, yet only 5 were killed inside the arena itself. The majority of deaths occur beyond the ring, forcing Jin to stay constantly alert since he cannot even rest without caution. The faint echo of approaching footsteps catches his attention. Someone is advancing openly, making no effort to suppress their aura. That alone tells him the intruder must possess considerable strength. To his surprise, he spots an exhausted Dante Heron approaching and asking to speak. Dante proposes that they guard one another while sleeping. Having witnessed Jin's abilities and trusting his competence, before he can continue, Dante collapses from sheer fatigue. Jin finds it embarrassing that the Heron clan fails to train its warriors to endure sleepless nights. Yet that is not the sole reason for Dante's condition. Truth is that Dante has fought so relentlessly, he can no longer remain standing. A group of pirates trails him, hoping to finish him off, unaware of what awaits them. Jin Rungkandel suddenly emerges like a phantom from the shadows, swiftly cuts them down without hesitation. He coldly warns them that approaching the cell again will cost them their lives. One pirate attempts to clarify that their target was Paul Mick, not Jin. Jin intercepts a venom-coated spear with his bare hand. His anger flares at the thought of grown men hunting a young fight. By the time Dante awakens from his rest, Jin has already dealt with the immediate threats. Reveals that the pirates' true objective was kidnapping a member of the Rungkandel clan. Dante feels deeply grateful for Jin's intervention, even chuckles at the absurdity of being hunted due to mistaken identity. To repay his debt, Dante subtly hints at his ties to the Vimanth Empire, and Jin accepts the information without complaint. As Jin safeguarded him during his rest, Dante insists on returning the favor. Jin truly needed that reassurance, as exhaustion soon overtakes him and he lies down to sleep. He instructs Dante to wake him before the next matches commence. Without further discussion, Jin immediately drifts off. Dante forms a curious impression of him, seeing a cold exterior that hides genuine kindness. Meanwhile, Paul Mick continues carving through the arena's criminals, securing victory after victory with a single decisive strike. On the other side, Jin steadily builds his own streak of triumphs. The spectators begin chanting his name enthusiastically. Some even debate whether he surpasses Paul Mick, as both fighters rise as crowd favorites. However, a covert faction conspires against them, plotting to eliminate both before the final showdown. Guide cautions that defeating either prodigy would be nearly impossible due to their overwhelming strength, acknowledging their inability to assassinate them outright. Conspirators resort to manipulating match outcomes instead of risking confrontation. Pirate King Cosmos grows, irritated upon learning of these underhanded tactics. Bored by dull fights, he reshuffles the brackets to ensure Jin and Paul advance directly to the finals. As for the schemers attempting to fix outcomes, they will inevitably face one of the two prodigies as punishment. Cosmos believes the wagering frenzy surrounding Jin and Paul will generate enormous profits. The next day, Veridin eagerly observes the setup for the decisive match, curious which swordsman will prevail. His followers are confident Paul will claim victory due to his refined technique. Veridin, being overly fond of Jin, places his entire fortune on Jin's success. It is a reckless wager with poor odds, but Veridin hopes to siphon off some of Cosmos's wealth through this gamble. Cosmos finally steps forward to declare the final bout, only to be bombarded with noise from the impatient crowd. They are desperate to witness the clash between the Grim Reaper and Paul. Skipping unnecessary chatter, Cosmos loudly introduces Paul Mick, who enters fully prepared. Across from him stands the Grim Reaper of Group 13. Veridin shouts encouragement like an enthusiastic supporter. The two warriors lock eyes as the duel officially begins. Rather than rushing forward immediately, they carefully read each other's movements with sharp awareness. Paul suddenly bursts forward with astonishing speed, leaving Jin barely enough time to parry and counter. Paul recognizes that basic tactics will not overcome Jin. He unleashes a far more powerful assault. Jin channels reinforcement into his blade to withstand it. Their weapons collide in a dazzling exchange of force, each strike answered by another in perfect rhythm. At this stage, Jin and Dante appear evenly matched. Dante's opening burst showcased peak velocity, but now he conserves energy strategically. Jin mirrors his opponent's tempo to maintain balance. Their movements blur as they battle within the confined arena. Veridin watches with visible excitement and admiration. Dante urges Jin to reveal his full arsenal before demonstrating his true speed. Jin is momentarily startled, barely dodging the incoming strike. Even so, he sustains a painful hit and is forced backward under relentless pressure. The audience erupts, chanting Paul Mick's name in awe. Jin analyzes Dante's destructive sword style and its overwhelming force. Dante's physique allows him to extend battles until opponents collapse from exhaustion. From Dante's viewpoint, Jin has yet to fully impress him. He prepares to conclude the fight with a decisive strike, yet he underestimates Jin's true capabilities. A single chilling glare from Jin forces Dante to retreat instinctively. He senses a dangerous power beginning to surface. Dante realizes that landing his attack would have triggered an even deadlier counter. Indeed, Jin had intended to unleash Shadow Force after being cornered. Determined to shift momentum, Jin advances seriously. His heavy downward strikes maintain consistent force without weakening. Dante finds himself driven back, aware that hesitation will spell defeat. Jin grows irritated that Dante still restrains his full strength. He calls out Dante's real identity aloud. Admitting his ties to the Hirin family, Dante apologizes for holding back. Thus the battle enters its second phase. Both fighters now unleash their complete power. A renewed clash shakes the arena violently. Subsequent blows gradually force Jin to retreat. Counters with a fierce upward slash, seizing a chance to press Dante. Each exchange leaves Jin's body trembling from impact. Dante shows no indication of yielding in this contest. In truth, Jin is confronting a once-in-a-century prodigy. Dante's extraordinary potential is only restrained by the limits of his current physique. It's the same way Jin experienced his first life, cursed from the very beginning. Dante's physical prowess is a testament to the immense challenges he has faced alone to get where he is now. Jin recognizes all the sacrifices Dante has made to reach this point. Meanwhile, Dante believes that Jin was born with everything handed to him on a silver platter from the start. Despite his perfect form and exceptional talent, there's an underlying sense of fear and urgency. This anger stems from a burning desire to prove himself as the best. His relentless training and suffering have been driven by one sole purpose: to exchange blows and experience the same despair his opponent knows. Both fighters have pushed themselves past the brink of collapse, but it's not without its price. A price Dante's body has to pay for constantly pushing its limits. However, Jin realizes that not finishing the fight would be an insult to Dante. With a heavy heart, he prepares to strike Dante. But at the last moment, Jin cannot bring himself to deliver the killing blow. Dante immediately loses consciousness. Jin quickly calls for a doctor to tend to him. Luckily, Veridin is already on the scene, jumping onto the stage to assist Dante, vowing to save him. The situation is dire. Dante's condition has deteriorated beyond the point of salvation. He is suffering from an aura overload, with his body completely shattered from within. There's only one possible way to save him. Veridin hopes this encounter remains a secret between the three of them. The Zifal's servants attempt to stop him, but Veridin brushes them off. Veridin makes his affiliation with the clan clear to those present. Cosmos, terrified, immediately orders that no one interfere in the fight. Veridin holds something called the blood of the numerous. Once he was a god of hope, and after his death his blood and tears were left behind. One could revive the dead with his blood, while his tears could cure any illness instantly, making both incredibly valuable. Many clans sought to claim his remains. Now Veridin possesses the blood of this fallen god. Despite the Zifal clan's poor relationship with the Hurons, Veridin plans to use this blood to save Dante, a decision that defies logic but is guided by his strong beliefs. Healing is successful, and Dante regains his life. Dante awakens thanks to the powerful artifact. Jin is still struggling to understand why Veridin would go so far for Dante. Veridin reminds everyone that he sacrificed greatly to heal Dante. Jin suspects Veridin will want something major in return for his selfless act. Veridin only asks for drinks to relax and enjoy with Jin. Jin is left bewildered by such a ridiculously generous offer. He once thought Veridin was a fool, but now sees him in a more respectable light. They high-five like lifelong friends, sharing a bond that was previously unrecognized. That same evening, Jin shares drinks with Veridin and Dante, having earned both prize and bet money after nearly losing his life in the arena. Jin generously shares half of his winnings with Dante for his clan. Veridin, envious, can't help but feel left out since he didn't get any. Jin opens a treasure chest. Inside, he discovers a map. He hands Veridin an empty box to keep as a memento. Jin vents his frustration to Dante, upset that Dante had hidden his strongest move. Dante, however, shrugs it off, saying that Jin was also holding back his abilities. Dante looks forward to the opportunity for a rematch, this time without any restrictions. Veridin is excited about the future, envisioning a time when they lead their respective clans together. He even jokes about taking a break for a change of pace. Jin is pleased that the next Seafell patriarch is a well-meaning fool, though Veridin finds this remark offensive. It is true, though they may be adversaries now. Jin wonders how their paths will intertwine in the future. Veridin suddenly remembers something important and brings it up. He's heard a rumor that someone is impersonating his name. Dante is taken aback, incredulous that someone would dare impersonate a high-ranking member of the Ziffel clan. Veridin doesn't know who it is. He's reluctant to accuse Jin, but clearly, he doesn't realize that Jin is the one behind the impersonation. Jin asks about their plans to capture the imposter. Jin suggests they forget about the rumor, as pursuing it would only make the Ziffel clan look foolish. Veridin, surprisingly, is convinced by this simple advice, and quickly decides to leave, as he has much to attend to. Before he leaves, Veridin calls him a friend. Jin pauses for a moment, smiling in acknowledgement. Back to Kieran, he's frustrated with the constant letters from Kashmir. This letter informs him that Jin has defeated Dante and reached the 6-star level in swordsmanship. Kieran is irritated with Kashmir and wants to meet him one-on-one soon. Back at his castle, Kashmir senses something is off. He feels that something unexpected is about to happen. Kashmir requests to see the match footage from Jin's recent competition. The map confuses him, as he has never seen anything like it before. The map is vague and unclear, with no precise destination marked. Yulia becomes intrigued by the map. He points to a peculiar spot on the map. Something tragic and horrifying about it moves her deeply, making her burst into tears. Kashmir becomes alert, sensing something is amiss. Urakin realizes Yulia's powers are dangerously overloaded. Guardian Dragon must intervene to help her regain control. Latri rushes to assist her. The young dragon helps her calm down and regain composure. Alyssa also hurries to the scene, concerned for Yulia. Thankfully, Latri manages to soothe her, bringing her into a peaceful slumber. Murakin is eager to learn what Yulia saw in her vision. Latri explains that it was a glimpse into the past. The vision occurs when a contractor of Ismail gazes upon an object filled with powerful emotions. Things could have gone much worse if Latri had not acted so quickly. Latri shares what Yulia saw, an ancient land where people worshipped their god and isolated themselves from the outside world. But then certain individuals, namely the Zyphals, appeared and engaged with the locals. The magicians demanded increasingly more from the residents, until one fateful day when they killed a child. After the death of the child, the Zyphals slaughtered numerous natives while hunting for a sacred relic. Jin, overhearing the discussion, quickly pieces together the puzzle in his mind. He asks Latri to sketch out a representation of the artifact's design. He describes it as resembling a silver mirror. This further affirms Jin's suspicions. It is the object from his future, the Well of Mana. The Zilfs invaded Kalen to seize the artifact, forcing the locals into grueling labor. Jin even uncovered how they turned the locals into biological golems. This confirms that the map is pointing to the artifact's location. Jin is fortunate to have received such a valuable map from Cosmos. Urakin takes note of Jin's interest and inquires if he knows something. Jin pretends to be unaware and expresses his regret to Kashmir about what happened to Yulia. Certainly not his fault, as she is a divine contractor. Latri will stay by Yulia's side to ensure her recovery. Kashmir suggests they move forward and seek the artifact, with his organization first deciphering the map's language to guide them. Jin knows that it's unlikely, since the majority of the natives were killed by the Zyphals. The few who understand the language are confined to Kalen, so it's uncertain whether they'll get to the Well of Mana before the Zyphals. 2 weeks after the Yulia incident, a drunk collapses in the middle of the night. Jin helps him up, offering another drink to spark a conversation. The young man extracts information from him while he is vulnerable. The man reveals that his tribe is located far away, which is a significant hint. Jin pulls out the map and asks the man to read and translate it. But when the man notices the symbol at the top, he begins to panic, realizing he's been set up. Jin confidently reveals the identity of the 2 dragons. Murakin is angered by how easily so much information was spilled. The man is reassured that they're not affiliated with the Ziffles, yet he's still astonished that they managed to corner him. Jin explains how they learned about the tragedies in Kalon. They sought someone to translate the map, and by chance found him. Of course, even the man knows it wasn't mere luck. However, he's glad to introduce them to his sister, who had been expecting them. Even Murakin finds it odd that Rausa had been anticipating their arrival. She embodies divinity, a person of great importance from her homeland. Rausa demonstrates her powers by accurately detailing Jin's abilities and even knowing about Murakin and Latri. He possesses an aura that surpasses all others. Jin immediately realizes he is in the presence of an actual god. Rausa clarifies that she is merely a vessel, and had she truly been a god, Kalon would never have fallen to invaders. Murakin pronounces her impending downfall, as her powers are diminishing. Rausa confirms this, acknowledging the Dark Dragon's insight. Rausa takes the map and translates it word by word. The message devastates her, as it was written by her grandfather. Thankfully, the map didn't fall into the Ziffle's hands, but instead came into Jin's possession. Murakin proposes making a deal with Rausa, since they'll be heading to Kalon soon. Rausa surprises Jin by revealing her knowledge of his connection to Solderin. Since time has passed, Rausa plans to release all her divine powers to summon the God of Darkness. Jin agrees to the deal and decides to head to Kalon immediately, uncertain if he can save the people there, but he vows to try his best. Rausa shares everything Jin needs to know about the Kalon region. Jin, Murakin, and Kashmir arrive at the location. It was an open place in his previous life. However, since he completed a mission as a cadet, it's clear that the place has been shut down for security. The journalist who once revealed the Well of Mana's existence will never fulfill his mission in this timeline. Kashmir becomes disheartened. Jin and Murakin remain undeterred, unaffected by the closure. Their goal remains the same, to enter. The board is likely just a decoy. There are no guards or magical barriers. Suddenly, Murakin detects the presence of others. They are the native workers, laboring away under harsh conditions. A pureblood Seifel is enjoying himself nearby. This man is Murin Sifil, the infamous sorcerer of the Magic Tower. He is Varadin's brother and is known for his reckless actions. As a powerful sorcerer with 8 stars in magic, he doesn't need guards. Murakin, eager for action, wants to eliminate Murin with a direct approach. However, Jin disagrees, as he believes there will be consequences if they continue to kill high-ranking Zyphals like Andre. They need a valid reason before taking action. As they discuss, journalist Dino Jaglin unexpectedly appears. Jin apprehends him and realizes this is the same person responsible for exposing the Zyphals in his past life. This means the journalist had been coming here alone, confronting the Zyphals without any powers. Jin is almost impressed and curiously asks what Dino is writing about. Dino, looking concerned, questions their involvement with him. Jin reassures him by saying they are merely passing through. Since they share a common goal, it's best to ally with the journalist. Murakin is not a fan of this approach. Kashmir believes it's wise to follow Dino, who already understands the situation in the area. This could provide them with a solid reason for launching an attack on the Zyphals. Reluctantly, Dino shares his findings. He's investigated the natives extensively and uncovered a lot of information. Interestingly, Dino knows Murin and has shared drinks with him to extract information. Murin is so careless that he would let anyone pass unnoticed. Recognizing an opportunity, Jin asks Dino for a favor. Murin is irritated by his superiors, who assigned him a dull mission as punishment for a prank. He is as drunk as usual when Dino approaches. Dino pretends to be an old friend to him. Murin is in a good mood, but he grows suspicious of the unfamiliar faces Dino has brought with him. Dino explains that they are travelers and apologizes for any misunderstanding. Jin introduces himself politely to the erratic sorcerer. Jin has learned much about Murin from Varadin's incessant chatter. Even Varadin holds Murin in low regard, considering him a disgrace to their clan. Varadin gave Jin a crucial warning: never challenge Murin, as he is the worst of them all. At that moment, Murin is acting like a fool in front of a Runkindle, unaware of it. Murin begins to probe the journalist's identity, grows increasingly suspicious of Dino, and suddenly wonders why Dino even interviewed the natives. Both Jin and Murakin realize the gravity of the situation. Murin had tortured the people he interviewed and erased any traces of their existence. Bursts into maniacal laughter, calling the journalist a fool for his reckless actions. Eventually, Murin reveals that he knows Jin's identity as a Runkindle. He suspects that Dino is secretly linked to them. Murakin seizes Dino as the sorcerer launches his first attack. Jin is taken aback as he notices Murin activating a mana shield, something even he couldn't detect. Murakin points out that such a feat is impossible, meaning Murin is hiding something crucial. Murin immediately recognizes Jin Runkindle. While Jin is curious about how Murin figured it out, He's even more eager to fight him. Yurin demands to know why he was given this particular mission. Jin refuses to comply, only enraging him further. The mad sorcerer strikes with his first attack. Jin narrowly avoids his powerful beams, while Murakin defends the natives, using his shield to block the incoming attacks. Dino attempts to assist the natives in fleeing, but they are too frightened to speak a single word. Dino shouts angrily at the villain who has silenced them, tearing their throats and condemning them to eternal silence. This is the kind of madness Murakin inflicts on his victims. He's always resented the journalist for interviewing the locals without his permission. He accuses him of recklessness while continuing his tirade. A punch unexpectedly lands on his face. That was the confession Jin needed to hear. Now he can truly take action against him without holding back. Shadow Force ability has left Kashmir devastated. The fact that Jin managed to corner an 8-star sorcerer is extraordinary. Even Murakin suddenly realizes that the god of darkness has once again sided with the Run Kindles. This implies that they've broken the pact, which could threaten the very existence of their clan. Jin and Murakin cannot sense anything from Murakin's attack, making it almost impossible to evade his strikes. Murakin is more interested in tormenting the locals than in defeating Jin. Jin wastes no time listening to Murakin's rant and charges forward, ready to strike. Using his incredible speed, Jin evades Myron's wind magic attacks. Jin moves so quickly that he manages to dash behind Myron. This startles the Zyphal once more. Panicked, the sorcerer tries to increase the distance between them. However, Jin relentlessly slashes through everything in his path. He's canceling out magic due to the influence of Shadow Force. But just as Jin is about to overpower him, Myron retaliates with a powerful spell. Jin quickly breaks free from the chains. This impresses and excites the Zyphal. He's eager to use all his abilities to crush Jin. Jin is exhausted and struggles to imagine a way to avoid being hit by every spell. Murakin and Kashmir continue their efforts to evacuate the people. Yet it's futile, as the mad sorcerer has blanketed the area with terrifying spells. Myron is thrilled to have Jin right where he wants him, savoring the battle. Total devastation erupts as Jin cuts through dozens of spells. But even he's caught off guard by the land erosion spell. The ground itself will siphon his magical energy. The only escape is forward, as retreating isn't an option. Jin concentrates his magic energy, preparing to fight back. He counters Myron's spells, but something seems off about his opponent. Myron seems capable of using vast amounts of mana without showing any signs of exhaustion. Myron quickly analyzes that Jin is knowledgeable about magic, as he's carefully avoiding traps. From this, Myron concludes that Jin Run Kindle must also be a spell sword. The mad sorcerer isn't worried. He plans to overwhelm Jin with an even greater surge of mana. Mana backflow is a dangerous phenomenon for a mana user. It overwhelms their body, destroying organs from the inside. In a sorcerer duel, the one who experiences mana backflow is immediately considered defeated. Since Runkindles don't possess mana, they are immune to this condition. For someone like Jin, it's an exploitable weakness. Myron is supremely confident, but that's exactly what Jin was hoping for. Jin has prepared light magic, intending to blind the sorcerer at the perfect moment. The spell takes effect, and Myron is utterly blinded. Unable to see, Myron realizes that Jin's next move could very well be the finishing blow. Just as things seem dire, Myron manages to cast a last-ditch escape spell, but at the cost of losing his hand. He taunts Jin, mocking him for wielding both light and dark powers. Jin is impressed by his opponent's resilience, but he knows that Myron, unlike Andre, is the more cunning adversary. Myron's battle experience shows that he can do more than rely on mana backflow. Sorcerer laughs, acknowledging that they are more alike than they realize. Jin dismisses this, thinking Myron is just trying to trash talk at the worst possible moment. Myron is dead serious and warns Jin that he won't be going down anytime soon. Jin loses his temper and demands to know what the mad sorcerer means with his cryptic words. Myron reveals the true source of his powers, explaining how he can wield more mana than the average 8-star sorcerer. Truth is, he's been using the locals as mana amplifiers. He's been draining their energy to fuel his endless spells. If Jin wants to defeat Myron, he will have to kill those people first. This is exactly what Myron wants to prove. Their methods are essentially the same. One native girl interrupts, calling out the sorcerer's lies. He reveals that Myron is actually using a divine artifact to boost his power, not the locals' energy. Jin is taken aback, not expecting Myron to have discovered the well of mana so soon. The woman cries out, explaining how Myron has tortured her people. Myron grows furious with every word she speaks. She begs Jin to kill the sadistic monster. Myron, enraged, prepares a spell to kill her. He focuses his magic, determined to incinerate her before Jin's eyes. With a burst of power, he burns her body to ashes. He's furious that she ruined his enjoyment, but at the same time, Dino calls out to Jin. He urges Jin to save Tika, as she is the last hope for the colonites. Unfortunately, she's currently being consumed by the Seyful's secret spell. Dino recalls hearing about this spell from his teacher. The blue flames cannot be extinguished once ignited. The only way to put them out is with an even more powerful flame. Remembering his teacher's words, Jin summons the flames from the fire realm. As his flames obliterate the spell, saving the woman, Myron Seyful is left utterly dumbfounded as he witnesses Jin's control over the legendary phoenix. Mad Sorcerer is speechless. What he faces now are the flames of a phoenix, a creature that has chosen only the greatest sorcerer of its time. For the phoenix to choose a Runkendal spellsword instead of a member of their own clan means that Jin is destined to become the greatest sorcerer of his generation. The woman opens her eyes, realizing that the flames are now protecting her body. And is pleased she exposed the sorcerer's lies. She reminds him that Myron is still using the divine artifact to strengthen his powers, but he hasn't fully unlocked its power yet, having learned some activation phrases through torture. She also reveals that Rausa sent Jin to aid the colonites. She is ready to lead him to the artifact's location and begs him to end their suffering by defeating Myron. Jin confronts Myron, who is now frustrated that his plans have been derailed. He is enraged that Tess has chosen Jin over the Seyfuls. Six-star swordsman readies his weapon, determined to send this villain straight to hell. Myron unleashes his full might, claiming that he once loved a witch with ties to the king of the Dark Sea. The Seyful intends to show Jin the true wrath of hell by unleashing his new powers. Tess counters with a column of flames, overwhelming Myron's power. For some reason, Myron's sudden transformation has enraged the Phoenix. Murakin joins the battle after successfully evacuating the natives. He explains the severity of their current situation. Myron's body is about to be controlled by the Demon Beast King. They must stop him before it happens. Murakin urges Jin to unleash the full force of his Shadow Force powers. He enhances Jin's Shadow Force and instructs him to sever the Dimension Gate. Just as Jin is about to strike, he is overwhelmed by a surge of mana backflow. The overwhelming force causes his bond with Tess to falter. He struggles to maintain the connection, but it slips away from him. Myron grins, having finally brought Jin to the ground. The underworld beast is close to awakening. Jin summons every last ounce of strength he has left to wield his sword. Giving everything to this final blow, Jin cuts through Myron's body. The spell is interrupted as the Dimension Gate collapses over Myron's Ziffel. The remnants of his body are obliterated by Tess, leaving only scorched ashes behind. Jin realizes his final strike was different from all the previous ones. It was enhanced by his Blade of the Heart technique. Myron's broken body collapses into fragments. The battle is finally over. Jin's body has endured far too much strain, and he too succumbs to unconsciousness. Myron's staff is a special tool used only by the Zyphel Tower masters. When waved, it activates a signal, alerting the tower. This means the Zyphels are already aware of Myron's defeat. A mysterious force heals Jin's wounds and revives him. Murakin spits something into his mouth. Jin coughs as Murakin explains that he narrowly escaped death. He only survived thanks to Murakin's remedy. Jin's body is still in ruins. Kashmir praises his efforts, commending his performance. The remedy came from the journalist, who had previously learned of it from Muran. Tika properly introduces herself as the priestess serving Rasa. She breaks down in tears. She expresses her profound gratitude to Jinrin Candle for ending the colonites' suffering. He reminds Jin of his mission. Rasa only tasked them with retrieving the divine artifact. Murakin is confused and eager to learn more about the artifact, especially since, after living for 3,000 years, he's never heard of it. Murakin has many questions regarding the god of Kalan. The god Clam is a deity even Murakin has never encountered. Kashmir suggests they begin searching for the artifact immediately, as they may soon face the Zyphels. Tika further explains that before they can obtain the artifact, it must first be restored. They will need sunlight for that, so the mission will be delayed until noon. Murakin, growing impatient, can't wait that long. He's concerned that the Zyphels are on their way to attack. Jin pieces the puzzle together, but something still feels off. Since Muran is fully defeated, and the Zyphels have abandoned the wasteland, he can't understand how anyone could reach them unless a signal had been sent out. The fact that Muran Sifil was a tower master is well known. Kashmir realizes what Jin is implying. Run Candle stresses the significance of the current moment, as the signal has already been transmitted. Their concerns are confirmed when they learn that Midor Elner, another tower master for the Zyphels, is en route to investigate. The staff was given to him because of his rank as tower master, making it a significant object. Kashmir knows little about the Zyphel, but understands that the staff is a special tool used to summon sorcerers in times of crisis. Murakin is puzzled that Jin knows this when he doesn't. The Xiphals continue to evolve at a rapid pace. Jin dismisses his knowledge as coming from Luna, though in reality, it was his teacher's lessons that helped him remember. Each Xiphal tower houses nearly 100 sorcerers, many of them at the 8-star level. When fighting against them and defending civilians, it'll be a brutal battle. Jin asks how long it will take for them to arrive, learning that it will be at least 2 hours. With that limited time, he asks Kashmir for a favor in their moment of need. Kashmir grows concerned, realizing that Jin's secretive plan might endanger everyone involved. Asks Jin to relay the message to someone immediately, or they will all be doomed. Kashmir agrees, pleading with Jin to survive. Murakin and Tika begin preparations to restore the divine artifact. The locals have gathered, but Jin's condition continues to deteriorate. His body reacts violently as he pushes himself to his limits. Murakin is enraged that Murin failed to maintain honor in his defeat and instead summoned the sorcerers of the watchtower. Jin had sought Luna's help last time, as she was their only hope. Murakin worries about Kashmir's ability to reach them in time, as failing to do so means they will be forced to survive as best as they can. The minor tower master and his forces are on their way. They've pinpointed the Kolan territory where the signal was received. They find no signs of Murin, suggesting his death. This news causes Midor to erupt in fury. He vows to avenge his brother's death by eliminating those responsible. Murakin observes from a distance, confirming that at least 30 powerful sorcerers are aboard 6 dragons. His fleet is smaller in scale, which suggests that a larger force will be dispatched if they defeat these enemies. Murakin could have easily obliterated them in his prime, but his strength is still not fully restored due to Temir's blade. Xiphal sorcerers descend with the younger fire dragons. These are red dragons, even weaker than the usual ones. Midor angrily introduces himself as the minor tower master of the Xiphals and demands to see Murin. Jin feigns ignorance, claiming not to remember this person from his past life. Midor questions why they targeted his brother and if they are connected to the Run Kindles. Before unleashing his fury, he calmly asks if Murin is still alive. He assures them that he won't harm them if they confirm his brother's survival. Jin is intrigued by his words. Midor seems concerned for his brother, yet showed no mercy to the people of this land. A frustrated Midor barely responds before realizing that Murin is dead. Cannot forgive them for mocking his clan. Midor prepares his forces to capture their enemies. The charge spells are all at the 8-star level, meaning it will be a tough fight for Jin. Just then, help arrives in the form of a fierce blizzard. Midor is stunned as all of the 8-star level spells are interrupted. Talaris, the stunning ruler of the secret palace, and her daughter have arrived to protect them. Powerful ice magic easily freezes the incoming spells. The Xiphals immediately recognize who they are dealing with. Fortunately, Kashmir sent help just in time. Murakin is impressed by the timely arrival. Talaris summons the snow-toad Mata. She helps create an icy barrier. Jin, still recovering, watches as Cirrus' mother looks on, intrigued by the boy who has caused so much trouble for her daughter. Talaris wants to know if he is the one responsible for El Caro's death. This is troubling because it means Cirrus revealed their secrets to her mother. Talaris assures Jin that she holds no ill will toward him, but is seeking a different lover. She mentions Murakin, hinting at some flirtation. While Jin is on the verge of death, they casually flirt, leaving him in a dire state. Talaris tells her daughter to take care of Jin while she handles the rest, confident in her daughter's affection for him. She teases him, leaving with a reminder that if it weren't for her daughter, she wouldn't have come to save him. Jin is left speechless, barely able to stand. He is caught by Cirrus just before he collapses. She had expected a fight, but didn't anticipate him being so occupied behind her back. Kashmir handed the flowers to Talaris, as if desperately seeking her help. Jin is grateful for all the support he has received from those who have always helped him in his time of need. Jin coughs up dark blood, deepening their concern for him. Sirius provides him with medicine, hoping to alleviate his suffering. Jin continues to cough up blood, showing no sign of improvement. Sirius administers more medicine in an attempt to stabilize him, unable to understand why someone would go to such extremes in a battle. He almost feels a sense of shame on his behalf. Turning to the fight against Midor, Talaris discovers he's not a pureblood after all. Midor realizes he's in grave danger and knows his only chance to survive is to stall until reinforcements arrive. Talaris doesn't take kindly to his words and has no intention of retreating from Xiphal territory. The flash of her power, she swiftly kills the Elder. The sorcerers deploy numerous barriers to shield themselves from her wrath. Talaris dispatches the dragons with her ice magic. She's amazed that they still think they have a chance of defeating her. Midor is sure the Xiphals will target the secret palace after his death. He casts a spell at close range. Midor has gained divine power to control high-level flame magic, but despite his spatial explosion magic, Talaris remains unfazed and is eager to remind Midor of the true nature of the secret palace. She uses the Endorma clan technique, the same sea ice sword Cirrus once used against Jin. Talaris summons a fierce gale storm. Storm freezes the sorcerers into statues of ice, shattering Midor's resolve. The beast charging at him has just shattered their pitiful barrier. At the same time, she effortlessly rips off the arm of the Ziffel half-blood, easily defeating him. Talaris mocks Midor, calling him a foolish martial artist who couldn't even face his opponent properly. Midor realizes that this woman is ruthless enough to kill every one of his reinforcements once they arrive. He contemplates death, when suddenly a portal opens beneath them, interrupting their fight. He's momentarily confused. Then she realizes what's happening. More Ziffel sorcerers have arrived, just in time to save the minor tower master. Talaris' barrier fades, but her anger intensifies. The Ziffel clan has brought a massive battleship for Myron and Midor. Jin realizes that the situation has worsened far beyond his expectations. Too many key figures have already fallen. While the battleship itself is a threat, the crew aboard it poses an even greater danger. The White Knight unit is an elite force dispatched by the Ziffels for missions just like this. Talaris evaluates the situation and suggests a retreat. She has no interest in engaging with them either. She's prepared to help the natives leave the area, but Jin stresses the importance of completing the ritual. Talaris isn't pleased with his response. She's issued a direct order that must be followed. Jin tries to explain that without completing the ritual, they won't stand a chance against the Ziffels. He pleads for Talaris, help on behalf of the Colin natives. He agrees to his request, giving him an hour to hold off the White Knights. She also wishes to speak to Kieran after the fight ends. Things are heating up. Ritual begins when Jin urges Tika to speed up the ritual, as they won't survive the attack from the ship if they don't finish soon. Tika tells Jin to leave the battlefield, especially considering his critical state. She knows they can't defeat them until the artifact is located. Jin stops Tika, insisting that the ritual must be completed. He's made too many sacrifices to let it fail now. Tika knows of a way to speed up the ritual, but it would have only been possible if Rausa were present. Cirrus learns that Rausa is in Tekken and tells Jin to board the Great Toad so they can bring her here. Alaris watches them leave, surprised by her daughter's determination to act on her own. She now has an even bigger responsibility, to delay the White Knight Battalion until then. Muraken, the Dragon Boy, joins the fight, pledging his assistance in this mission. The White Knight, an incredibly powerful Ziffel unit, announces their one and only command to the ruler of the secret palace. They want her to leave and let them handle Murin's killer. Alaris points her blade, demanding they bring the patriarch of their clan if they wish to negotiate. Since she refuses to comply, the Ziffels unleash the full power of their battleship. Potent spell strikes Muraken, but he punches straight through the attack. This allows Talaris to use her powers unhindered. She sends a wave of ice toward the ship. Sorcerers defend themselves with a powerful barrier. They are aware of Talaris' strength, but they are still surprised by the man who withstood their powerful spell with just his fists. They recognize him as a formidable fighter who must not be underestimated. White Knight leader orders a connection to their headquarters, preparing to deploy the full might of their battleship. Meanwhile, Jin desperately arrives in Tekken, pleading to see Rausa. He had been waiting for his return and is ready to join the fight. Talaris continues her assault on the battleship. Muraken handles any incoming damage from the ship, acting as her perfect shield. She even helps by coating his arms in ice, easing his pain. Muraken feels revitalized. Muraken throws an entire boulder at the battleship. Honestly, he's the best character in the whole series. Talaris believes they are safe for now, since the White Knight unit won't be able to use their strongest weapon in a place like this. The Ziffels want their artifact, which means the fight is working in their favor for the time being. But Talaris is wrong. The commander of the White Knight unit is simply biding his time, preparing to deal a fatal blow. Once he receives the green light from his clan, the battleship grows eerily quiet. Muraken wonders if they've decided to surrender. Talaris realizes they're in much greater danger than they thought. A tremendous amount of energy is concentrated into one powerful attack. Kiliak has given them direct permission to obliterate the Kalan territory using the cannon. Unit leader issues one last warning, demanding Talaris comply with their terms. She knows they're trapped with no way out. Cirrus arrives just in time. Jin and his companions face certain destruction ahead of them. Cannon fires, unleashing an apocalyptic beam that decimates everything in its path. Talaris launches a final counterattack as the beam strikes. She uses her sea ice sword to soften the blast. Jin and the others barely hold on. Jin activates Shadow Force to slash through the remaining energy of the beam. Cirrus notices that Jin has made impressive progress. Despite his condition, He is still holding strong, but Jin fears he won't be able to help Rausa reach the ritual site in time. The battleship is no easy adversary. It's as powerful as Talaris. Commander is stunned that she was able to stop the beam with her sword. He issues another ultimatum for Talaris to stand down. All she can do is laugh. Talaris isn't worried. The confident ruler of the secret palace asserts that she can't be defeated, not even by the best Ziffel sorcerer. She turns the tables, reminding the Ziffels how outclassed they truly are. In response, the White Knight suggests targeting the ones she's trying to protect instead. Talaris realizes that if they succeed in delivering Rausa to the ritual site, they'll win the battle. She's ready to hold them off, allowing her daughter to reach the altar. This fight will decide the fate of the secret palace. Ziffel commander prepares for another devastating beam strike. They aim to wipe out the Kalin territory entirely. Jin entrusts Cirrus with the responsibility of protecting Rausa. He plans to carve a path through the battle ahead. Cirrus disapproves of his reckless approach, fearing he could die in the process. He's willing to risk his life, knowing he wouldn't have made it this far without their sacrifices. Now, he's ready to do the same for others. Rausa recalls a painful memory from her past. She was forced to flee her homeland to prevent the Ziffels from harming her. Their mission would have been doomed if they had failed their god. Locals begged for her survival, putting her life above their own. They wanted her to bring someone who could end their suffering. Unfortunately, all those people were incinerated by the Ziffels. She fled alone, leaving behind her people. She survived on an island, powerless, waiting for a savior to appear. It was then that Rausa made her decision. Jinrin Candle is determined to get her to the ritual site, even if it costs them their lives. Tear falls down her cheek. Rausa has spent her entire life preparing to sacrifice herself for her people. The second devastating beam is about to be fired. Jin and Cirrus press forward. Meanwhile, Talaris slices the beam into countless fragments. Jin must protect Rausa and Cirrus, relying on nothing but his sword to survive. Murakan warns them of the incoming beam. The Ziffels are unyielding in their assault. Murakan and Jin are fighting for their lives, defending Cirrus and Rausa. Just when the Dark Dragon thought they were gaining ground, Jin takes a brutal hit from one of the beams, sending him crashing down. Even Sirius cries out in fear. She recalls his words, remembering how he was willing to sacrifice his life to protect them. In her fury, Cirrus loses control and is injured in the process. She collapses to the ground, leaving Rausa to fend for herself. Cirrus urges her to keep going. Otherwise, their sacrifices will have been in vain. With a heavy heart, Rausa prays to her god and keeps moving forward. She has long known that prayer alone cannot stop this war. Rausa has made her decision. Jinrin Kindle finds himself in an empty space. Void calls his name, commanding him to awaken. When Jin opens his eyes, he sees a future where Cirrus has been slain. The Ziffel sorcerers have won the war, aided by the blazing fire dragon. Murakan was also killed by Khadun's hand. The Ziffel patriarch unleashed an all-out attack, leaving no one alive, not even Jin. Then, a penetrating voice of a god greets him, reflecting on his decision to continue the battle despite its heavy toll. The voice asks if he regrets involving so many people in the conflict. Despite his inner turmoil, Jin asserts that he does not regret his choices. His anger stems from his helplessness, knowing that he couldn't influence the future. All his friends perished because of his inability to change their fate. He sees himself as a powerless warrior. Goddess is pleased with his resolve and urges him to maintain this mindset. She alters the future and finally introduces herself as Clam, the god who has awaited his arrival for many years. Jin fails to grasp the full meaning of her words. The benevolent god explains they have no time for explanations. The path ahead will be filled with pain and suffering for Jin. Anger wells up in Jin as he realizes the future he fears has yet to unfold. He regains his consciousness after a splitting headache. Initially frightened, he is relieved to see Cirrus alive and well. Murakan smacks him for causing a near panic. Jin feared the worst, but it turned out to be for nothing. Talaris is impressed that Jin managed to invoke the presence of a god. He still doesn't fully understand what's happening. Rausa helped summon a goddess using Jin's powers. This resulted in the destruction of the battleship. White Knight sorcerers were defeated the moment she arrived. Now that she's using Rausa's body, she has a new appearance, with longer hair and milky white eyes. Rausa sacrificed her vessel to bring Clam into the world. She allowed Jin to witness the horrible future as a lesson, essentially playing a prank on him. Murakan isn't pleased with this and demands to know her true intentions. Clam manifests the well of mana in her hand, explaining that she is the god of mana who once nearly destroyed the world. The god of darkness sealed her powers into the divine artifact. Murakan is unaware of her divine origins. To prove her words, Clam reveals the seal created by Solderat himself. The seal has weakened over time, and Clam has been maintaining its strength. The Well of Mana grants access to infinite magic, powerful enough to annihilate the entire world. People of Kulin exist to ensure that this power never becomes a reality. Murakin is furious, knowing that the natives sacrificed everything just to protect the artifact. Clam reveals that she couldn't assist them while she was sealed, but now, thanks to Jinrin Kindle, she has manifested. Iris and Talaris are stunned to learn that Jin is actually a contractor of the god of darkness. Clam offers Jin the powerful artifact. Now that he possesses Solderat's powers along with this artifact, he wields an ultimate weapon. Clam entrusts the fate of the Culinites to Jin, explaining that the Well of Mana was always intended to be a weapon for him to use. Solderat created the seal at the peak of his power, marking his divine presence. While Jin feels a sense of triumph, he recalls Rouse's promise to help him speak with his god. Clam, however, says it's impossible. God of Darkness refuses to speak to Jin, even with Murakin by his side. Jin accepts this, acknowledging that he wasn't seeking a reward. As powerful as she is, Clam does not realize that Jin is reliving his life. Their mission complete, she returns to her spiritual form. Thanks to Jin, Kulin is free at last. Clam is grateful to the final contractor of the god of darkness, who helped liberate them from their chains. Talaris is impressed by what she witnessed. It's not every day a god thanks a human. She suggests they leave soon, as the Ziffles could strike at any moment. Hausa, now merged with Clam, realizes that her god couldn't answer her prayers because she was sealed within the divine artifact. Clam apologizes, acknowledging that Rausa had to sacrifice her body to save her people. Pain Rausa endured allowed the people to be free. Rausa thanks Clam for answering their call and preventing the dark future. She is overjoyed. Clam is content to serve the people of Kulin in return. She now looks to Jin's strength to help end the world's suffering. If the mirror had fallen into the Ziffles' hands, all their sacrifices would have been in vain. Ika is overjoyed that things have worked out in their favor. Jin is deeply grateful for the sacrifices made by the Culinites, as the only one who truly understands the destruction the Ziffles will unleash in the future. Jin is prepared to offer the people of Kulin a place to stay. Since he cannot help directly due to his mission as a flag bearer, he has given the journalist a note to seek Luna's assistance. There's a possibility the Ziffles will retaliate and threaten more lives, but Jin is ready for that. He wants the journalist to publish his findings, gather supporters, and defend against the Ziffles. His career as a journalist is about to shine with success. After that, Jin meets an acquaintance of Talaris, finally away from all the fighting. She's so relaxed that she claims their mission was easy. Jin worries the Ziffles might come after her. Talaris isn't concerned. She believes the Ziffle patriarch will act cautiously, unaware that Clam has manifested. He thinks Talaris single-handedly destroyed the White Knight unit. Jin is relieved to hear this, but Talaris reminds him that she didn't just help him out of kindness. She treated him as a client, and now it's time for a significant reward, especially from someone as powerful as a legendary spellsword and contractor of the god of darkness. Jin awaits, curious about the extent of her request. In a burst of laughter, Talaris lets him off easy, claiming she's gathered enough information. She even teases her daughter about it. Jin is baffled that she isn't asking for anything. Ruler of the secret palace prepares to leave. Cirrus wants to settle the score with Jin in a real fight next time. Her mother thinks she's still too serious, making a fool of herself by messing with her daughter. Now, since it's been a while, it's time to revisit Seer and run Candle. Alaris and Dorma have personally entered the Dark Sea, all for the sake of a marriage proposal for Jin. What a queen this woman is. At Luna's place, she learns about Jin's incredible adventures, including taking on Muron and the White Knight fleet. Luna, always protective, inquires about her brother's well-being after hearing he's all right. Luna looks at Tika, questioning her abilities, wondering if she can make a difference, given the lack of cooperation from the Colon people. She assigns her maid the task of helping the colonites settle and secure employment, which is far more practical than relying on favors. Regarding Diano, the journalist, Luna is committed to fully supporting him so he can carry out Jin's plans to the fullest. 1 month after the fateful battle, news of the Colon genocide spread, shocking the world. It was reported that a group of travelers had stopped the conflict and pushed back the Ziffles. Even the Runcandles caught wind of the story. The Ziffle clan blamed Murin for the tragedy, as he was no longer alive. However, remnants of the battleship hinted at the clan's involvement, sparking fury in some kingdoms while others stayed indifferent. The Vimenth Emperor finally broke his silence, expressing support for the Ziffles, though his statement was met with widespread outrage. The Ziffles were sure to reward him for backing them in this political battle. Zyfel's reputation took a massive blow, and for now, they're unable to launch a significant attack. Their multiple defeats have been largely due to the help provided by Jin and Luna. The journalist enjoys substantial support from those who back his stance. The people of Colon continue to pray for Jin's aid. They eagerly await the day. He reveals himself as the traveler who halted the Zifal oppression, hoping that Jin will eventually be the one to eliminate the Zifals for good. Returning to Kieran's confrontation with Talaris, Khan is stunned when a massive wall of ice suddenly appears in the distance. Talaris fires a warning shot at the approaching Kieran, who is irritated by her nonsensical remarks. The ruler of the secret palace admits she isn't here to engage him in battle. She inadvertently slashes Khan during the encounter. Khan barely deflects the blow, narrowly avoiding death. Kieran shows no interest in the woman, more focused on reading his next letter from Kashmir. He soon learns that the boy managed to defeat Morin, and an unnamed traveler played a key role in liberating the people of Kolin by stopping the Zifal oppression. Kieran is taken aback upon hearing about the battleship of Kostch, a powerful adversary that Jin should not have been able to defeat. Talaris interjects, revealing she was the one who took it down. She's surprised to hear that Kashmir has been sending him letters. Kieran is furious that Kashmir failed to mention her involvement in the matter. Talaris retorts that the man deserves recognition for choosing to side with Jin, placing his fate above that of the Runkandals. The patriarch accepts her reasoning, realizing he may have made an error in his earlier judgment. Karen wants her to leave him alone with her marriage proposal. Talaris somehow believes the two of them would make a perfect match. Jin suddenly feels a chill down his spine, and for good reason. Jilly suspects it might be a side effect from Jin's increased mana, but he disagrees with that explanation. Jin's strength and skills have notably improved, reaching 6 stars in swordsmanship and 7 in mana. He just needs to maintain the object in his hand to generate surplus mana, though he's cautious not to overuse it and risk breaking the seal. Kashmir's assistant informs him of an unexpected visitor interested in working for him. This mysterious man seems to know about one of Kashmir's bases, indicating he must be someone of importance. Jin, like anyone else, is curious about the stranger's identity. That is, until he sees a familiar face. It's the same information broker, the troublesome Jedu. Jedu may have caused problems for Jin in the past, but things are different now. He was spared and has come before Jin once more. Kashmir is curious about how Jedu found out the location of their bases. Jedu explains his past association with the Akan kingdom. Kashmir realizes that Jedu is linked to Jin and played a part in bringing down the auction house. He still demands to know how Jedu discovered their base. Jedu tries to dodge the question, avoiding specifics on how he managed it. Kashmir grows enraged, causes Jedu to blurt out details about Alu. Intrigued, Jin asks for more information. Jedu turns around. He's stunned to see Jin standing there, the Runkandal. He accuses Jin of being a fraud for betraying him so much. After all, Jin had impersonated Veridin. Kashmir is infuriated by Jedu's accusations and nearly strikes him down. Murakin storms in, frustrated by not receiving his ice pops. The Dark Dragon, his ice pops hold more significance than any ongoing investigation. He's even more irked when he spots Jedu, recalling how he once defeated him mercilessly. Jedu is taken aback to realize they're closely tied to Kashmir. Understanding that Jin holds the highest standing among their group, he apologizes by slamming his head against the ground. Jin seeks fresh information about Alu, prompting Jedu to reveal his true identity as a former Runkandal cadet. Jin vaguely recalls the name Marius, but Jilly recognizes it for certain. After all, they share the same surname as Luna's nanny. Jin's face pales at the revelation. Alu is from the kingdom of Delki, one of the many realms in Huster. He was a nobody who passed the test and trained as a cadet. That was the last time he used his real name before abandoning it forever. Jilly affirms this, while Kashmir holds his blade close to the merchant's neck, doubting his words, as the commoner could not have easily taken the Runkandel test. While interrogating him, Jilly speculates that someone within the clan might have aided Alu in furthering his goals. Jin suspects that either one of the purebloods or even the nannies might be behind the scenes. After all, the nannies are more powerful than their apparent role as caretakers, wielding considerable influence within the clan. Luna Runkandel held the top rank. She was widely regarded as the most likely candidate to lead the clan. Back then, her nanny had considerable sway within the clan. If Alu and Tamian are connected, it's possible that Luna cursed him in his past life. But such an idea is too difficult to believe. Jin thinks Tamian is acting alone, with no ties to Luna. Tattoo affirms the truth of the information, prompting Jin to use Jedu as bait to lure Delki. He aims to gather more intel on Alu and Tamian. In the kingdom of Delki, a troublemaker is harassing a commoner when a woman with purple hair steps in. He kills him in a painfully slow manner. The commoner begs for his life, mistakenly thinking they are heroes. They're not heroes, they're villains. He is killed while the woman absorbs his power. Kashmir notes that the name Marius is frequently associated with only one group in Delki. It's an orphanage that was once used by royalists, initially teaching children to bond before instructing them to kill each other. Only those who survived the brutal training were hired as assassins. The orphanage was eventually shut down. 10 orphans were released, and one of them turned out to be Alu. Kashmir provides Jin with the addresses of those orphans to investigate in Delki. Jin, confident in his abilities, believes he will track down the one responsible for his curse in a past life. Jin and Jedu arrive in Delki. The first person they need to investigate is a man named Gabber Marius. Jin doesn't intend to stay long and hopes to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Jedu knocks on the door, but there's no answer. Jin notices a crowd gathered around a scene. He uncovers a brutal murder case. One victim was poisoned, while the other was killed with a wind spell. One man exclaims that Gabber deserved his fate. Jin uses the man as a lead to gather information. The man recounts how he and his friends found the body at night, and how Gabber's debtor perished in the process. Jin deduces that Gabber was likely the real target, and that the witness was eliminated using magic. He wonders if the criminals were hasty and botched their operation, and then it hits him. He asks Jedu where their next target is. Jin senses something dark brewing behind the scenes. His suspicions are confirmed when they find their second target dead from poisoning. The man was disposed of not long ago. The method of poisoning remains identical. Jin suspects someone is specifically targeting the orphanage survivors to eliminate evidence. They rush toward their next few targets. All of the victims are decapitated and brutally killed. Jin observes remnants of an 8-star spell, meaning that each new target is met with increasingly stronger spells. Jedu worries about the growing suspicion from authorities, suggesting that continuing this pursuit might raise more questions. Jin insists there's no time to waste. Despite his position as a reserve flag-bearer, he is determined to seek revenge. There's only one last target left to take down. They are pleased to have wiped out the entire list so easily. It turns out these individuals are also survivors from the orphanage. Both were chosen as the best of the group, and now they step forward. They approach their final target with the goal of erasing all evidence. After forcing their way inside, the assassins are stunned to find no one there. Clearly, they didn't plan for this scenario. Meanwhile, Jin and Jedu have already rescued the last survivor and are on their way to escape. The reason they've always been one step ahead of the killers is because they were near the portal. This proximity allowed them to save the man and his daughter. However, there's still a major problem. The assassins hunting them are Varys and Kuzan, the deadly duo, the best from the orphanage. Jin is shocked to learn there were supposed to be only 10 survivors. In reality, there were 12. Varys and Kuzan launched their attack. They've already arrived. Varys is eager to kill her dear brother. Kuzan, on the other hand, isn't in the mood to play games. Their plans are interrupted by the unexpected intervention of a sorcerer they didn't anticipate. Jin is relieved to face them on his clan's territory. They both appear young but powerful. Varys isn't a Zepho, but she's strong enough to be a threat. They underestimate Jin, thinking him to be weak. Varys is confident she can easily cut him down. Kuzan cautions her to be careful around their opponent. Varys ignores his warnings and casts a powerful wind spell. Jin blocks it with a defensive barrier. Wonders if Varys is running low on energy after exhausting her mana for the entire day. However, Kuzan appears to be the greater threat, as he is the one deploying poison. Kuzan draws out his poisonous blade, preparing for battle. Jin orders Jedu to take their target and leave. The fight begins, with Kuzan overwhelming Jin through sheer strength. He's impressed by the existence of a spell sword. Kuzan even suggests that Jin prioritize his own survival rather than trying to protect others. Jin counters Kuzan's attacks and orders the fool merchant to leave. Jedu finally follows Jin's orders and runs off, leaving Jin to face Varys and Kuzan alone. Varys mocks Jin for his arrogance in thinking he can defeat both of them, but they don't understand who they're dealing with. Jin casts his special light spell. The spell blinds both assassins at their most vulnerable moment. Kuzan is quickly slashed, but he manages to react to Jin's attack. Varys remains blinded and defenseless. She remains unaware that her brother has already been injured. Enraged, Varys swears to kill Jin. Kuzan advises her to keep calm, as he can still heal his wounds. Varys has overused her mana, which could result in a dangerous mana backflow. Instead of worrying about her mana, Kuzan drinks a poisonous potion. Without hesitation, he consumes the potion and realizes that some people can develop resistance to poisons, using it as a form of healing. However, this comes at the cost of their lifespan, sacrificing years for strength. Now that Kuzan is ready for round 2, he's prepared to face Jin, the mysterious spellsword capable of even casting light magic. Kuzan has his personal questions, but completing the mission takes precedence. He has abandoned the idea of capturing Jin alive. Instead, Kyuzin charges full speed toward Jin. Jin barely has time to react to his attack. Simultaneously, he struggles to dodge Kyuzin's wind magic. Kyuzin is baffled. It's hard to believe that a 6-star swordsman can keep up with someone of such a higher rank. Jin is eager to reveal his powers and focuses his attention on Varys. He summons the flames of Tess, the ultimate fire phoenix. The fire phoenix engulfs Varys entirely, turning her to ashes. Now Kyuzin is the next target. Jin casts Shadow Force to trap Kyuzin in a void of darkness. He slashes Kyuzin to pieces while he's trapped in the shadows. Kyuzin has never encountered such dark energy. He realizes he's facing a monster who can summon a blue phoenix and control the Shadow Force. However, he wonders if his poison will still have an effect on someone like Jin. The truth is, Jin was injured, and that's when the poison started to take effect. The poison is now pushing Jin's body to its limit. Ares is nearly destroyed, and Kyuzin is left compromised. Jin is on the verge of death. It seems the 3 fighters have reached a stalemate, but Jin isn't planning to die just yet. He gets into position, preparing to face Kyuzin once more. Before he can make his move, the Imperial Guards arrive to arrest the assassins. Leica, the 3rd Prince of the Kingdom, arrives, and it seems Jedu called for backup. Kyuzin takes Varys and warns Jin that they will come after him, making his life a living nightmare. Those words, Kyuzin retreats. Leica calls for a healer to tend to Jin. Jin struggles to maintain consciousness, using every last ounce of strength to stay alive. Jin wakes up in his bed with the 3rd Prince at his side. Leica had moved him here, unaware of his true identity. 3 hours have passed. Jin is lucky to survive a poison that could easily kill an 8-star knight. Leica seems to realize who Jin really is, recalling seeing him at the banquet. He questions Jin, astonished by how he managed to corner the 8-star assassins. Even with his current abilities, Jin thanks Leica for his assistance. Jin asks if Leica plans to report the incident to his clan. Leica assures him he won't, as he's being monitored by Kashmir's forces, who are scouting for Jin. Leica requests a favor in return for his help. He wants Jin to assist Delki by assigning more Guardian Knights. He also seeks a share of the Run Candle's gold mine profits. At first, Leica is nervous, thinking Jin might take offense. But surprisingly, Jin offers him double the reward for his support. Jin then states that he will be able to do anything he desires in time, leaving Leica wondering if Jin aims to become the patriarch of the Run Candle clan. Jin returns to Jilly and Murakin, who are both frustrated by his reckless actions. The reason Leica didn't leak the information is because of Kashmir and Quaikental, who would have caused trouble for the Delki kingdom. Leica hopes Jin will succeed in his mission. Jedu, the unreliable information merchant, is just happy that Jin made it back alive. Kashmir mentions their target, Dan Marius, but doesn't offer any useful information. Jin takes the initiative and speaks to the man. He highlights the extreme measures he had to take to preserve his life. With hesitation, the man discloses a chilling piece of information. Timmy and Marius, being her sons, were the ones who trained the assassins. In fact, they are now bowing before her, ashamed of their failure and the exposure of their identities. Timian is utterly serious about their failure and orders them to leave immediately. She refuses to even recognize them as part of her family. Vera pleads with her mother, apologizing for the failure, but she doesn't want to be abandoned. Still, all she receives from the harsh nanny is cruelty. She forcefully kicks them out and reminds them both of her mistakes, warning them never to return. Kyuzin hopes for her well-being, but it almost seems like he's wishing for her downfall. Timian steps outside, contemplating that they must have fought Jin, who utilized Shadow Force. The boy establishing a link to her, it's evident he'll come after Luna. Surprisingly, she believes that even Luna would be incapable of killing her. Timian has gathered intel on the boy, thinking that threatening to reveal his powers might be enough to turn the Jin into her puppet. Meanwhile, Dan hears from Jin that Elu died in battle, but before his death, he said that his master wanted the boy assassinated. Jin is concerned that this secret master could very well be Timian herself. Timian secretly made a pact with someone within the clan. Details of the agreement remain hidden. Jin is starting to connect the dots and suspects Timian's involvement with the mysterious figure. He rushes to find Luna immediately. Luna is having a pleasant conversation with Tika, who has comfortably settled with the other colonites. She's surprised to notice the boy standing at her door from afar, appearing almost melancholic. Jin arrives to reveal everything right in front of her. Luna can't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. She is certain that Jin has misunderstood everything. She desperately hopes her younger brother will admit that he's wrong. Luna explodes in anger, slowly accepting the reality of the situation. She even suspects that the people from the orphanage are secretly framing Timian behind her back. Luna is willing to accept every explanation, except the one that casts doubt on Timian. Confused and frustrated, she demands to speak with her nanny right away. Timian knows that both Varys and Kyuzin will be eliminated in secrecy. She shows no care for her children, as she can always create new servants. Timian is perplexed at how Jin managed to get so far. Lost in thought, she hears a knock on the door. Is the Runkendall duo, Luna and Jin. Luna wastes no time in accusing the nanny of being involved. Without denying it, Timian confirms the accusation. Luna, confused, presses further, trying to understand why her mother raised assassins to hinder Jin's progress. Timian counters that they weren't sent to stop Jin, but rather she was surprised to find that they had encountered him. Luna's anger boils over, more intense than ever. A deep sense of betrayal and sorrow fills her heart. Timian suggests undergoing a trial to prove her innocence, but Luna can see that this is all just an act, an attempt to avoid confronting the truth. Luna expected Timian to deny the absurd accusations, but instead, she's evading direct confrontation. Luna is enraged, so Timian finally admits that she raised the assassins as a means of ensuring her survival. He explains that due to the overwhelming number of enemies within the clan, they were constantly under threat. Luna dismisses this excuse, stating that she was strong enough to defend herself against any danger. Yet, she doesn't know that most of the Runkendall's servants never last beyond their first year, much like the Guardian Knights. Each and every one of them was slaughtered by the purebloods who conspired against them. This is a lie, and Luna knows it too well. She is heartbroken that her trusted nanny has resorted to such deceit. Timian halts her with a simple question. Would Luna have killed her siblings? It wouldn't have mattered because Luna never cared about the bloodshed. She loved her siblings and longed to end the infighting. Back then, she was a mess, stepping away from her responsibilities. The moment she rejected the throne, those around her suffered as a result. It all began 35 years ago when Timian clung to power for the first time. Living a miserable life in a wretched orphanage, she was merely a tool discarded by the powerful. The Runkendalls recognized her potential, and that's how she came to learn how to be human. They treated her with kindness and cared for little Luna from the start. She was thankful to find solace in the warmth of the child. After that, many purebloods began to emerge, one after another. Each one posed a threat and rival to Luna, but the child had exceptional talent that surpassed her siblings. Luna possessed unparalleled talent, but the truth was, she didn't want to fight. She simply enjoyed training. She was just an innocent child. Joshua grew envious of her. Luna became a force to be reckoned with, overwhelming everyone in the clan. By the age of 14, she was the embodiment of bloodlust and terror. Over time, Luna eventually broke down under the rain, unable to desire a life dictated by the clan. She refused to become the clan leader, following in her father's footsteps. Timian begged her to stay on course, but that was the day Luna resolved she would never pursue the throne. She knew that to lead, she would have to confront her siblings, but instead, she wanted to forge a new path and protect the clan. This was the decision of a 19-year-old prodigy. However, her aspirations soon faded. Timian, fueled by a desire for revenge after years of torment, hoped Luna would rise to power and carry out that revenge. But when Luna chose to step away from the throne, Timian was compelled to support her decision. He was the only one who stayed by her side. Timian found solace in her happiness, even if it meant killing her own. When the Runkendall purebloods noticed the shift in their older sister, they began targeting her servants, killing everyone around her. Timian barely survived their wrath. She didn't want Luna to find out, fearing it would cause her even more pain. For Luna's sake, Timian endured and came up with the plan to use the orphans as her own. One day, Timian was captured, but she remained silent, refusing to speak. She was ready to die rather than give anyone the satisfaction of making her talk. But the man was no stranger to her fears. He was fully aware of her weaknesses and knew that she secretly yearned for revenge. That was when the lifeless Timian felt truly alive for the first time. She made a pact with the man, hoping for the day Luna would uncover their connection. Her confession has left the White Whale in turmoil. The truth is undeniable. Her assassins nearly killed Jin, and she did, in fact, commit treason against her clan. Timian finds the courage to admit her crimes. The execution knights are already on their way, as she anticipated this moment. Jin mocks the nanny for thinking she can avoid punishment. He reminds her that there is no escape for her now. Timian is ready to accept her fate, but Jin knows something she doesn't. He knows she's talking far too much for someone expecting to die. Questions her, wondering if her master will truly rescue her from this predicament. The nanny leaves with a lasting impression of the youngest Runkendall. He's not only powerful, but also astute. He still believes she holds an advantage over him, thanks to the knowledge she has about his powers. Just then, Timian receives a message from her leader, who shows no interest in protecting her and makes that clear. The execution knight attempts to strike her down. However, the attack fails. Luna's fury reaches an all-time high. The idea that someone could attempt to harm her nanny right in front of her is unforgivable. She joyfully reminds them of their place. The knights are acting on their master's orders, but they're still assassins who were sent with a mission. One of the knights boldly tries to strike Timian down, only for Jin to step in and halt their assault. He swiftly removes their head, punishing them for treason. The remaining knights are obliterated by Luna's rage. crushes them into the ground, breaking their limbs one by one. Witnessing this, Timian feels numb. Jin's suspicions are confirmed. Her master had no intention of saving her. Now Luna squeezes the life out of the knight, only to realize that he poisoned himself to avoid torture. Jin begins questioning Timian in hopes of gaining an opportunity for a conversation, particularly given that she has just experienced a betrayal. Luna grows suspicious of her nanny after she lied about the investigation concerning Jin's attempted murder. Timian finally breaks her silence. It's too late. The poison has taken its toll and she won't survive for long. It's the same poison she used on Kuzan, which ultimately led to her own demise. Luna becomes a mess of emotions, regretting that she never wished for the nanny's death. The elderly nanny reflects on her past choices. All she ever wanted was to remain by Luna's side as long as possible. Things spiraled when she put vengeance ahead of her responsibilities. That's why, with her final breath, Timian shares crucial information before she passes. She reveals the identity of the man who cursed Jin. Kiddard Hall placed the curse, but it was Joshua Runkendall who orchestrated the mission. Joshua is fully aware of Jin's current powers. With her last breath, Timian apologizes for betraying them. She recalls the first time she held Luna in her arms. The nanny hopes that Luna will not hold onto memories of her for too long. Luna holds the lifeless body of the woman who had always been there for her. Meanwhile, the real culprit, Joshua Runkendall, hopes for the nanny's quick demise. Joshua is met by the Forsaken assassins. They're ready to swear their loyalty to their new master and change their mother's mind. Varys is desperate for his mother's approval and is willing to do anything to win her back. Rising from his seat, Joshua walks toward the hopeless assassins. He tells them that Timian rejected them for a reason, and it was the only way to save them. Joshua then shifts the blame to Jin Runkendall, accusing him of killing their mother. He portrays himself as the hero who sent his knights, but it all turned out to be in vain. Fuming with anger, Varys wants to kill the spell sword who brought their mother down. Joshua confirms Jin's connection to Solderit. Kuzan is eager to find their mother's killer, wanting to take vengeance immediately. However, Joshua knows that their blind rage will be fruitless. He believes Jin will hunt them down eventually, so he offers his help and recruits them into his team. Joshua mocks them beneath his breath and even feels indebted to Jin for helping deal with the nanny. Joshua orders Kuzan and Varys to leave. He has other matters to attend to, namely dealing with Luna Runkendall's fury. Enraged, Luna destroys Joshua's place, demanding that he face her. She breaks the rules of her clan, commanding the knights to step aside. Though hesitant, they rush forward to confront her. In retaliation, Luna unleashes a powerful wave of energy, killing them instantly without lifting a weapon. Joshua emerges to meet his sister, clearly taunting her with his words. He's fully aware of his actions. Luna calls him a pathetic coward, hiding behind the Black Knights. But Joshua continues to feign ignorance, pretending he has no involvement in their troubles. Luna's desire is to kill him, and that is exactly what Joshua is hoping for. He wants her to lose control and act recklessly, knowing that the Runkendall clan will side with him. Instead, Luna chooses to remain calm. She claims that she has no intention of killing Joshua, but is here to give him a final warning. Luna tells him that Jin will end his life the next time they meet, advising Joshua to heed her words. Joshua brushes off her words, even daring to provoke her further, unaware that Luna is a master of trash talk, and she views him as no more than a child. Joshua, on the other hand, desires Luna to remain in this state. After all, her abilities are essential to stop the Zyphals, but once he takes control of the Runkendalls, he will ensure she falls. After their confrontation, Luna meets with Jin, who is concerned about her well-being. She only held back because Jin had told her to. After all, that was Joshua's plan from the very start. Jin hears about the Black Knights guarding Joshua. They are the most elite knights of the Runkendall clan. Interestingly, they work under Kieran, so it's odd that they're tasked with protecting Joshua. Jin suspects his mother has allowed him access to such a prestigious unit. Both Luna and Jin take time to honor Timian's death. Older sister is devastated, realizing that someone so close to her could betray her to this extent. Luna takes responsibility for her own mistakes, acknowledging that Timian became someone she loved while her own brother became her enemy. Luna is overwhelmed by a surge of emotions that no one can truly understand. She admits her resentment toward the constant fighting among her siblings. The toxic tradition of her clan fills her with disgust. Jin praises her for trying to protect her siblings and keep them from hurting each other, but her naive approach didn't last long. All she did was avoid her responsibilities. Now, Luna declares that she no longer cares about protecting the clan. She swears her allegiance to her younger brother Jin, and will not hesitate to destroy his enemies instead of serving her father. Luna hands her sword over to Jin Runkendel, believing this is the only way to atone for her actions. She no longer cares about her siblings, accepting that this is the price of her hypocrisy. In response to her bold declaration, Jin vows to share the burden and suffering with his sister, promises to shoulder both her responsibilities and her pain. This time, it's Jin who comforts her, offering unwavering support. Bracing his older sister, Jin swears to protect her once he claims his position as the flag bearer. He is the only one who truly understands her. Luna's ultimate wish is to see Jin rise to the throne. After a long time, Murakin returns to his usual rants, criticizing Joshua for going to such extremes against his own brother. Even Jilly is repulsed, both of them unleashing a barrage of insults until they are satisfied. Jilly examines Joshua's desperation to kill Jin at Storm Castle before pausing. It's unclear why, but Jin suspects Joshua is after his divine contract. The Xiphals have found a way to steal divine contracts, but even so, Jin doesn't believe Joshua is working with them. He wonders if there's another way to strip someone of a divine contract. Kashmir has uncovered reports about the man who cursed Jin. The man is a sorcerer who conceals his identity under an alias. Since Jin has a personal matter to resolve, he asks his friends to refrain from following him for the next 3 months. The man sits leisurely at the bar, enjoying his drink. Jin Runkendel arrives disguised. He pretends to be a member of the Xiphal clan and locates his target. Jin introduces himself as a student of magic. His entrance grabs the attention of those nearby. Amal throws a tantrum, clearing the bar by threatening the patrons. With no distractions left, Jin's disguise is quickly exposed. Amal notices the immense mana Jin possesses, combined with his outstanding physical abilities. Amal accuses Jin, but Jin remains unfazed, knowing that his disguise is foolproof. Jin adopts the name of his mentor's clan as part of his alias. The name Heister shocks the elder, who can't believe this man is from the same clan that the Xiphals once annihilated. To prove his identity, Jin presents a solid excuse tied to his past, and even shows Amal the priceless book authored by the Heister clan. Jin refuses to allow anyone to handle the book. He opens it in front of Amal. As Jin flips each page, Amal's anxiety grows. Amal expresses an eagerness to study the ancient text. Takes Jin directly to his lab, now that they are alone. The elder wants to know how someone like Jin survived the Heister clan's extermination. Jin quickly comes up with another elaborate excuse, drawing from his knowledge of the Heister clan. It only strengthens the evidence of his abilities. Amal stresses that if Jin truly is the last of the Heister clan, the Xiphals won't leave him alone. A massive bounty will be placed on his head. Sensing Amal's desperation, he offers Jin a deal. He offers to train him, revealing his true identity as Kiddert Hall from the Backflow magic lineage. Jin reacts with surprise, claiming he's the sorcerer who reached the 9-star level without any external aid, even teaching some Xiphals. He is a master of mana backflow techniques. Emil stresses his desire for the last Heister to become his student. The Heisters possessed immense magical power, and the man had spent countless years researching their secrets. One day, a man named Huel Heister emerged, and Emil wants to ensure Huel carries on the legacy of the Heisters. Having gained a basic understanding of the backflow technique, Emil is eager to teach him more advanced levels of the same magic. However, he's not offering this for free. He wants to acquire the scripture from Huel. Amal becomes furious, stating he could easily take a forceful approach, but he refrains, respecting Huel's position. His frustration gets the better of him, prompting an apology for getting ahead of himself. Jin offers an exchange, agreeing to give up the scripture if Emil provides his own book in return. Emil, tempted by the offer, agrees. He expresses a desire to retrieve it immediately. Jin is content to wait until then. Emil believes he has struck a valuable deal. While he was planning to give the book to him anyway, what truly matters is the magic of the Heisters, which could help him surpass the Xiphals. Though Emil is getting ahead of himself, Jin is pleased that everything is unfolding as planned. Emil returns to find that Jin has already mastered the advanced backflow spell. Emil is thrilled to have found such a prodigious student. Jin hands over the backflow scripture. He also gives Emil the relic of the Heisters. Jin has no intention of reading the book for the time being. Emil suggests that his pupil should experience the real world, particularly the humans living in the village. After all, he's a man who used his magic on innocent people to perfect his craft. Jin proposes that Emil use the backflow magic technique on him, so he can understand what it truly feels like before testing it on real targets. Emil demonstrates one of his advanced techniques to showcase his skill. He attempts to absorb Jin's mana. Strangely, Jin seems immune to the effects of the technique. Emil is horrified when he realizes that Jin's mana exceeds that of a 9-star sorcerer. As a result, Emil becomes the victim of his own technique. Jin is finally able to offer him some real answers, showing him the well of mana which is filled with endless mana. This makes backflow techniques ineffective against him. As for his appearance, he discards his disguise. Jin Runkindle, the boy who endured years of abuse by his clan due to a curse not meant for him, has returned from the depths of hell to seek revenge. The boy who was destined for doom has come back to end his tormentors. It took Jin a total of 44 years to reach this point. Every hardship he endured has brought him to this moment. Jin plans to use the backflow magic technique to further his mission. After all, the entire world revolves around the magic of the Heister clan. The Heisters are the ones who cultivated sorcery in its purest form. Jin obliterates Emil's skull, a small consequence compared to the lifetime of torment he endured. However, when it comes to Joshua, Jin promises to inflict immense suffering. Jin leaves behind destruction, burning everything in his path. Jilly misses Jin during his 3-month-long mission. Murakin doesn't understand how Jin always manages to come up with new ways to stir up trouble. Jilly complains because she's constantly worried about him. While they converse, Jin silently watches, waiting to knock them out. They knock themselves out, and Jin returns unscathed. Brings a gift from Kiddert for Murakin to decipher. The Runkendall family sits down for dinner, just like any other day. Joshua appears to be the most content at the table. Newspapers are filled with reports about the mysterious Jin Grey killing Kiddert. The Tona twins are having a loud conversation, but they can't possibly believe that Jin could defeat a 9-star sorcerer on his own. The sisters Miu and Anne are even more upset by their own foolishness. Mary silences everyone for disrupting her meal. As expected, the Runkendall family dinner turns into chaos. Joshua takes charge and demands that they stop. He shares his suspicions about Jin killing the 9-star sorcerer, but argues that it would have been impossible without external help, hinting at Yana's involvement without any proof. His siblings protest his unfounded accusations. Joshua tries to regain control, stating he was merely speculating. He suggests that the group called Anonymous might be behind it, as they are known to be the most formidable assassins. Joshua speculates that Jin may have hired them to carry out missions under his name. Mary is furious that Joshua has taken his animosity toward Yana this far. Miu sides with Joshua, believing her brother could never complete the missions alone. In response to Miu's disbelief, Mary knocks Miu out before preparing to land another blow. She barely holds back her anger, but this is exactly what Joshua intended, to manipulate them. Mary understands her position in the clan. She warns Joshua not to cross Luna, or Kieran will ensure he suffers. His siblings advise him to defeat Yana in a one-on-one battle and prove his strength, gaining followers in the process. However, Joshua is a coward, unwilling to take that approach. Tension between the siblings continues to rise. Tona twins miss Jin's presence during this heated exchange. Conversations about the 9-star sorcerer's assassination spread and even reached Dante Heron. Veridin expresses a desire to go find Jin with him. Word of their mission reaches Vyman. Speculation grows that the Zyphals may have played a role in orchestrating Amal's death, secretly rewarding clans that assist them. Lars doesn't care about the truth of the rumors. He just wants the news to spread to the media. Knowing that the Zyphals are not in a hurry, he wonders if they're being backed into a corner. As for Jin, he's leaving T-Con once again, much to Yulia's displeasure, who doesn't want him to go. Even Jilly is upset that he has to leave on another mission without rest. Jin's next destination is Simil, home to the anonymous cult. He intends to retrieve something from there and meet an important person. Jilly realizes he's referring to Yana. Yana is waiting for Jin's arrival as a potential reserve flag bearer. She's eagerly awaiting his return. Kashmir also has a mission away from Tikhin. Specifically, Kashmir needs to speak with Kieran directly, though Jin chooses to remain unaware of the details. Murakin bursts in, having decoded the document. He assists Jin in learning the incantations, marking the acquisition of another powerful spell. This spell should allow Jin to handle all 7-star or weaker sorcerers without much difficulty. Jin activates Shadow Force. He releases and utilizes the technique. Nia is inadvertently drawn to his power. She barely survives the backflow technique. Jin is shocked while Quaikental arrives to retrieve her contractor. He's frustrated by Nia's increasing infatuation with Jin, as her feelings for him grow stronger. Quaikental heard about Jin's journey to Simil and warns him about the training ground where many tourists are secretly assassinated. Jin is strong. He'll struggle against the best assassins in the area. Even Luna, a capable fighter, struggled to survive against the anonymous assassins. As a token of his safety, Quaikental gives him an object that will assist him when trapped. She simply wants to support him, hoping for the best outcome from his journey. With his next mission ahead, Jin sets off. After a lengthy journey, he arrives at Simil's southern entrance. Jin presents his entry card and explains his purpose. Before entering, He inquires if the city's assassin rules extend beyond its walls. Why? Because the very person who brought him is. He lunges to attack Jin. With a swift elbow, Jin incapacitates him. This indicates that the city's rules indeed extend outward. He advises the coachman to find a new job, as he's poor at assisting. The guard at least doesn't pose a threat and allows Jin to enter. The path leads him to a bustling city where everyone wears white. This white attire symbolizes the assassin's ability to kill without a trace, which unnerves Jin rather than impressing him. Newcomers are often seen as targets, making Jin fear that staying at an inn could lead to his demise, similar to what happened in the Cosmos arena. He searches for a safe inn and rents a room. Knows staying at an inn can be perilous. He leads the boy inside, unconcerned with payment, betting his life that the boy will be safe upstairs. Inside, Jin remains alert, suspecting hidden traps. Startled by a sudden noise, a clap echoes, and though Jin readies for battle, no one is visible, making it impossible to detect their presence. Someone watches him, though he's unaware. Jin acknowledges hearing the clap, but his senses betray him, making him question what's real. Yana admires his abilities. She had been trailing him to confirm his identity. She's now certain that this man is Jin Run Candle. Jin's vigilance increases as he scans his room, staying cautious. Yana is astonished that, for a brief moment, Jin detected her presence. She watches him eagerly, planning to play a game with him to sharpen his senses and enhance his strength. 4 days have passed since the event. The man asks Jin to leave, refusing any payment. Despite all his efforts, he hasn't succeeded in killing the boy. He suspected Jin was part of a famous clan, but hadn't anticipated his incredible skill. Jin isn't concerned about this man, but he feels uneasy about a familiar presence shadowing him. The man insists Jin leave, offering advice for when he faces another assassin. The simplest way to defeat an assassin is to treat them like a magician, capable of performing unpredictable feats. Jin thanks him and hurries to depart. He gets an ominous feeling as he steps outside. Jin encounters a series of claw traps. These are merely distractions for a hidden assassin to strike. Jin reacts just in time. He pursues his attackers. He confronts 3 assassins, deploy traps from the ground to ensnare him. The traps catch onto his weapon. This renders him unable to use it for defense. The assassins seize the moment, launching an attack on him. However, they underestimate his physical strength. He effortlessly swats them aside. Jin goes in for the final blow. He destroys the man's place while taking down the 3 assassins. He leaves a pile of gold to cover the damage. Assassins he defeated were advanced trainees, and Jin dispatched them easily. Next, he set to target a veteran assassin. Jin shatters a poisonous arrow. That was only the first of many. Hundreds of arrows descend upon him. Jin must dodge them all. He's trapped, unsure of where his attackers are. When he gains the high ground, the assassins leap toward him in unison. This is Jin's best chance to strike back. He eliminates them all, still puzzled by the sheer number of attackers targeting him for no reason. Meanwhile, Yana watches, pleased by the spectacle. He's impressed by his combat prowess and hopes this training will fully develop his mind's eye. She doesn't mind if Jin dies in the process. It's part of the training. Jin survives the onslaught of trainees. He's furious at the assassin leader. Gets an anonymous note from an assassin. It's revealed to be Yana, who's been playing with him. Jin prepares to use a secret artifact he has. The run candles are swiftly poisoned. Fortunately, Jin carries an elixir that can cure up to 10,000 poisons, offering him a chance to survive the most lethal attempts on his life. Yana was given the same elixir when she left, but she never needed it as she was naturally immune to poisons. She passed it on to Anne, who loyally supported Joshua in both of his lifetimes. Jin is determined to secure the elixir, but before he can act, he must survive Yana's deadly games. The second night, he faces another vicious hunt. Jin defeats the assassins with ease, using his immense physical strength. He senses someone lurking behind the door. He wonders if it's an outsider. It turns out the secret travelers are Dante and Veridin. Jin is annoyed by their presence. They've made it his problem that he's so difficult to track. Meanwhile, Jin struggles to contain his growing frustration. Veridin and Dante spent their savings to come here, hoping to stay under the radar of their clans. Jin offers to help them with food, provided they assist him in return. Dante agrees, generously cutting down the assassins. Anna watches from a distance, not expecting new players in her game. Sir Owl, the nameless king, arrives to warn Yana that her reckless games have caused significant destruction. The warning is about Jin Run Candle. Yana panics upon seeing Veridin and Dante. Her panic escalates upon seeing Veridin and Dante. Yana rushes to intervene, but Owl stops her, preventing her from killing them. She doesn't want any interruptions ruining her time with Jin. Owl suggests a survival game, this time with real assassins. Their survival depends on whether they can outlast the killers. Yana hopes Jin will survive, as she has a fondness for him. She will pick the killers herself. She rushes off, unconcerned about the destruction she's caused. Next morning, Veridin and Dante lie unconscious. Jin notices how much both have improved since their last encounter. Can't comprehend how the geniuses of his past life have become fools in this one. Jin formulates a plan to use them to his advantage and escape the tricky situation. Owl appears suddenly in front of him, undetected, being the top assassin in the city. Jin immediately recognizes the nameless king, who commends him for staying calm in the face of danger. Jin isn't afraid of death, but he's still uneasy inside. He wonders if the owl's visit is about Yana. Man unleashes his powerful aura, displeased by Jin's bold demeanor. His mere presence makes it hard for Jin to breathe, overwhelming him. Calls off the attack, invoking the name of the Run Candle Patriarch. Realizing he's outmatched, Jin apologizes for his rashness. The owl warns him that from now on, he'll face real killers, and it would be disastrous if Veridin and Dante were to perish. Jin is now tasked with keeping both of their lives safe in a dangerous game. The nameless king seems to be giving Jin a heads-up to act quickly. It's unclear if the owl has control over Yana. He advises Jin to head to the city's center for safety, suggesting he send Veridin and Dante home the next day. Man is willing to offer a reward in exchange for Jin's help. But when Jin asks for the 10,000 poisons elixir, the request infuriates him, though he agrees, seeing it as a necessary exchange for his life. His sole mission is to prevent Veridin and Dante from dying. Nameless King wonders why Jin boldly mentioned Yana's name earlier. He realizes that Jin was testing their connection with each other. It dawns on him that Jin's move was a strategic attempt to gauge their relationship. Impressed by his boldness, the Nameless King disappears, leaving Jin with his new mission. Jin wastes no time, informing Veridin and Dante about the real killers. Dante and Veridin take the news lightly, not understanding the gravity of the situation. As they move through the city, they still haven't sensed anyone nearby, almost as if they're being followed by an unseen predator. Jin knows there's a significant gap between trainees and killers, but he didn't expect the difference to be this vast. Yana is observing the events unfold. The owl is certain that her little brother won't survive when the assassins strike. Yana argues that with Jin's new abilities, survival is far from impossible. He's relying on instinct, but his mind's eye is beginning to pick up on subtle movements. She's proud of her brother's progress, a side of Yana that even the Nameless King hasn't seen. Jin protects his companions from a sudden ambush, swiftly grabs Veridin and Dante, preparing for the incoming attack. He braces them for the onslaught of projectiles. Just as he gets blindsided, an assassin rushes at him. Jin intercepts the attack, surprising everyone with his reflexes. The assassin is stunned by Jin's exceptional detection skill. Veridin's ice spell begins to fade. The assassins are certain to strike if they delay the fight. Their only chance at survival is reaching their destination. Veridin mocks the assassins, calling them weak. They're intentionally keeping their distance for a reason. It turns out this was all a diversion. Jin narrowly avoids a fatal blow from a downward strike. He turns to Veridin, urging him to unleash his strongest spell. The spell requires 10 minutes to charge. Veridin begins the preparations to cast the ultimate firestorm. Jin is in awe as he watches, recognizing it as the ultimate magic once wielded by the demonic emperor of the Zeppel family. While Veridin charges the spell, Jin defends against the assassins' relentless attacks. He notices that the remaining killers are focused on Dante. Dante activates his clan's secret technique to wipe out the attackers. Jin defeats his own opponent. He's never seen a technique like Dante's before. It's clear that Dante has been refining his skills since their last encounter. Even Veridin's magic is a remarkable display of mastery for his age. Just as Jin was about to praise him, Veridin, disappointed, tells Jin that he messed up the spell. The spell failed, and Jin insists that Dante run with Veridin, even though Veridin is reluctant to retreat. Veridin is suffering from the aftermath of using such a powerful technique. The assassins are determined to finish them off, fear the consequences of not completing their mission, especially with Yana's wrath looming. Yana puts the pieces together and becomes furious. She knows the Nameless King secretly helped Jin with the restricted killing zone. In the central area, no crimes are allowed to happen. Thankfully, Veridin and Dante make it to their destination safely. The assassins are powerless now. Yana confronts the Nameless King, who tries to feign ignorance, but she sees through his lies. As he broke his promise, Yana intends to take all three of them on in their next battle. Yana is like a daughter to the Nameless King. Her skill surpasses that of any assassin in the world. She's often regarded as the god of murder. Some claim she wields a blade tainted with chaos, such as the threat Jin and his friends now face. The owl can no longer interfere in the fight due to his breach of terms. He hopes that Jin can find a way to get Dante and Veridin out of the situation. He's hoping Yana will hold back when dealing with Jin Rungkandle since she's taken a liking to him. He believes that if Jin follows his instructions, everything will be fine. Or so he thought, as Veridin is knocked out cold in the face of their greatest threat. Yana is eager to exploit their vulnerability, particularly upset that they interfered with her game against her brother. Yana grows frustrated when she sees Jin holding a certain object, the silver dragon's claw, the same item Quickentle gave him for when he's outmatched. Jin is surprised no one is reacting to it. Jin doesn't realize both assassins are quietly standing behind him. Their presence is so subtle that he doesn't detect them at all. Yana struggles to meet her brother's gaze. Jin feigns a first-time greeting to the owl, hiding their connection. Jin had secretly drugged his friend with sleeping pills to prevent any interruptions during his conversation with Yana. Nameless King questions how Jin acquired the object. Jin simply says he received it from a friend. It's an item of great importance, offering protection if used against a nameless killer. Before handing over the gift, Jin asks why real killers were sent instead of trainees. He believes Yana must be targeting him as she does her siblings, but that's not the case. Nameless King explains their bet's terms. One side believed he'd survive, the other assumed he'd fall. Owl won the bet because of their survival, ensuring no more killers will come after Jin or his companions. They are now safe even from Yana. This protection lasts for a decade. Jin has resolved a major issue with his involvement in this situation. In exchange for the silver dragon's claw, Jin will receive a reward. The owl leaves them to speak privately, marking their first encounter in Simmel. Yana is an incredibly shy, Omega-level introvert. Meanwhile, another group is secretly working for Sir Joshua, aiming to frame Jin and Yana. They've been watching Jin and Yana since they aren't allowed to kill him yet. For now, their task is to observe. In their conversation, Yana reassures Jin that she isn't here to harm him, but instead to help him grow stronger. She inquires about his companions, learning that they belong to the Ziffel and Hiran clans. Jin fears that Yana might report his friends to his family, but she assures him that she only wants to protect him. Despite this, her sending assassins after him has shattered his trust in her. Jin confronts Yana, accusing her of treating him like a mere pawn to be played with. Yana denies the accusation, breaking down in tears. She shows a softer side, proving that her intentions weren't malicious. As the best killer, she was supposed to hide her emotions, but in front of her brother, she's a mess. Yana became an assassin even before she reached the nameless territory. At the age of 8, she had already killed her cousin at Storm Castle. This resulted in punishment, but in truth, she was sent here to refine her killing skills. Hiran feared for the safety of his other children due to her immense power. Yana is relieved to speak with Jin without any barriers up. Jin feels it's unfair for their father to have treated Yana so harshly. He expresses how wrong it was for her to be treated like that. Their father saw her solely as a weapon to be used, not as his daughter. Yana doesn't fully grasp the injustice because killing is second nature to her. Jin wonders if she's under some kind of contract, sensing she has a hidden skill, but Yana isn't ready to reveal that yet. She, too, knows about his hidden abilities. Yana admits that she feels the urge to kill him, her inner demon pushing her to strike. She's battling her instincts to avoid killing him in that moment. Jin is surprised to learn how much she values him, even though they're meeting for the first time. Yana offers him the 10,000 poisons elixir, hoping it might help. After all, that's the main reason her siblings are here, exploring the territory. Jin surprises her by rejecting the offer. He isn't going to start liking her just like that. Yana is determined to win his affection. Jin seizes the moment and suggests they take a walk together. He believes that talking helps build relationships. He gently takes her hand. As they walk, Jin contemplates how to best handle his confused and naive sister. As they stroll through the city with no one in sight, Yana proposes they visit a secluded spot she enjoys. Jin is fearful that she might push him off a cliff, but Yana believes he would survive even if she did. They reach a beautiful garden filled with glowing green roses under the moonlight. Yana holds the roses dear to her heart. She offers Jin a handful of the roses. This isn't the first time Jin has received these roses. He's often found them by his bedside. Even in his previous life, the roses were mysteriously left there. During the toughest times against his siblings, the roses were there for him. Jin realizes that Yana has been quietly watching over him all these years. She's always cared for him, even when he had nothing. Jin, genuinely moved, allows her to speak openly about her past. He learns that she once tried to kill the nameless king after being harshly scolded. Yana was unable to kill him then, but with her current abilities, she could probably succeed now. She's curious about the silver dragon. Yana wants to collect the silver dragon's claws. Jin expresses that he's not afraid of her. Normally, everyone who talks to her fears the tiny killing machine she's become. Jin suggests she consider a career as a florist, focusing on flowers and running a business. As long as she doesn't kill her customers, it could be a good fit. Their conversation winds down. Jin feels the need to speak with the nameless king privately. Yana is offended, but suddenly remembers she has her own mission to attend to. Dives off and leaves, and just as she does, Jin heads off to meet with the owl. The owl is upset that Jin defied his orders. However, he acknowledges that Jin has secured the safety of the family's heirs. Jin expresses his true intentions. He wants Yana to live a life far from Simil, and he'll do anything to help her. His reason is simple. He wants to tell everyone that Yana is skilled at being a florist. Jin doesn't want Yana's life ruined by being used as a tool for her family's purposes. He wishes for her to have a happy life. Nameless King hopes Jin has a solid plan for the future. Jin will soon leave the territory, accompanied by Dante and Veridin. A week later, Kashmir and Khan are heading to Kairon. This is Kashmir's first visit to the Dark Sea, where the owl Talaris and Siren are waiting. Kashmir realizes just how out of his depth he is in their presence. Talaris is frustrated because she can't discuss marriage with the others around. Similarly, the owl can't bring up Yana with these people present. Siren breaks the silence, ordering Kashmir to take a seat, as he's the only one truly invited. Talaris and the owl appeared unexpectedly, all of them curious about Jin. Siren plans to share a drink with Kashmir once the others leave. He's also checking on Jin's situation. Talaris is amazed that this boy can't stop getting into trouble. The owl also wanted to talk about Jin, though he's wary of Talaris. Kieran signals the owl to speak. The patriarch laughs when he hears about the silver dragon's claw. Jin wanted the owl to erase his presence in Simil, which meant killing everyone who knew about him. As expected, it turned into a bloodbath. They wiped out their own knights who were after Jin. Kieran wonders if they're here to ask for a gift. The owl confirms it's true. He's proud of Jin's accomplishments, but he also wants Kairon to read a note left by Jin Run Candle. Back to Jin and his unaware companions, they're still unconscious. Jin checks his pocket and finds a note attached to the elixir, ensuring his survival. Anna wishes her brother a happy birthday and writes a note for him. That same note is now in Kieran's hands. Kieran wants Charan to free Yana from Simil, believing everything written in the note to be the truth. Kieran laughs like the unhinged maniac he is, doubting it, but suspecting the owl had a hand in freeing Yana. Kieran plans to discuss the matter at length at his home. Kashmir's come to report the death of the 9-star sorcerer, taken down by Jin Run Candle. Charan is excited and tells the others to leave. Talaris wants to stay. The patriarch insists she leave as well. While he pressures them to leave, Jin is still dealing with these ridiculous fools who refuse to leave Simil. Veridin wants to spend time with Jin before he takes the lead of the family. He has his priorities all wrong, but Jin has personal matters to attend to. He refuses to discuss the matter of Kadard's death. Dante realizes they won't have much time together once Jin becomes the clan leader. They won't see each other again after being appointed heads of their respective families. They suggest traveling together to help build Jin's reputation along the way. There are many criminal organizations they could take down together. However, Jin isn't fond of the idea of a 3-person adventure. Veridin and Dante want to accompany him as friends. Jin briefly entertains the idea. He wakes up in his bed, not remembering how he got there. Even stranger is the fact that Enya is lying next to him. Jin remembers drinking the elixir and passing out immediately afterward. Enya was terrified for his life. Ikentel informs him that he had been unconscious for 5 days. Normally, it would take a month, but his Runkendel body shortened the recovery time. Enya reports that Jilly received an urgent summons from her family and is heading to the Garden of Swords, promising to return soon. After consuming the dreadful elixir, Jin is forced to drink a vile-looking concoction. He drinks it regardless, only to realize it wasn't medicine at all but poison. Murakin had attempted to kill him again right after he regained consciousness. This proves that Jin's body has become completely immune to poison. Now, Jin feels obligated to repay Quaikentel by helping train Enya properly. Quaikentel reassures Jin that they will support him in his battle against his siblings, and she wants Enya to grow strong for the inevitable showdown. Jin already has his next destination in mind and plans for Enya to accompany him on this mission. Naturally, Enya is thrilled at the opportunity. At the Garden of Swords, an interesting encounter unfolds as Siren confronts Joshua about Yana. Patriarch does not treat him kindly and shows no respect. Strikes Joshua's face with his gauntlet. He orders Joshua to rise back to his feet. Finally, Joshua gets the beating he should have received a long time ago. Another blow lands to his face. Strikes continue relentlessly without any mercy. He commands Joshua to remove his prized armor. Kieran is furious that Joshua is being humiliated by Jin, especially after the precise warning he had issued to him and the rest of the siblings about Yana. They were all explicitly told not to harm Yana. Kieran lands a heavy punch to Joshua's stomach. Force of the punch sends Joshua to his knees. The owl begins to understand that this bold warning from Kieran is crucial, especially to ensure Yana's safety at all costs. Kieran insults his son, calling him nothing but a coward. He warns Joshua that his flag-bearer position will soon be revoked, as Joshua is being escorted by the Black Knights. Mary mocks his sorry state with laughter. Meanwhile, Joshua is seething with fury, on the verge of exploding in rage. Kieran converses with Jilly, discovering Jin's next mission. The armor taken from Joshua now belongs to Jin. Kieran wants him to wear it and acknowledge what transpired. Jin is taken aback when he hears the news. Jilly eagerly recounts how Jin outclassed the troublesome family member. He even presented Jin with a rare black armor, a legendary item. Jin realizes his father wants him to be distinct from Joshua, who avoids real combat and resorts to cheap tricks. Jin's task is to engage in so many battles that the armor becomes worn out. It was also a message to the owl, warning him never to use his daughter as leverage. Patriarch Kieran always stays several steps ahead with his every move. Yet Jin struggles to comprehend why his father would go to such lengths, perhaps feeling some sympathy for Yana. Jin wonders if there's more to Yana than meets the eye. His next goal is to confront the Dark Magic Association, hoping to eliminate its evil mages with his backflow magic. Enya has joined him on this journey. Jin reminds her not to use their real names on such a perilous mission. Girl, flustered, collapses. The Dark Magic Association is a perilous group devoted to dark magic. Ruel Zappel was the one who wiped them out, using the same spell that Veridin failed to utilize. Zappel's spell killed their leader, and he had been the last soldier's contractor, wanting the boy to follow in her footsteps. This evil mage faction is infamous for their despicable acts. The people's faces reflect a deep sorrow. Jin explains that it's because the nobles intentionally ignore the wrongdoings of criminals. He suspects that Beemont territory is using the academy to rid them of the Dark Mage Association. As if on cue, noble mages arrive. The city's citizens rejoice, believing these mages are their salvation against the evil mages. Amid the cheers, Jin asserts that these mages are doomed to die, as their mission is impossible. He shares a meal with Enya, who remains wary of his words. Jin explains that the cadets lack the strength to defeat the Dark Mage Association, despite their training. Cadets lack combat experience, unlike the Dark Mages, who are well-versed in battle. The 30 cadets assigned to this mission are insufficient to defeat the entire association. The cadets, sitting together to eat, are clearly inexperienced. Jin can easily tell that they are amateurs. Jin is ready to leave with Enya, but she hesitates to go with him. She is traumatized, remembers how these same cadets mistreated her at the academy. Unfortunately, they notice Jin staring at them. As Enya trembles, Jin responds coolly. He meets the cadet's challenge head-on. He threatens the commoner. The restaurant owner tries to intervene. He is attacked without cause. Furious, Jin punches the man for failing in his duties. He walks away, leaving a chilling warning for the cadets. Jin pretends to be a high-level mage and effortlessly dismantles them with his magic. He can't believe these are the same weaklings who tormented Enya. Jin turns the tables, threatening to interrogate the cadets for their arrogance. He gives them a task, and they have no choice but to comply. With his acting skills on point, Jin declares it's time for Enya to take the lead. He orders the scoundrels to clean up the mess. 5 days later, the cadets prepare for an all-out assault on the evil mages. Jin suspects that there are nearly 50 enemies lurking nearby, but the cadets remain far too relaxed. An unexpected orc suddenly flies toward them, disrupting their defenses. Fortunately, it is swiftly taken down. Jin commands Chip to follow his orders and alert the others of a possible ambush. The coward hesitantly offers this suggestion. Jin can't fathom how a low-level orc could hide in plain sight, especially when a 7-star mage hasn't noticed it yet. Suspect Professor Orton, who was caught eating meat despite being a vegetarian. Jin picks up on this small detail. Orton instructs the cadets to pair up and enter the cave. Remain confident in the 7-star sorcerer's abilities, or so they think. But another orc crashes through the wall. They await Orton's desperate orders. Orton hastily flees, knowing he's the one who conspired to bring about their demise. Orton orders the orcs to kill the foolish cadets, but he wasn't expecting a powerful spell to be hurled at him. Jin prepares to enter the battle while protecting Enya. Jin commands the use of an extraordinary spell, wipes out everyone except 2 sorcerers, whom Jin believes to be at the 8-star level. Despite their strength, they are severely wounded. Jin is surprised when they recognize his backflow technique. Rolt Joe, a strong sorcerer, believes he can take on Jin, unaware that he's outmatched, as there are even stronger sorcerers in the association. Instead, Rolt invites Jin to join the association, impressed by his abilities. Jin is indifferent and uses his backflow technique to neutralize him. He easily knocks Rolt down, making it hard to believe the man is an 8-star sorcerer. The orcs are slain by Enya. She's improving faster than Jin anticipated. The entire cave trembles as a giant werewolf emerges. He's thrilled to meet a powerful mage who isn't afraid of the monster. Excited, Goltef introduces himself and challenges the warrior to a fight. Enthusiastically, Goltef reveals his name and demands the warrior face him. Interestingly, Goltef offers Jin a place in the Kinzalo faction. Jin is surprised to learn that the Dark Magic Association is working closely with the Gonzalo faction. Goltef wants Jin to join, promising a high position for his talents. Jin would consider the offer, if not for the fact that his opponent is weaker than him. Offended, Goltef attacks fiercely, nearly breaking Jin's barrier. Enya tries to intervene with her wind magic, but Goltef clearly has no interest in fighting her. While Goltef is distracted, Jin swiftly strikes. Jin has already sliced him with his sword. He catches the werewolf off guard with his dual combat abilities. Jin enjoys exchanging intense blows with the werewolf. He overpowers him easily, not even revealing his full potential. Goltef realizes that Jin is far stronger than he lets on. Through the fight, he understands that Jin is a formidable runecaster, seeking to make it an honorable battle. Goltef learns Jin's name and readies himself to fight for his tribe's honor. Jin prepares his special incantation, the same one used to defeat Mioran. One slash will be enough. The White Wolf refuses to be spared, proudly upholds his tribe's honor, and passionately proclaims their pride. Jin replies graciously, vowing to always remember Goltef fondly. With a decisive blow, Jin cuts him down, signaling the end of the battle. Unfazed, Enya grows even more impressed by Jin's remarkable abilities. This werewolf is undoubtedly far stronger than the one Jin faced during his cadet days. Yet Jin faced no real challenge in the fight. Jin ponders if Enya is unaffected by all the death around her. She has come to terms with it, deciding she no longer wants to be a burden to him. Jin reassures her that there's no pressure for her to fight if she's not ready. Chip, on the other hand, is barely holding onto his life. Enya reveals her true self and insists she could easily take Chip down right now. Trying to appear calm, she pledges to assist her comrades in any way she can. As for Orton, the imposter, they've captured him after turning the situation in their favor. The man believes he's talking to a student of Kittard, but he's mistaken. He's confronted by someone who sees through his disguise and isn't afraid to deal him a real blow. Alyssa looks forward to enjoying herself while extracting information from the man. After the interrogation, she learns that their secret base is located in Atyrium. Once the capital of Venkela, Atyrium's fate changed after a demon invasion. The demons attacked to seize a powerful relic. Runkindles and Zippels joined forces to fend off the demonic threat. This was the only known war in which these two clans allied to face a single foe. While they succeeded in driving back the demons, they couldn't restore the capital, so the kingdom moved the capital elsewhere. Now, Atyrium is nothing more than a haven for demons. Jin feels a sense of foreboding and curiously asks why the demons chose this place as their hideout. Isa explains that at least 3 9-star mages are known to reside there. The presence of such powerful mages is concerning. The Kinselo faction is truly formidable. It's dangerous to rush in without a solid plan, especially with their ability to use transformation magic, like Orton's disguise. Naturally, Balbar is the one behind these horrific actions. Balbar is also tied to the Iviliano clan. Quickentel has never heard of human transformation magic before, as it is typically a power of dragons. Alyssa clarifies that not even the culprit knew how the transformation magic worked. Balbar's methods remain a closely guarded secret. Jin recalls encountering imposters during his youth. He feels it's time for them to face the Transfigurator. Jin plans to use someone to get close to the Transfigurator and enlists Kashmir's help to investigate the connection between the White Wolves and the Kinselo. 1 week later, Dante Heron and his father, the Patriarch, are informed that several cadets perished while trying to destroy the Dark Magic Association. However, 2 survivors, Jin and Austin Gray, succeeded in eliminating the Dark Magic Association. One fought with magic, while the other used swordsmanship. Naturally, Dante suspects Jin's involvement. What's more, they discovered a weapon from the White Wolf, bearing a precise cut that only an expert swordsman could achieve. Dante laughs, admitting that even he couldn't have made such a clean cut. It's a skill only a high-level swordsman possesses. The boy modestly claims that he hasn't reached that level yet, so their investigation came to no concrete conclusions. Dante is deeply impressed by Jin's remarkable growth and feels compelled to speak to Veridin about him. Lots can't imagine anyone other than Dante performing such a precise cut. He's fooled into believing Dante is hiding his true abilities. A month later, Jin waits at the teleportation portal, formulating his plans. While he contemplates, the woman beside him observes the swordsman with curiosity. Jin arrives at Bubra's hideout. Bubra is revered as the greatest transformation sorcerer of his time. They even have a statue dedicated to him. Jin is tempted to destroy it, shattering it into a million pieces. He knocks on the door and finds Bubra startled. It's been some time since they last met. Bubra is clearly angry, not wanting to welcome Jin after their previous encounter at the banquet. Bubra lunges at Jin, expecting the same outcome as their last fight. Jin is no longer playing around. He knocks Bubra out with a single powerful blow. Bishkul watches Jin walk in, astonished to find him in the midst of his mission as a reserve flag bearer. Bubra pleads for Jin's death. Bishkul, frustrated with Bubra's antics, refuses to comply. He doesn't want to make an enemy of Jin for something so pointless. Jin apologizes and explains that he came here for a different purpose, to commission a sculpture for his father. Bishkul finds this odd, sensing that Jin might have another hidden reason for his visit. Jin doesn't waste any time, revealing that his real goal is to challenge Bishkul to a fight. But Bishkul shows no interest in fighting Jin. Just as Bishkul is about to respond, Jin feels a sharp cut slice through his hair. It's a test to gauge Jin's reflexes. Bishkul believes Jin is still too weak to face him. Jin leaves without causing further trouble. However, he nearly kills Bubra in the process. Jin cannot tolerate the disrespect aimed at the Runkendal family name. Bishkul is compelled to fight Jin, warning him that this might be the battle that ends his life. Jin is ready to face whatever consequences arise, as long as he defends his family's honor. It's Bubra's foolishness that has escalated the situation to such extreme. Bishkul demands that Bubra apologize, his bloodlust evident. Bubra reluctantly eats humble pie, apologizing to Jin for tarnishing their family's name. Jin accepts the apology, allowing Bishkul to take out his frustration on Bubra. Both swordsmen agree that Bubra is to blame for everything that's happened. Jin departs, while a furious Bishkul orders them to be silent, as there are important matters to discuss. Bishkul reveals his findings to Bubra. Their ties with the Zappel family have been severed. Balbar is adamant about obtaining a divine artifact called the compass. Bishkul is eager to ensure the artifact is retrieved. Suddenly, he senses a presence nearby. He reacts instantly. There's no one in sight. Meanwhile, Jin Runkendal is covertly attacked by Yana, who came on a mission disguised as someone else. The letter she received from Jin filled her with joy. Fearing Karen's discovery, the owl prepared a false identity for Yana on this mission. Her task was to gather intel from Bishkul, which allowed her to overhear his conversation with Bubra. Jin now knows their plans, but Yana is still wary of Bubra. She views him as someone of equal status. She refuses to share her secrets, sensing Jin is hiding something of his own. Without hesitation, Jin reveals the shadow force. Thousands of dark temptations flood Yana, urging her to kill Jin Runkendal. She fights against her instincts, pleading with Jin never to use his powers in front of her again. She's confused as to why he revealed his powers so recklessly. Jin explains that he initially wanted to keep them hidden. After receiving the green roses, he felt a sense of trust in his sister. He has no intention of keeping secrets from her. In fact, he promises to become so powerful that she won't be able to kill him, no matter her temptation. Even so, Jin remains cautious about overstepping with Yana, mindful of their father's warnings. The Dark Sea. Kieran learns that both Jin and Yana have been enjoying their time together. The patriarch is impressed by his son's unwavering spirit. Kashmir's latest letter reports that Jin has defeated yet another werewolf. Kieran recalls his battle with the werewolf tribe leader, a formidable opponent. The fight lasted 5 hours, showing the true power of his opponent. Jin's new technique, using the shadow sword, is revealed. This ancient skill hasn't been seen in 1,000 years. This technique originated with Temur, and Turin, eager to face a shadow force user, feels a sudden shiver. Back at Tychen, Kashmir learns from Jin that Bubari is behind the creation of the Devil's Stone. Bubari uses the corpses of deceased gods to craft dangerous artifacts with his unique abilities. Murakin wonders if the dead gods are somehow connected to Numoris. Murakin prepares to reveal to Jin something he discovered during his fight with a giant years ago. Reason for the giant's appearance remains unclear, but Murakin suspects Balbar's involvement. The Dark Dragon is almost certain Balbar is behind it all. Balbar may have ties to a forgotten god of sculpting, one who vanished from history. This god could have been responsible for the creation of the Origin Stone. This god made it possible to create the Origin Stone in the first place. The god was stripped of his divine rank and forced to live as a human. The dragons destroyed the giants he had created. However, it's still unimaginable for Balbar to form a contract with a dead god. Jin mentions an item that can locate divine contractors, explaining that it led to Yulia's discovery, the compass. Though imperfect, the compass led them to the right path. Jin is determined to obtain the compass from the Kinzalo faction. He plans to steal the compass when it falls into their hands. Jin's goal is to secure a safe location once he acquires the compass. Silver Dragon advises acting swiftly before their plan is exposed. They agree to reunite in 1 year, protecting each other from their enemies. Murakin suggests an even safer location, the underworld. As unbelievable as it sounds, Murakin believes the underworld would be a valuable experience. The underworld's people are legendary warriors, but the place has already fallen. And struggles to accept that such a place could even exist. Murakin explains that he's the only one who can go as a contractor, recalling how Solderit once made a contract with the underworld people. To perfect his skills as a magic swordsman of the Runkendel clan, Jin must journey into the underworld. Jin's objective is to reach the Mitra Desert. However, his recklessness may lead him into unforeseen dangers. Jin seeks assistance from the Watertail species. The Watertails receive a special gift from Jin and agree to help him on his journey. They accept the fish and assist him on his path to the desert. Even the Watertails fear that Jin may not survive the journey. As Jin ventures deeper into the cave, he gathers some water and continues his exploration. It's his first encounter with the Golden Tongue species. Creatures are annoyed by Jin's intrusion into their territory. However, a single gold coin is enough to convince the greedy little mouse to guide him. The Golden Tongue species leads Jin to the cave's exit, beyond which lies a market. Dark Spark is already familiar with Jin Runkendel. He recalls their past encounter during a mission. The little creature promises to keep Jin's secrets hidden. Jin hopes to repay the creatures for their assistance. Upon exiting the cave, Jin finds a store. No longer needing a guide, Jin happily explores the market. He tries to remain inconspicuous while hiring a dark canine as his travel guide to the desert. When Jin arrives at the Great Desert's entrance, he tips his guide generously. He walks alone, determined to reach the underworld. The underworld is so perilous that Jin's body could never be recovered from it. The underworld is filled with legendary stories of treasure and resources. Yet even the beastmen of the land can't locate the underworld. Traveling through the desert is considered suicidal, as it leads to nowhere. The desert defeats anyone who dares to challenge it. But now Jin Runkendel has arrived. The Shadow Sword was once fiercely protected by the Myeongwang, a species that vanished after their arrogance led to their downfall. The Myeongwang challenged the gods and were destroyed as a result. Devil's Stone is incredibly powerful. Despite being a replica, it has enough strength to cause significant damage. The only god who took pity on the Myeongwang saved a few of their people and made a contract with them. This contract forbade anyone but the Myeongwang from teaching the ways of the Shadow Sword. First Patriarch Temer learned the technique from them as well. Only a few records of his existence remain. The Zappel family worked tirelessly to erase any trace of Temer. The world's greatest hero has no resting place in the Garden of Swords. Thanks to Jin's journey to meet the Myeongwang, he'll learn much about Temer's past adventures. After 2 days of relentless travel, Jin feels the weight of exhaustion. This journey proves more difficult than fighting someone stronger than him. The desert demands courage and tests Jin Runkendel's resolve. Full month passes. Jin has yet to find food or water. All he sees is the surrounding death. His footsteps vanish almost instantly. There's no way to go back. Enduring this hardship is the only option. Finally, the first sign of life appears. Voice calls out to him. The Tona twins have appeared. Jin suspects he's facing an illusion. The Tona twins rush to attack him. He's surprised by the intensity of their attacks. They've been waiting until Jin was exhausted before striking. Jin questions whether this is truly an illusion. He tries to flee, but the twins quickly catch up. Exhausted, Jin barely responds to their swift strikes. However, he realizes that neither twin has the strength to end the fight. Jin is enraged that he endured so much in his past life, while these weaklings challenge him. He knocks them to the ground, emerging victorious. Diatona and Hightoner apologize, but Jin hesitates to deliver the final blow. Deep down, Jin knows that to move forward, he must defeat his brothers. Jin strikes them down, not out of hatred, but because it's necessary for the Runkendel clan. He prays for the illusion to fade. Jin waits a full day, but the twins still haven't vanished. He no longer believes they were illusions. With a heavy heart, he buries his brothers to mark his path forward. At night, Jin rests, eating a dangerous scorpion for nourishment. He wonders how his other siblings are faring. The thought of his brothers weighs heavily on Jin. He has no more water. The desert offers him nothing but emptiness. He's lost track of how long he's been traveling. Jin feels desperate, questioning why he came here after killing his brothers. Suddenly, a figure offers him water. Jin's reflexes are sharp as he reacts instantly. Quickly deals with her. Valeria is impressed by how much Jin's skills have improved. She's his beloved teacher from his previous life, and the true final heir of the Hister family. He recognized his talent and guided him in mastering magecraft. Back then, when he encountered her, he had been cast out from the Runkendel family. She couldn't possibly know that, as they had never met before. The desert he once knew has now transformed into a lush, green landscape. Valeria looks exactly as she did in his past life, leaving Jin confused. and wonders if she's merely an illusion conjured from his memories. She offers him a drink, but Jin fears that accepting it might force him into another battle. Valeria, confident in her abilities, remarks that she could end his life instantly in his weakened state. Valeria, oddly, knows that he has been reborn and insists he drink it so they can engage in a real fight. She calls him her only student. Valeria's words bring him comfort, but more than that, she simply wants Jin to overcome her using all his abilities. Jin intends to challenge her using his magecraft. She meant everything to him in his past life, so he's determined to give her a memorable battle. Unfazed, Valeria unleashes a powerful thunder attack. Spear tracks him, and Jin realizes Valeria isn't holding back. They fought countless times before, but this time, Jin had never won, and now she was intent on killing him. She appreciates his evasive tactics. Meanwhile, Jin plans to exhaust her mana reserves. Of course, Valeria anticipated this and was prepared for it. She suggests that he use his sword, as it's the only way he could defeat his teacher. Jin activates backflow magic, a skill he learned from Kidder. Valeria is slightly irritated and says things meant to provoke him, fully aware it will have an effect. Jin is determined to live up to her expectations, plans to use an advanced technique, bracing for her wrath. It takes 3 minutes of dodging before his move can fully execute. Jin holds on for as long as he can, but he's struggling. He didn't anticipate that Valeria would grab him from the ground. She traps him inside a massive magic circle. At the same time, she continues maintaining her electric spears. The chains burn into Jin's flesh, and he begins to understand what's happening. Spears are illusions. Only one actually contains any mana. In his most desperate moment, Jin summons Tess. In his weakened state, maintaining the Phoenix will be incredibly difficult. Valeria's magic holds the Phoenix long enough for Jin to activate his advanced technique. Valeria remains unfazed, resisting the effects of his technique while casting multiple spells simultaneously. Yet Jin refuses to give in and surrenders to no one. Valeria unleashes her full arsenal of spells in an attempt to push him back. Jin presses forward, determined to overcome her onslaught. With determination, he draws closer to her. His tide reversal turns out to be a key move, allowing him to discern the real spear from the fake. Jin activates his armor, closing the gap between them. Valeria thrusts the Thunder Dragon, unleashing its full wrath. Jin coats his blade in shadow force, though he hesitated to use his sword for a reason. Jin strikes with his best attack, hoping to make an impact. This attack is a symbol of his deepest respect for his teacher. Valeria lies defeated on the ground, proud of her student's progress. She fades into nothingness, revealing it was all just an illusion. Jin refused to hold back during his final strike, knowing that his only chance to win was to give everything he had. He weeps in sorrow and regret for having slain the teacher he loved the most. That night, Jin finds himself surrounded by swords in the desert. Suddenly, another mirage appears before him. It's the first patriarch, Temur. A flicker of shadow force overwhelms Jin, making him vomit. It feels as though he's facing a god, one who forces him to kneel. If Jin kneels now, all his sacrifices will have been in vain. He resists the immense pressure, pushing through the pain to move forward. Jin's resolve is unshaken as he fights on, determined to cut Temur down. Seeing Jin's unyielding determination, Temur smiles, something he hasn't done in 1,000 years. Jin's entire being compels him to strike down the first patriarch. He's prepared to cut down his siblings, even kill his own teacher if necessary. Though sorrowful, Jin understands that he must do whatever it takes to overcome his limitations. The test is nearing its conclusion. Temur unleashes a shadow wave powerful enough to nearly kill Jin, but he continues to fight through the despair. Temur commands the swords, cuts Jin down mercilessly, slashing him repeatedly across his body. Jin refuses to accept defeat. He's already killed the people he loved to get this far, and he wouldn't hesitate to do it again, even if it meant sacrificing others. His willpower is boundless. Jin activates his special technique, determined to slice through anyone who stands in his way. Finally, he eviscerates Temur's image. Unfortunately, just as he's about to defeat him, Temur vanishes. Jin roars in frustration, declaring that he came to cut down the first patriarch. Voice reminds him of the true reason he came. The land of the Ma Yun Wang is his true destination. Jin wonders if the voice is another mirage. Murakin had spoken of the 3 mirages. It was Jin who had forgotten about them after losing his sense of self. With the 3rd mirage complete, he unleashes his shadow force. But nothing happens initially, leaving him confused. It doesn't make sense until Jin carves a path, revealing the location of the one who tested him. The man is impressed that Solderit's contractor has passed the test. Jin, however, is furious for being manipulated so easily. Tantal has been waiting for Jin for a very long time. He leads Jin to La Perosa, the land of the Ma Yun Wang. Before they proceed, Jin drinks a beverage. He spits it out, realizing it's a special elixir designed to help him regain his sanity. Tantal advises him to rest before meeting the others. La Perosa was constructed 5 millennia ago, making it no surprise that many adventurers have lost their way trying to find it. They are surrounded by unparalleled luxury. Everything in sight is made of gold. Jin notices the jewel embedded in his chest. Tantal explains that it's merely a heart, and there's no one else in the city besides him. This makes Jin wonder how many of his kind still remain. Tantal explains that only about 80 people live in the city, including the battle god and the battle kings. These are the siblings who will pass the shadow sword onto Jin, his eagerly awaited weapon. Tantal takes Jin to the battle temple. It was constructed for a god and exudes immense pressure. Jin owes his current position to his success in the third test, which paved the way for his progress. Tantal cautions Jin to be careful with his words, as they are not the type to let him get away easily. Jin encounters his siblings, who are eager to meet Solderet's contractor. They've been wanting to teach him ever since Temur. The woman expresses her desire to tidy him up. Jin is tossed around like a rag doll as they bicker over who should clean him. Jin takes pleasure in his bath. He had a tough time dealing with the warrior woman. People of this era lacked proper hygiene. The difference in size is astounding when he compares himself to the warriors. After cleaning himself, Jin wears traditional outer clothing. Tantal explains that they are heading to the temple to meet the battle god and the 12 kings he encountered earlier. Inside the temple, Jin notices the glowing stone embedded in Tantal's body. He wonders whether this is connected to the battle god. Tantal warns him to respond appropriately, or he'll be sent back to the desert. The door finally opens. Jin stands before the Golden Kings and their battle god. The pressure weighing on him is overwhelming. Lees and the other battle kings are staring him down. The ruler of the place is the battle god, a smaller woman compared to the others. However, her commanding presence overshadows the strength of the other kings. Surprisingly, the battle god comments on the differences between Temur and Jin's appearances, though they share the same energy. It's unlikely that Jin will surpass Temur, and they don't expect him to match his strength. Still, Belize trusts Jin's strength because he's Solderet's contractor. Most of the other kings already view him as weaker than Temur, and they have their reasons. However, Jin didn't come here to be seen as inferior. He boldly announces his name in front of the 12 kings. Van, the battle god, introduces herself properly and makes it clear that the 12 kings are her enemies before becoming rivals. Jin is fine with that, as he can sense their open hostility. The issue is that he can't gauge their true intentions. Van will administer his test tomorrow, and until then, she throws him her sword to fight with. Jin calls it an ordinary sword, but it quickly absorbs all of his shadow energy, draining him completely. Van tells him that Temur overcame the shadow aspering sword, so she expects him to do the same. Jin is confident, bold enough to back up his words. After the meeting ends, Belize argues that it's too soon for Jin to defeat the shadow-absorbing sword. After all, Temur was much older and stronger when he defeated the sword. Van understands this, but chooses to act anyway. It's been 1,000 years since Temur's fall, and their race needs to test the limits of the current Run-Candle family, which is why Van believes in their evolution and strength. Next day, Jin arrives, completely drained of his energy. He couldn't even sleep because the sword kept draining his power. With no shadow force left, Jin faces a tough challenge. Armand is the first of the 12 kings to test Jin's resolve. He comments on Jin's exhausted state and stresses that he hasn't fully acknowledged him yet. The first test requires Jin to swing his sword 10,000 times. Naturally, Jin is confident because he's done this before. The number climbs higher and higher until it reaches 8,000. Tantal is impressed as Jin completes his 9,000th strike. Thanks to Luna's intensive training and the steel ball drills, Jin's swordsmanship has been perfected. It's the very technique that embodies the Run-Candle family's philosophy. Finally, Jin finishes his last swing, holding his stance firmly. Garmin is impressed by Jin's abilities, as many Run-Candles fail to achieve the same feat. The crowd cheers for Jin, but Garmin remains silent. Jin doesn't want to hear empty praise from the man. He demands that Garmin recognize him as worthy of his teachings. Garmin, though embarrassed, admits as much. Now the real training begins. Garmin has no plans to fight Jin directly, confident in his own victory. He believes Jin won't even scratch his sword. Run-Candle aims to prove their strength by pushing Jin back. Garmin clarifies that it was just a metaphorical expression. The 8th king tells Jin to take a swing. Jin puts all his strength into the swing. However, it's Jin who gets pushed back. Jin wants to try again, and Garmin is more than willing to let him. With only aura left at his disposal, Jin focuses all his remaining strength into a single strike. The strike obliterates the surroundings, but Garmin continues to push him back. Jin can't believe how much more skilled Garmin is. He feels completely outclassed. The 8th Battle King has taken some damage from Jin's attack, wondering if it's due to his perseverance as a Run-Candle who conquered the desert. Even without his shadow power, Jin is formidable. Garmin gives him 1 week to develop an attack that will move his sword. The Swordsman was expecting a lesson, but Garmin believes that the third mirage and the belief that anything can be cut is all Jin needs. He asks how long it took Temur to succeed. Garmin finds out that it only took Temur 2 days. 4 days have already passed. Jin has still not moved Garmin's sword. He has tried nearly 8,000 times. Finally, one of his strikes manages to chip Garmin's weapon. He's still behind Temur's performance, but the 8th Battle King is still impressed by Jin's growth. In Temur's case, he didn't have the shadow-absorbing sword sapping his energy. This raises the question of whether the first patriarch could have succeeded in 4 days as well. It's an impressive feat that shows the Run Candle family has grown stronger in the outside world. Garmin fully acknowledges Jin's strength and believes that others will eventually see him the same way. But before that, Garmin asks to be the first to experience the results of his achievement. Jin doesn't understand what he means, but agrees anyway. Garmin takes the chipped piece of Jin's sword and proceeds to eat it. Jin is left speechless by what he just witnessed. His next training session is set to begin the following day. That night, Jin reflects on the stunning cityscape of La Perosa. He wonders if he can match Temur's accomplishments and uphold the title of Solderit's contractor. Antle notices Jin lost in thought and realizes that he hasn't slept for 3 days due to his shadow absorption training. He offers Jin a stone to eat. Jin is wary of it and hesitant to consume it. Stone is actually an energy-restoring snack. Jin takes a bite and feels his energy return. He asks which of the Battle Kings is the strongest. Antle explains that there's no formal ranking system. They are treated as equals, much like himself. A dark, shadowy presence sneaks up behind Jin. Acting swiftly, he draws his sword. It's the 5th Battle King, Boras, who is impressed by Jin's quick reflexes. Upon examining Jin's teeth, he notices that a molar is absent, which strikes him as odd. It occurred during his final strike in the 3rd Mirage. Overcome by intense focus and anger, Jin accidentally broke his tooth. It's a remarkable feat, and Boras is willing to lend him one in return. The casual motion, this guy tosses out his own tooth and hands it over to Jin. After all, a Battle King's teeth can cut through diamonds. Jin is stunned by what he's hearing, and Boras vanishes, leaving Jin speechless and uncertain. The next morning, Jin examines the sturdiness of the floors. The floors are made of an incredibly tough stone that resists cutting, yet they're covered in sword marks. This suggests the training must have been extremely rigorous. One particular sword strike stands out as significantly larger than the rest. Garmin is taken aback, realizing only now the extent of the details in his training area. The marks were made by Tyr using the first form of the shadow sword. Garmin has low expectations for Jin and mocks him for it. However, Jin dislikes being compared and aims to surpass Temur's abilities. Garmin explains the technique in more detail. The first form is known as Soul Slice, a foundational move of the sword. He shows the move by covering his blade with shadow energy. Jin isn't keen on wasting time on the intricacies of shadow force. He just wants to witness the technique. Garmin performs the move right in front of him. He releases a wave of shadow so razor-sharp. It obliterates everything in its path. Jin thinks the attack resembles Luna's finishing move. It's not as powerful as hers, it's still an effective strike. If Jin manages to master this technique, he'll easily defeat any swordsman beneath the 7-star rank. Garmin only used half of the technique, which is why his strike was smaller than Temur's. It's a devastating move, capable of destroying a person's soul. This means he could use it to easily defeat stronger foes and turn the tide of a battle. To learn this move, Jin must learn to unify his shadow energy. It's a sensation Jin is already familiar with. He may be able to replicate the technique even without the shadow absorption sword. The feeling reminded him of his fight with Muron. Sensation swept over Jin, making him swing with such force that it cleaved Muron in half. The same happened during his battles with the werewolf and Temur. The technique is based on the belief that he can cut anything in his way. Garmin is impressed that Jin already understands how the technique functions. Plans to demonstrate the technique again. Garmin decimates the training ground with a swing even more powerful than before. Strangely, Jin's previous experience helped the Battle King refine his technique. Jin senses that Garmin is hiding something from him. He confesses that he dislikes using the shadow sword because it drains his energy. He feels as though he's wasting time and asks to see the Mei Yun Wang sword. However, Garmin firmly refuses, claiming the sword requires a metal heart to wield. Jin insists on seeing the sword, convinced there's a good reason for it. He learned from Tantal the night before that he will face warriors nightly after training. Tantal advised him to inspect the sword. Tantal couldn't show him the sword himself, as it would cause great trouble. Jin threatens to expose Garmin's reputation if he refuses to show him the sword, determined not to back down. Garmin is forced to relent and agrees to Jin's terms. Just as Garmin is about to reveal the Mei Yun Wang sword, Boris interrupts, claiming he's crafted the perfect tooth for Jin without consulting him in the process. Boris simply grabs Jin's face, adjusts the tooth into place. Jin finds it strange to accept such an unpleasant gift. However, as soon as he receives the tooth, Jin experiences the effects of memory transplantation magic. He recalls learning about this magic from Valeria in his previous life. Hister clan used a device to facilitate this type of magic. Every bit of information about the Maiyun Wang sword is now being imprinted into his memories. Although Boris chooses to keep his methods a secret, he confirms that what he has done isn't related to magic. Magic is merely a term used by humans. In reality, mages don't exist as a race. Those who wield magic are simply skilled blacksmiths. Boris is one of these blacksmiths, the most skilled one among them. Continue chatting while Jin remains, contemplating how this civilization was using magic half a millennium ago, which was even more advanced than their current magic. Jin thanks the legendary blacksmith for not giving him the gift without reason. Boris expects a second achievement from Jin, something even he himself is unaware of. A month later, Jin has successfully mastered Soul Slice. He also improved his skills, with Boris helping him make his body quicker and more precise. The blacksmith's techniques enabled him to unlock incredible levels of power. After some time, Jin is able to form an aura heart. Finally, he is on the verge of being able to perform the Maiyun Wang sword. Boris is pleased with his progress, especially considering he formed an aura heart that even Temur didn't achieve. After all, Temur didn't receive the memory transplant from Boris. The blacksmith reminds Jin that mastering the Maiyun Wang sword is still a closely guarded secret. He hasn't been acknowledged by others yet, after all. Maiyun Wang people are born with jewel hearts made from aura. Each one possesses the strength of a 9-star warrior, essentially the strongest from birth. Jin, this should be considered an impossible feat as a human. With Garmin and Boris finishing their training, it's now time for the 4th Battle King to assist with Jin's development. Jin wonders what he will learn from the 4th Battle King. The training will focus on the second form of the Shadow Sword, a subject that piques Jin's interest. The 4th Battle King is mute, though not entirely. She sees it as part of her training, which began when time stopped for the city. He finally arrives, the only Battle King whose presence remains undetectable among the others. Garmin and Boris have their quirks, but she's different, and Jin greets her courteously. However, he didn't expect to be attacked immediately. Rinfa is even quicker than Boris. She overwhelms Garmin with a display of her strength. Garmin, now furious, retaliates against her. Even Boris intervenes, launching his sword and pushing her away. Rinfa appears genuinely furious, not holding back against Garmin. Boris takes Garmin away, leaving Jin in her care. When Jin sees her, he's reminded of his beloved sister Yana. He decides it would be a good idea to treat her as he would Yana. Jin begins his training with Yana. He trains alone, not asking anything of her, which is why she watches him practice independently. Like Yana, she observes him quietly. Every time he tries to gather aura, Rinfa appears in front of him to teach him the second form. However, she disapproves of how he executes the first form. At times, Rinfa knocks him down, feeling satisfied by the strike. If not for Jin's training with Yona and his enhanced mental focus, he would have perished. Yet he still hasn't addressed Rinfa's unusual training method. He knows he must ensure Rinfa approaches him, not the other way around. 10 days pass, and Rinfa, perplexed, wonders why he hasn't asked about the second form yet. Jin responds that he's simply uninterested. Instead, he wants to understand why she has remained silent. Jin calls her out. He argues that avoiding communication through speech and relying solely on writing undermines the purpose of her training. Jin stresses that he doesn't want to be trained by someone who lacks depth. He wants Rinfa to dedicate herself to teaching him, just like Garmin and Boris did. After his assertive words, he apologizes. Then he resumes training. For the first time in hundreds of years, Rinfa speaks. To show her sincerity, she prepares to demonstrate an extraordinary technique for Jin. Rinfa performs a mesmerizing dance, distinct from the first form Jin learned from Garmin. Each strike mirrors the one before it. It's an attack that strikes both ways with a single sword. Jin watches in awe as he sees the remarkable second form. Rinfa completes the stunning move, executing it with grace. Even Boris and Garmin are impressed. He inquires about his thoughts. Jin is left in awe. He's thrilled to have gained her trust, realizing that the techniques she showed him earlier were just a facade. Boris wants to share the news with the others. Jin achieved something even Temur couldn't by making Rinfa speak. The second form is called Scissors, fitting its ability to intertwine shadow force. Jin's task is to replicate the technique, but he knows it will take time. He also feels uncertain about the shadow absorption sword, which continually drains his energy. Rinfa clarifies that the sword doesn't absorb energy, but instead refines his shadow magic. Acts as a sheath for his blade, enabling Jin to use shadow energy with more consistent precision. Rinfa hopes Jin will eventually master the shadow absorption sword. He enjoys explaining things in detail and Jin appreciates this side of her. He wonders why she stopped speaking. It was actually a punishment she imposed on herself. This is something Rinfa couldn't share with the others. Jin acknowledges her emotions, understanding the struggles she's faced alone. He's happy to listen to her and offer support. Rinfa opens up to him, blaming herself for the failures of her people. She unfairly holds herself accountable for preventing her people from challenging the gods out of arrogance. Thanks to Jin's conversation, Rinfa manages to move past this burden. He thanks him, believing Jin has the rare ability to transform others. Word of the fourth battle king spreads among the commoners. They're celebrating, and Jin is particularly pleased that she can now communicate freely. Boris confronts him, revealing that not only did Jin know about Rinfa's story, but also that he was the one who could finally break her silence. The mute fourth battle king, Rinfa, has spoken again since she started training. He's been training the Runkendel warrior. Under her guidance, Jin Runkendel has sharpened his swordsmanship, overcoming the shadow absorption sword's draining effects and learning to control its power. Jin also learned both the first and second forms of the shadow sword, two powerful techniques he can now unleash after 2 weeks of intense practice. Jin's progress has been impressive, though his technique is still incomplete. He's focused on mastering the forms first, and perfection will come later. The shadow sword remains an obstacle. A month has passed, and Jin has mastered the shadow absorption sword and reclaimed his own sword. He's surprised to be reunited with his precious weapon, considering he was initially told it wouldn't be used in the temple. Mantle confirms that, from now on, using his sword will be an integral part of his training. After finishing his training with the fourth battle king, Jin will face real battles in sparring matches. It's been a while, but now it's time. Tantal states that the first few matches will take place in the afternoon, and the crowd will come to witness his strength. The first battle king is selecting a suitable opponent for Jin's skill level. Jin is eager to finally face a Myung Wang member. Their kind is far more powerful than regular humans, and he's been itching to test his swordsmanship against them since arriving. Tantal, however, is concerned. He believes Jin is taking on a challenge too great for his current level. The Myung Wang are naturally overpowered, and Jin is nowhere near the strongest of their kind. From his words, Jin gathers that he will likely be defeated in the upcoming exhibition match. Initially thought his opponent would be similar to a White Wolves member, but Tantal laughs at his underestimation of the Myung Wang, confirming that one of their members is strong enough to defeat even an average warrior from the Red Tiger tribe, which is tougher than the White Wolves. This brief explanation tells Jin that his chances of victory in the upcoming battle are slim. Additionally, the first battle king, the one choosing his opponent, doesn't like Jin at all. It's almost certain that his opponent will be a formidable challenge. Jin acknowledges that typical Myung Wang members are at least 9-star level when compared to humans. That's an overwhelming advantage, and any opponent selected will give him a tough fight. Tantal, however, remains supportive. He's ready to help Jin regardless of the outcome, and wonders if Jin took his advice to watch the Myung Wang sword at least once. Jin recalls making a point of seeing it, even behind the battle king's backs. He learned about it through the memory chip he received from Boris, and now he's set to see the real thing in the upcoming duel. Tantal is pleased Jin followed his advice. Now they wait for the duel. Tantal leaves Jin to rest until the afternoon. Time passes, and the moment of the duel arrives. Boris checks in on Jin's preparation for the fight. Jin doesn't worry about making special preparations, probably because he knows they won't help much. His main focus is simply defeating his opponent. The other battle king agrees that Jin's strength is remarkable, so much so that it's hard to call him just human. He has faith in Jin's abilities and believes he'll perform well in the upcoming fight. However, Boris expresses concern. He fears that losing once could be demoralizing for Jin, but all 3 of his teachers are hopeful for Jin's growth. They want him to use the experience to learn and improve. Jin, however, doesn't appreciate their pity. He knows from Tantal that he's likely going to lose, yet they treat him as if the outcome is already decided. Boris explains their concern. They fear Jin will react the same way Temur did after his first defeat. This new information catches Jin's attention. He learns that Temur had an undefeated record in the outside world, but in La Perosa, he faced limitations and suffered many defeats. Curious, Jin asks about Temur's strength during their first duel. Rinfa states that Temur was stronger than Jin at that time, but even he couldn't defeat a Myung Wang for a long while. After his first hard defeat, Temur's soul was shaken. He stopped eating and wallowed in despair, feeling like a failure. He assumed Jin would react like Temur, but this assumption is wrong. Jin's mentality is stronger and more refined than Temur's. He doesn't understand why people make such a big deal about losing once. Jin isn't the type to lose hope and abandon his mission. He has already lost many times to skilled warriors and knights. Defeat isn't new to Jin, who has experienced loss countless times during his training and growth. Jin's situation was even worse. He lost his life in his original life. Across both lives, he has learned what it feels like to lose. After hearing them out, Jin reassures them that there's no need to worry, as he won't be like Temur. This declaration shocks the Battle Kings, who had assumed he was like his predecessor. A fated duel is about to take place. It's a special event since duels haven't occurred in 1,000 years until Jin's arrival. The Colosseum is packed with people placing bets on the underdog facing the Mayung Wang warrior. The crowd is harsh, openly criticizing Temur's disappointing defeat in the first battle, where he couldn't even withstand a few hits before being taken down. Jin's opponent is a man named Shaku, famous for his lightning-fast speed. He's a tall figure with long hair, and the crowd cheers for him enthusiastically. Shaku greets Jin, acknowledging him as the successor to the first patriarch. The underdog has one request. He wants Shaku to give his best and try to kill him. At first, Shaku is taken aback by this challenge. Jin is fearless and refuses to treat the fight as a typical duel. He wants a real contest to prove his endurance and strength. Shaku laughs heavily, impressed by Jin's reckless courage. Shaku becomes serious and reminds Jin of his place, stating that he despises those who cannot wield the sword properly. Jin summons a wave of electricity from his mana. He concentrates it all into his sword. Shaku is stunned. What Jin has just done is impossible at his current level. Jin has just used the Mayung Wang sword, a technique he shouldn't be able to execute at his level. Shaku is enraged, calling for the traitor who exposed the Mayung Wang sword to an unprepared Runkendel. Jin says no more and moves with explosive speed to attack. Speed leaves a trail of cracking lightning. Shaku is in utter disbelief, as Jin shouldn't have been able to use the Mayung Wang sword. Jin realizes that the Mayung Wang sword is a technique exclusive to their race, so he created a glowing gem heart using his aura to replicate. But the heart isn't the only key to activating the legendary technique of their race. The molar he obtained from Boris was the crucial component. Jin practiced the Mayung Wang sword in secret, pushing himself every day to master its power. Now he focuses all his energy into an angled body stance. Obliterating blast tears apart the arena. So he thought. Despite using the Mayung Wang sword, Shaku easily blocks his attack with no effort at all. The man roars, calling for the fifth Battle King, enraged to find Boris as the one to blame. Shaku takes a deep breath before summoning his own energy wave. Soon, he releases a powerful aura wave. A forceful wave of power crashes down on him. Shaku is furious that Jin used the Mayung Wang sword in battle. He plans to make him pay for dishonoring the technique. Jin braces himself for what's coming next. He prepares a spell and tries to summon Tess. To his shock, Jin finds that he can't summon Tess into this dimension. He wonders if it's because the La Pro Rosa dimension was created by Solderit, blocking the Phoenix's access. Seeing this as a perfect opening, Shaku speeds past Jin. Jin barely manages to dodge his fierce attack. Shaku follows up with a second strike. Jin counters with an attack of his own. His strike slashes Shaku, but it has no impact on him. Shaku releases an energy wave, knocking Jin back. Nothing Jin does seems to have an effect in this battle. Jin lunges forward to try another attack. The clashes are nearly equal in speed and power, but Jin is slowly being overwhelmed with every strike. Not only is Shaku incredibly fast, but his defense is also impenetrable. Jin can't find any openings to counterattack. Everything feels hopeless, while Shaku continues his relentless assault. In this dire moment, Jin decides to exploit a weakness in the body that cannot be strengthened, no matter how much training. Jin resorts to dirty tactics, attempting to pierce Shaku's eyeball with his finger. To his shock, his finger breaks instead. He severely underestimated Mayung Wang's strength. Shaku laughs, explaining that his eyes are as tough as their hearts, and Jin wasted his only chance. Jin realizes he's in a dire situation. He now understands why Mayung Wang is considered the strongest species on Earth. The fact that there are hundreds of individuals like Shaku is terrifying. He wonders how such a powerful race can even be challenged. Shaku is clearly enjoying himself. So far, he's just been playing with Jin, but now he intends to use a special technique. Jin, now in a state of fear and shock, is struggling to even wield his sword properly, let alone summon any confidence. Shaku strikes again with a confident punch, explaining that he just used a technique called weapon oppression. As the name suggests, Mayung Wang have the power to imbue their energy into other weapons, rendering them immobile, even in their opponent's hands. Jin's face is wide open, allowing Shaku to deliver a powerful punch directly at him. In this critical moment, Jin manages to dodge the incoming attack, causing a shockwave on impact. Jin can no longer use his sword either, as the weapon oppression will work against him. Realizing this, he tries to create distance and turn the fight into a long-range battle. Shaku seems unfazed, easily catching up to Jin's every move. Jin tries to run like a bird fleeing, but Shaku catches up with ease. Jin needs time to execute the first form of the shadow sword, the only move he believes can work against Shaku. He pushes his body to its limits, running as fast as possible. After gaining enough distance, he prepares to execute his attack. Jin charges the first form of the shadow sword, enveloping his weapon in a swirling column of shadows. Just as he begins to perform the slash, Shaku closes the gap and stops him from completing it. Shaku catches Jin's sword with his own, preventing the attack from being executed. He then casually tosses his weapon aside. Shaku grabs Jin by the clothes and throws him aside. With a powerful jab to Jin's face, he sends him flying, but the torment doesn't end there. Shaku catches Jin again and decides it's time for the Runkendel to experience the true Mayung Wang sword. He pins Jin's foot to the ground, rendering him immobile. Now with Jin completely exposed, Shaku unleashes a barrage of punches, hitting Jin repeatedly with no end in sight. Shaku delivers a final blow with a powerful frontal kick, smashing Jin's body into the ground, then lunges forward for another charged kick, sending Jin soaring through the air. Jin's lifeless body crashes into the ground, battered and bloodied from the impact. At this point, Jin can no longer fight, but Shaku isn't done yet. He grabs Jin once again, catching his sword, and prepares to deliver the finishing blow. As punishment for using the sword before his time, Shaku plans to slice off Jin's limbs, hoping he won't be so arrogant next time. Jin's broken state leaves him unable to fight back. And just like that, Jin Runkendel loses his legs in painful punishment. After his humiliating defeat, Jin falls unconscious. Vaughn plans to use her blood to help heal him, though the risks are high, as humans typically can't handle the blood of a battle god. Jin stirs, regaining consciousness in a fragile moment, confused by what they're discussing. Battle god, however, is willing to proceed with the treatment, acknowledging Jin as different from the average human. The blood transfusion begins, with Jin receiving whatever blood he can from the battle god. As the blood enters his system, Jin's nerves react with a surge of energy. Being human, his body struggles to adapt, growing tense under the pressure of the changes. A voice calls out, confirming that Jin can no longer hear the voice of the god of darkness. There's a clear error. If Jin fails to survive the blood transfusion, it will mean the end of everything. The battle god had previously stated that Jin's survival is essential, for if he dies, so does their race. The battle god, Vaughn, speaks directly to Jin's consciousness, making it clear that his death would mean the annihilation of everyone. Jin is reminded of his tragic past life and how he faded away during that time as well. His senses become sharper and his awareness heightens. The elixir of 10,000 poisons, which he received from his sister, begins to work, helping Jin maintain his life. Its potency ensures that no assassin can easily kill him. Jin fights against the overwhelming negative energy in his body, refusing to succumb right then and there. He has too many goals to accomplish. Failing now would mean the end of it all. Most importantly, Jin has people to protect, and he must endure this suffering for their sake. Rather than letting the Mayung Wangs decide his fate, Jin resolves to determine his own future. His monoheart grows stronger. After a month of unconsciousness, Jin finally wakes up. The fact that he regained consciousness means he survived the blood transfusion from one of the battle kings. He gets up and acknowledges that a month has passed. However, Jin feels like he's wasted too much time. He needs to finish his tasks by May, and with March already here, he knows time is running out. He believes that his survival was only due to the effects of the elixir of 10,000 poisons. For some reason, he feels an immense surge of energy and light emanating from within his body. Jin glances at the monocrystal in his chest, which is now glowing brightly. He can't believe he's actually obtained the Mayung Wang heart. He had no idea that this would happen after receiving a blood transfusion. Now that he's awake, Van visits him, wanting to know if he's okay. Jin is in disbelief, unsure of what to believe. He received the molar from Boris and somehow ended up with a Mayung Wang heart thanks to her blood. Van acted without consulting him first. Jin's objection is surprising, considering he could have easily lost his life if Van hadn't offered her blood. Jin is annoyed that he had no say in his fate. He also didn't expect to end up with a Mayung Wang heart as a result. Van apologizes for acting without permission. However, Jin isn't too concerned. His main focus is understanding his new heart and the consequences of receiving blood from a literal god. Van is surprised that Jin isn't more upset. She would have expected him to react harshly if she were an enemy. Jin is worried that having acquired the Mayung Wang heart means he's now part of their race. He's also unsure how the Mayung Wang people will react, as figures like Shaku might want to kill him because of it. Van doesn't deny this possibility, agreeing that it could very well happen. Faced with this, Jin asks an intriguing question. He wonders if he would have earned any recognition from the Mayung Wang people or the Battle Kings without Van's intervention. Van watches him carefully. He notices the frustration in Jin's clenched fist. She then asks if he plans to destroy the heart if she answers yes, considering it's a power Jin didn't earn on his own. Jin admits his frustration but also acknowledges that he played a role in creating this new heart. It wasn't something he wanted, but if he failed to meet Van's standards, she wouldn't have offered her blood. Van believes that this is necessary for Jin's succession to be complete. She questions why he would oppose what she's done for him. Jin explains that if he created the heart himself, he could always recreate it when needed. He has no intention of discarding his newfound power, as it could serve a greater purpose. Van confirms that even if he hadn't taken her blood, Jin's achievements would have earned the acknowledgement of her people. Satisfied with her answer, Jin plans to use his new heart to his advantage. He tells Van about his plans to leave in May, as he has other matters to attend to. However, he intends to return to La Purosa after that, and asks the battle god to adjust his training pace accordingly. With only 2 months left for Jin's training, she modifies his schedule, instructing him to train with the 7th Battle King in the mornings and with Shaku, the man who previously put him in a life-threatening position, in the afternoons. 50 days flew by quickly during Jin's rigorous training. Initially, the Mayung Wang people were hostile towards him after he acquired his new heart. However, once they realized that Jin hadn't chosen this path for himself, their animosity faded and they stopped resenting him. Mayung Wang are an undeniably powerful and dominant race. Jin once wished to become as strong as them without relying on his new heart. However, after facing Shaku in 49 matches and losing each one decisively, he knew that achieving such strength without it was impossible. Despite his defeats, Jin refused to let them define him. Each loss only motivated him to train harder, never dwelling on his failures. He focused on rising higher and becoming stronger. Over time, he felt his perspective shift, along with a growth in his strength. After battling Shaku for 10 intense rounds, Jin began to believe that he might nearly match the strength of his older sister, Luna, whom he regarded as the strongest among his siblings. Shaku's overwhelming strength and aura shattered Jin's hopes of winning. Each battle became a fight for survival. After 20 punishing battles, Jin realized that Shaku wasn't anywhere near the level of Luna's strength. By the 30th match, Jin had begun to grow stronger himself, matching Shaku's blows. He then concluded that Shaku was no match for Luna's dominating power. After 40 long battles, Jin gained the confidence to believe he could sever one of Shaku's arms. Their strength and speed had started to align, and the gap was closing with every fight. Jin's physical abilities were improving at a rapid pace. What once felt like torturous training soon turned into enjoyable challenges. He began to see Shaku more as a rival than as an opponent to be defeated. Despite his progress, Jin still needed assistance from the 5th Battle King, Boris. This was because every battle left his body battered and torn. Over time, the Mayung Wang stopped discussing Temur, Jin's predecessor, and even started to root for the underdog. The day of the 50th duel arrived, and Jin was cheered on by the crowd. Observing Shaku's serious and irritated expression, Jin mocked him for fearing an impending defeat. Shaku responded by explaining that he had grown attached to Jin after their daily training sessions. With every battle, it became more difficult for him to land a blow on Jin. However, Jin wasn't interested in fighting someone who had developed a soft spot for him. He wanted Shaku to fight him seriously, as if they had a deep grudge to settle, and watched the battle intently, eager to see the outcome. She soon learned from Tantal that Jin was scheduled to leave La Purosa in 2 weeks. Tantal suggested that it was time for the other warriors to have their chance to fight Jin, as Shaku had already faced him enough. Other battle gods also agreed that Jin had earned a following. The crowd eagerly awaited their turn to spar with the successor. Van paused, then sought the people's permission to allow more battles. Before the next fight began, Van announced Jin's impending departure in 2 weeks. She believed it was time for everyone to accept him as one of their own and let them spar with him without any hesitation. Van asked if anyone opposed this decision. Some Mayung Wang were still unsure about accepting Jin as one of their own, but seeing support from figures like Garmin, Boris, and even Rinfa had softened their stance. Jin's brief time with the Battle Kings had made a significant impact. He had earned their respect through his humble attitude, even after receiving the battle god's blessings. Despite suffering immense physical harm each day, Jin's unrelenting determination to return and fight again won him admiration from the Mayung Wang. Unlike Temur, he didn't despair over his losses. A moment of silence, the 1st Battle King, Walter, Tarek stomped the ground. He then accepted Jin Runkendel as his brother, leading others to follow suit. Boris and Garmin, thrilled by the development, immediately acknowledged Jin. They stomped their feet in agreement, recognizing Jin as one of their own. Antal the gatekeeper also joined in. Even Shaku, who had been a fierce opponent, affirmed his belief in Jin. Soon, Jin was met with a wave of acceptance from everyone present in the arena. At last, the Mayung Wang people had fully accepted him and made the announcement official, declaring Jin Runkendel as one of their own. Following this recognition, the Mayung Wang decided to determine who would fight Jin next through the age-old game of rock, paper, scissors. The sequence of fighters was set, and Jin found himself facing many challengers throughout the day. 2 days later, even Tantal joined in, delivering brutal slashes that destroyed Jin's body. Every morning, Jin endured. Every afternoon, he suffered. By the evening, the pain was even worse. Jin fought the Mayung Wang relentlessly, with no rest in between. His body was pushed to its limits until the time came for his 50th rematch with Shaku. Jin was furious after being thoroughly beaten in every match, and he was determined to turn the tables. Surprisingly, the moment Jin landed a small scratch on Shaku's face, the man surrendered and accepted defeat. Jin was infuriated. He couldn't believe that he couldn't deliver the same kind of punishment that he had received. Yet, he eventually accepted the situation. His new goal was to defeat the Mayung Wang, not just Shaku. After the fight, Jin regained his composure and helped Shaku to his feet. 9 days remained until his departure from La Perosa. He had duels lined up with the other battle kings right after returning to the human realm. For now, he continued training with the Mayung Wang members. After the matches, Tantal decided to throw a celebratory feast in Jin's honor for his dedication and survival through the hardest battles. He offered Jin the same mineral drink from day one, but Jin wasn't interested in revisiting his past experiences, which had been filled with disgust and bitterness. Tantal assured him that this time it would taste different and encouraged him to try it. Jin was both surprised and suspicious. Nevertheless, he decided to trust Tantal, chugging the drink. This time, Tantal wasn't joking. The drink tasted different, rich with flavor. The 5th Battle King explained that the taste change was a result of Jin acquiring the Mayung Wang heart. Jin was amazed that such a change was possible. Shaku, now a good friend of Jin's, offered his own drink as well. Jin reluctantly accepted the drink in kind. They both drank in unison, like old rivals, sharing a moment of camaraderie. The rest of the group also joined in, pouring Jin a massive amount of alcohol. Jin, to everyone's surprise, downed the entire drink, impressing his fellow warriors. They cheered and tossed him in celebration, reveling in the moment. After the party, a drunken and exhausted Jin made his way back to the roof. There, he found one of the battle kings waiting for him. Belize's unexpected appearance made Jin wonder what brought her here. He smiled warmly, seeing how happy Jin was while enjoying the company of his people. She had come to enjoy the night sky. Though this dimension had been created by Solderit, it now felt like the original place they had once belonged to. Belize marveled at the purple hues in the sky. Jin curiously asked if she ever longed for the outside world. Belize explained that, since time had stopped for the Mayung Wang, they had accepted their fate and no longer yearned for the outside world. While it piqued her curiosity, Belize shared a thoughtful sentiment, believing it pointless to dwell on something they could never have. The memories of their loved ones were gone, after all. Jin apologized for his earlier comment, and Belize admitted she had heard something from the battle god Van. It had been 5 millennia since time had stopped in the outside world. Perhaps, she speculated, there could be something that would free the Mayung Wang people from this dimension. Jin listened to her, but he knew that, in the modern age, nothing like that had been developed. No amount of magic or advanced technology could free them from this dimension. Reason was simple. They had not yet connected to the fire dimension, the home of the phoenixes. Magic from the outer dimensions was forbidden by all associations. The type of magic capable of freeing the Mayung Wang people would likely never be created, according to Jin. Nevertheless, he asked if there was any way to explore the outside world. He remembered that Tantal had contacted him from the outside world and wondered if there was another way. Belize explained that it was because Jin had lingered in the desert, and Tantal, being the gatekeeper, had been the one to bring him there. Belize made a heartfelt plea, asking Jin to find a way to free the Mayung Wang people and help them escape this dimension. Jin confirmed that he would search for a way to help them reach the outside world. The following day, Jin began contemplating and preparing his plan to acquire the special compass. If he failed to obtain it now, it would be impossible later. Yana's help in gathering information from Baobar's meeting had been crucial. Jin knew he wouldn't have another opportunity like this and couldn't afford to waste it. His only focus was to succeed in his mission, no matter the cost. Anne came to find him, concerned about his state of distress, and asked what was occupying his mind. Jin told her that he was planning to speak with her about an urgent matter, and asked if it was related to his upcoming departure. Jin confirmed that he was preparing to leave and execute a plan with his friends, though he was uncertain if his current strength was sufficient for the task ahead, and found it amusing that Jin still had doubts. After all, he had fought some of the toughest opponents on the planet, each stronger than any human, and reached a level of divinity. Jin acknowledged that he wouldn't have concerns if he had defeated any of the Mayung Wang. The issue wasn't his willingness to get injured in battle, but rather his worry for his friends, who weren't as strong as him and might not survive the intense fights. Van noticed his wavering confidence and reassured him, reminding him that he was the only human who could save them. If Jin doubted himself now, the fate of the Mayung Wang people would hang in the balance. She handed him a new weapon as a gift, the Phoenix Thundersword, slightly adjusted by Boras for his use. With the limited time left, Van wanted Jin to fight her and improve his strength before his departure.